Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the City of Santa Clara City Council and Stadium Authority meeting of November 9th. I would like to call this meeting to order. Let's start with our roll call. Assistant City Clerk.
Councilmember Board Member Watanabe.
Here.
Councilmember Board Member Hardy.
Present.
Councilmember Board Member Park.
Here.
Councilmember Board Member Jane.
Here.
Councilmember Board Member Becker.
Here.
Mayor and Chair Gilmore.
Here.
And let the record reflect that Vice Mayor Shahal will be absent this evening.
May I please have a motion to excuse Vice Mayor and Vice Chair of the Stadium Authority, Shahal?
I'd like to
Make a motion.
No. If
Councilman-
Kevin wants it, I'll second it.
Councilmember Jane?
Oh, I just was going to do the same. It's done. Thank you.
I'm seeing double of you for some reason. Okay. And second by,
Kevin wanted to do the motion. I'll second it.
a motion by Councilmember Jane, second by Councilmember Hardy. Assistant City Clerk, roll call, please.
Okay, sorry, I was switching them around. Councilmember Watanabe.
Yes.
Councilmember Hardy.
Yes.
Councilmember Park.
Yes.
Councilmember Jane.
Yes.
Councilmember Becker.
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore.
Yes. And that passes unanimously of those present. So prior to our going to closed session, we have public comment on items that are under our closed session. So Assistant City Clerk, do we have any members of the public that would like to speak on any item in closed session before we go there?
I don't see any hands, Mayor. And I don't have any e-comments.
Okay, very good. Then we will be adjourning to closed session and we will be back at the council meeting at 6 p.m. So we'll see you then. Thank you. All right. Welcome back, everyone, to our Santa Clara City Council and Stadium Authority meeting tonight, this evening. Could you please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance and remain standing for our statement of values? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic which stands one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
As we gather, we humbly seek blessings upon this meeting. May we act with strength, courage, and will to perform our obligations and duties to our people with justice to all. Let us seek wisdom so we may act in the best interest of our people, our neighbors, and our country. All this we ask so we may serve our community with fairness and respect, putting their needs before all.
Thank you. Please be seated.
Madam Mayor, may I read the announcement?
Yes, please.
AB 23 announcement. Members of the Santa Clara Stadium Authority, Sports and Open Space Authority, and Housing Authority are entitled to receive $30 for each attended meeting. Statement of behavioral standards. The City of Santa Clara has adopted a code of ethics and values and behavioral standards for public meetings to promote and maintain the highest levels of conduct. This includes mutual respect, robust discussion, and allowing city business to be done in an efficient and consistent manner. Please note that as the presiding officer, the mayor and chair's direction in matters of process and decorum should be followed, and that use of the gavel indicates all conversations must conclude and everyone in attendance should come to order and attention. Welcome and thank you for your participation.
Thank you, Assistant City Clerk, and I have a few things to read too, so please bear with me. Good afternoon or evening, as it is now 6 o'clock, and welcome. For today's meeting, the city will use a Zoom feature to allow public participation from the safety of your own home or office. Members of the public can join us via the link and or call into the Zoom meeting displayed on the screen now. If you would like to speak on an agenda item or during public presentations, please raise your hand on the Zoom application or press *9 on your phone. Please only raise your hand while the item you're seeking to speak on is being presented. Staff will enter your name or the last 4 digits of your phone number, and I will call on you to speak. As a friendly reminder, members of the public have 2 minutes to speak on an agenda item unless that is amended, and 3 minutes on public presentations, and unless that is amended, topics not on the which are topics not on the agenda. Prior to each agenda item, staff will lower each hand to ensure that members of the public are requesting to speak under the appropriate agenda item. You may also submit your comments on the e-comment feature available on the Santa Clara Legistar page or via public comment at santaclaraca.gov, and the comments will be read into the record. So now let's move on to the council agenda.
Madam Mayor,
Yes.
I have one more thing to read.
Okay, go ahead.
For registered lobbyists, if you are appearing and speaking this evening in the capacity of a lobbyist, you are required to identify yourself as such and disclose the clients and or organizations that you may be representing at any meeting held with the city officials or at public meetings. This is pursuant to City Code Section 2.155.110. Thank you.
Thank you, Assistant City Clerk, for that reminder. So next we have continuances, exceptions, and reconsiderations. So City Manager, I think you give us a list, and then I had a request to move one item up as well. So go ahead.
I do, and I apologize. I thought my video was on this entire time. So Mayor, the items this evening that are timely for city business is item 3, item 5A and B, and 7 and 8. And the city clerk's office did receive a request or a statement from former city attorney Brian Doyle on item 9 that he is not available this evening. And so generally we just push the item out when the requester is not available.
Okay, all right. So the action though, we had a request to move item 5, which is one of the items that have to go this evening. Move item 5, and I'd like to move that after our study session on the our study session on housing and community development and the Home Key project. That'll be first on our agenda.
Item
then-
5 on the consent calendar.
Maybe
It's item number 7. We do have a
Item
request to
7.
move that item up, and we have
Yes,
people
data
from out of state. Yes.
right. So I'm going to move that after the study session on the Home Key projects and that. So, and then everything else will take a city business first and then whatever's left on the agenda after that. So, all right, next we have special order of business. And our first special order of business this evening, in fact, our only special order of business this evening is I'm pleased to proclaim the week of November 14th through November 20th, 2021 as United Against Hate Week in the city of Santa Clara. United Against Hate Week is a call for local civic action to stop the hate and implicit biases that are a dangerous threat to the safety and civility of our neighborhoods, towns, and cities. United Against Hate Week emerged from a United Against Hate poster campaign created by Bay Area cities in response to white supremacist rallies in Berkeley and San Francisco in 2017. The original 13 communities were convened in 2018 by Not in Our Town, a national anti-hate organization and partner in the LA versus Hate campaign, and committed to an annual week of action and awareness. Since its inception, United Against Hate Week has spread to over 200 plus communities, including all of Los Angeles County, faith-based groups, LGBTQ plus, and human rights organizations, and is beginning to take off throughout California and in communities across the United States. The city of Santa Clara seeks to join other Bay Area California communities and communities across the country in the United States against United Against Hate Week 2021, affirming our commitment to bridging divisions and strengthening our communities. It now gives me great pleasure to proclaim the week of November 14th through November 20th, 2021 as United Against Hate Week in the city of Santa Clara. So here is that proclamation. Sure you all can see that. Okay, thank you very much for that. All right, next we have our study session, and this evening's study session is on the city activity to address an unhoused population, California Department of Housing and Community Development's HCG Project Home Key and provision of basic services for the city's unhoused. So I'm going to start with our city manager, who has, I think, a list of speakers on this item. Thank you, city manager.
Yes, we have a long presentation, but we will get through it. We've timed it and we've made sure that it's sufficiently covering all the different items. This is a topic that we started in July after our policy priority setting session, where the council expressed an interest on evaluating policy matters on the issue of homelessness within Santa Clara. And so we bring to you tonight 2 parts. One part is on the Home Key project and an update of where we're at with Santa Clara and learning on different county as well as developer issues, as well as the short-term issues to help improve the quality of life for homelessness within the community. So I'm going to pass it over to Jonathan, who's going to lead us through a presentation, and he'll review the agenda of multiple speakers that we have with us this evening to participate in tonight's conversation. Jonathan?
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm Jonathan Veach, City's Housing Manager, and thank you for your time as we jump into our study session on the city's activity to address our unhoused population. Specifically, our discussion tonight is about the Project Home Key updates and basic services for the city's unhoused. Slide 2, please. So as background, the City Council held study sessions on both July 13th and August 24th of this year to discuss Project Home Key and issues related to the city's unhoused population. At those meetings, the City Council requested that staff return with an update on Project Home Key and further analysis and next steps for providing short-term basic services to Santa Clara's unhoused residents. Since we last met on August 24th, as expected, things have been moving quickly. The home key notice of funding availability was released on September 9th, and then the home key round 2 applications became available in early October 2021. Slide 3, please. As you'll see on slide 3, the agenda for tonight's discussion, we'll start with an update and some options for council on short-term services for unhoused Santa Clarans. And then we'll move into the bigger discussion of home key project updates. And then we'll also hear from developers about their proposed projects. Finally, we'll open it up for broader discussion and hear from council and receive input and direction on next steps. Slide 4, please. So as we've been discussing through our recent study sessions, homelessness is obviously a very important issue and a problem that we've seen grow worse throughout the pandemic. When talking about homelessness, we always start at the county level, as homelessness is a regional issue. And so the county has worked to establish a network of programs and resources that cover all of Santa Clara County, including the city of Santa Clara. Just for context, since 2011, the county's Office of Supportive Housing has grown from 20 full-time staff to 120 with an annual budget of close to $100 million. So the county is our main partner, conduit for funding dedicated to homelessness. We also realize there's a large component of mental health and social services that are much needed and best provided through the county public health department and Office of Supportive Housing. And so whatever actions we take at the local level, we're always trying to keep in mind the broader regional plan and the county plan and strategy in partnership to address these issues. On March 16th, 2021, our city council endorsed the Santa Clara Community Plan to End Homelessness. And that plan basically outlined 3 core focus areas to address the issue. Number 1 is addressing the root cause of homelessness through system and policy change. Number 2 is expanding homelessness prevention and housing programs. Then number 3 is improving quality of life for our unsheltered individuals. Slide 5, please. So as we met with partners and discussed with council through our study sessions, it became clear that as a city, we're making really good progress with permanent housing interventions such as rent assistance programs and building more permanent affordable housing. However, it was also clear that we need to do more as it relates to short-term interventions and improving quality of life for unsheltered individuals. When it comes to short-term interventions, I think the main priority is figuring out how to deliver creative solutions to build more interim and transitional housing. And that's part of why we're here to talk about Project Home Key tonight. But sometimes that's not feasible for whatever reason. And so we also need to improve the quality of life for unsheltered individuals in our community. Later this evening, under our general business items, we'll also be discussing the formation of a homelessness task force so the city can have one body of community members and homelessness experts to review and analyze these issues and then make recommendations to council. And so that will be really valuable to the city because some of these policy questions and solutions are complicated, and we sometimes run into competing priorities within the community. For example, on one hand, we're trying to address public safety concerns, and on the other hand, if you start increasing basic services outside of the context of a comprehensive housing strategy, you run the risk of seeing an increase in homelessness. Likely that corresponds to the increase in services. So ultimately, we're looking forward to having the housing task force to help us think through these issues. But in the meantime, it was clear that City Council wanted staff to explore short-term interventions that perhaps didn't need to wait for the homelessness task force to be formed. Slide 6, please. And so as we explored how other cities were tackling short-term interventions, we found that many neighboring jurisdictions, including the County Office of Supportive Housing, San Jose, Milpitas, Mountain View, and Sunnyvale, all contract with a group called Dignity on Wheels to provide some of these short-term services. Dignity on Wheels is an initiative created by the staff at Project We Hope, which is a nonprofit based in East Palo Alto. In 2015, Project We Hope launched Dignity on Wheels, which is a mobile hygiene service that provides free bathrooms, showers, and laundry services to the unhoused. They also provide comprehensive case management to address a variety of challenges, including job loss, health, and food insecurity. Slide 7, please. And so there was a clear consensus from other cities that they were all very happy with this mobile hygiene service, and there was a significant or a meaningful impact in the community from these services. So in terms of cost, program services and cost vary, but in general, the cost for the mobile hygiene is around $1,000 per service. And so a weekly service starts at 1 4-hour service per week. And so if we did that, if we did the 1 weekly service, it would cost the city roughly around $52,000 annually. As a next step, staff is recommending that we issue an RFP for the mobile hygiene services, and we would come back and request a budget amendment when the agreement is brought back to council at that time. And timing wise, I think our goal would be to have these services start providing these services in January if possible. Slide 8, please. So that concludes the update on providing a short-term intervention for basic services. Now we'll move to the bigger discussion of the Project HomeKey updates. At the July 13th study session, we looked at HomeKey Round 1, and we did a case study with City Council on a HomeKey project that was approved in Mountain View around this time last year. HomeKey Round 1, just for reference, provided over $600 million in grant funding to purchase and rehab housing, including hotels and motels and vacant apartment buildings, and to convert them into interim and transitional housing. The purpose of the program was ultimately to expand the interim and transitional housing options for the unhoused people who are at high risk or high risk for serious illness during COVID. By December 2020 of last year, Project HomeKey resulted in the acquisition of nearly 100 sites representing 6,000 units of housing across the state for individuals experiencing homelessness. Building off that success, in January 2021, the governor proposed a budget including over $1 billion of allocation for HomeKey 2.0 projects. The timeline for 2.0 is not quite as aggressive as HomeKey 1, but still a very aggressive timeline. The NOFA, or the Notice of Funding Availability, which is basically the financial terms of the program, were released on September 9th. And then the actual HomeKey application became available in early October 2021, so just a little over a month ago. And funds in the program are going to be awarded on a first come, first served rolling basis until the funds are spent, or until May 2nd, whichever comes first. I think everyone's expecting that HomeKey 2.0 will be very competitive, and that funds likely would be exhausted before May 2022. And that's part of the reason why everything has started to move quickly starting in October. The priority application period runs from October 1st, 2021 to January 31st, 2022, which basically means if you submit your HomeKey application by January 2022, you would qualify for additional grant funding in the program. There's also a capital expenditure deadline that requires all funds to be spent eight months after the date of award. And the capital awards in 2.0 are up to $200,000 per unit and operating subsidies of up to $1,400 per month per unit. Slide 9, please. So I wanted to briefly revisit a couple of the slides that we talked about in our July 13th study session about some of the strengths and challenges that we see with Project HomeKey. So the biggest strength of the program is definitely speed. In HomeKey 1.0, funds had to be spent within 6 months of the award. In HomeKey 2.0, it's 8 months, but still a very quick turnaround for these projects. Typical affordable housing projects have long entitlement periods and are subject to competitive tax credits and tax-exempt bond financing, which can take over 2 years, whereas HomeKey projects are ready to start construction in a matter of months. Number 2, they're cost efficient. The cost to build or acquire a HomeKey unit is likely in the range of $200,000 to $300,000 per unit, which is at least half the cost to build permanent affordable housing, which can be $600,000 per unit or more. The site acquisition costs and building costs are mostly subsidized by the state, so there's no need to leverage city subsidy or tax credits on the front end of the financing. And then the other big advantage of Project HomeKey is the land use and entitlement streamlining. So alongside Project HomeKey, the state also adopted a health and safety code, which basically states that any HomeKey project is deemed consistent with local plan requirements and not subject to discretionary permits or any discretionary review or approval. So that's basically how the state got these programs to move so quickly. Slide 10, please. And along with the strengths of HomeKey come some important challenges to consider as well. Number 1 is always project siting. So what's the right location for an interim housing site? Industrial type sites may not have adequate amenities such as access to transportation to support these residents. However, existing residential areas tend to be more expensive to acquire and tend to raise some public safety concerns. Number 2, we talked about the timing as a strength. It can also be a challenge. It's a challenge for staff to perform adequate due diligence on the development proposals, and it could also be a challenge to properly engage the community in such a condensed time frame. Then on the financial side, I think the biggest issue with HomeKey projects is that they have little to no sources of rental revenue because incomes of homeless households tend to be so low. So typically in affordable housing projects, you have rent payments and vouchers that act as a revenue source to offset the operating costs, and that's the case for up to 55 years. On the other hand, HomeKey projects need to come up with their own solutions to fund operating costs because there are no sources of revenue. And so that's typically through grants, government subsidy, and fundraising. Also on the operating cost, they can be quite high. So in a typical permanent supportive housing project, operating costs are around $12,000 per unit, and HomeKey projects can have operating costs 5 or 6 times that amount because the program services are so much more intensive to get people out of homelessness and into housing in short order. Slide 11, please. So related to HomeKey 2.0, we've already heard a lot of feedback from the community and some questions and confusion about the process. So before we get into the two specific projects, I want to talk a little bit about the process and specifically the applications, land use, and site selection. So regarding applications, as I mentioned, the state started to accept HomeKey applications in early October. However, local jurisdictions such as the city or county of Santa Clara must act as the lead applicant or a co-applicant with the developer in order to submit an application to HomeKey. So all applicants must submit an authorizing resolution as part of their application. So if the city of Santa Clara decides to be a co-applicant for one of the projects, the city council would need to approve a resolution to authorize staff to execute all the documents necessary for the HomeKey application. Now, the county of Santa Clara may also choose to act as the co-applicant, which would eliminate the need for the city council to approve an application. So there has been some confusion around this point. So just to clarify, to date, the Santa Clara City Council has not approved any authorizing resolutions to act as a co-applicant for any applications to HomeKey 2.0. Slide 12, please. Next is the land use and streamlining. So while the city may have the discretion to approve a HomeKey application, HomeKey projects will not go through a City of Santa Clara discretionary land use approval process. State law exempts all HomeKey funded projects from local land use regulations. Legislation states that any HomeKey project shall be deemed consistent and in conformity with any applicable local plan and allowed as a permitted use and shall not be subject to conditional use permits, discretionary permits, or any other discretionary reviews or approvals. Slide 13, please. And then on site selection. So city staff did look at the city's portfolio of city-owned land and determined there weren't really sites suitable for HomeKey 2, but the city is aware of 2 potential HomeKey projects within city limits. In these cases, the site selection was purely developer-led. So the city didn't choose these sites. The developers came to us with these sites. On the first project, the Bella Vista Inn on El Camino Real, the county has decided to act as the co-applicant. It has communicated that the city, or I should say that the county is not acting as the co-applicant for the second project. That's the Life Moves project on White Oak Lane. And so part of tonight's discussion is determining if the city council would like to pursue the joint application with Life Moves at a later date. Slide 14, please. So now as we get into the 2 specific projects, just to highlight that while they're both projects under Project HomeKey, these are 2 very different proposals, two different projects with very different timelines. The project at Bella Vista Inn is a minor hotel conversion, and that's already been approved by the county and has applied to the state's HomeKey program, where the Life Moves proposal at White Oak Lane would be a new construction proposal that's usually takes a little more time for a new construction versus a rehab. And this project's still exploring the financial feasibility at this time. So let's look at the first project, the Bella Vista Inn located at 3550 El Camino. The developer is Resources for Community Development, or RCD, and RCD is serving as the co-applicant with the County Office of Supportive Housing. This project's unique because there are really 2 distinct phases envisioned here. Phase 1 is the minor renovations to the existing hotel that would create 64 units of interim transitional housing through HomeKey. The interim housing is expected to begin in 2022 and only last for about 2 years when it would convert to permanent affordable housing in 2024. Again, the city is not the co-applicant, so there is not an application approval required. And as discussed earlier, there's no discretionary planning approvals. And because the interim use is only expected to be 2 years, RCD is not requesting any operating funds from the city. Slide 15, please. Phase 2 of the project is proposed as a new permanent affordable housing development that would add a 7-story building next to the remodeled motel, resulting in 120 affordable housing units. The proposed development would fall under the scope of SB 35, and so again, eliminate the need for any discretionary land use actions. The permanent affordable housing project would provide units available to extremely low and low-income individuals and families, with 25% set aside for chronically homeless and 50% sized for families. The proposed development would also include 81 parking spaces, on-site property management, and around 1,200 square feet of ground floor retail. RCD held a community outreach meeting to talk about their project on August 30th, 2021. And there was probably around 30 to 40 people at that meeting. Slide 16, please. So to recap on project number 1, the public approvals on the Bella Vista Inn site. On October 5th, the County Board of Supervisors issued public notice of their intent to purchase the Bella Vista Inn. The county is planning to purchase the property for $14 million using approximately $11 million of home key funds. On October 19th, the board adopted a resolution allowing the county to act as the co-applicant to actually apply for Home Key 2.0. And then last Tuesday on November 2nd, the board approved acquisition of the Bella Vista Inn. So again, no city council action is required to move the project forward at this time. Slide 17, please. So now let's move to the second project, the proposed project at 2035 White Oak Lane. Life Moves is the proposed developer, and at the July 13th study session, we brought Life Moves in to talk to City Council about their innovative model and a case study of what Life Moves did in Mountain View for a home key project. Just want to clarify again that neither the county or city has been approved as the co-applicant to date, and so we're still in kind of the exploring feasibility phase here. The proposal is for the new construction of 60 transitional units at the site, targeted for homeless families. They would be stacked modular units, 2 to 3 stories in height, to maximize efficiency, similar to what we saw in the Life Moves Mountain View project. The site is currently a vacant lot, bordered by a residential neighborhood with a mix of apartment buildings and single-family residences, a 7-Eleven store, and then Lawrence Expressway. Slide 18, please. So again, the Life Moves and the White Oak Lane site is on a very different timeline than Bella Vista Inn. Part of that is simply because, unlike Bella Vista Inn, White Oak Lane requires new construction, including site work and construction of infrastructure, utilities, and just a more intensive administrative review versus a minor hotel conversion. But I think the bigger issue at this point with the Life Moves site is trying to figure out the financial feasibility. Initial estimates were showing that it would cost roughly $5 million per year to operate the project, which is close to $80,000 per unit. Now, these are family units, which is really an underserved group within our homeless population. So they're larger than the Life Moves Mountain View units, but still a significantly higher cost than the Mountain View project. As I mentioned earlier, typical permanent affordable housing projects have rent payments and vouchers as revenue sources to offset operating costs. Home key projects need to come up with their own solutions to fund operating costs, typically through grants, government subsidies, and fundraising. Now, the city wouldn't have to fund all of the $5 million per year in operating. There would be contributions from the state, the county, and other local partners. But the initial request was for the city to contribute around $2 million per year on an ongoing basis. So that would be roughly $14 million over 7 years. I think as part of the home key application process, you have to demonstrate operating funds for up to 7 years. And so that's still a pretty significant ask. I think one of the strengths of the Bella Vista Inn hotel conversion model is that there's a long-term plan in place to convert the site to permanent affordable housing. And so that solves a lot of the financial issues that come up. And so we've raised this concern with the Life Moves Mountain View project that we feel like it is critical to have the long-term plan figured out so the city doesn't get into a position where if there aren't funds available, then the city would be responsible to fund the full $5 million of operating costs, potentially after the initial 5 to 7 years. So I don't think there's any question that there's a need for more transitional housing in our community. On the Life Moves project, we're really exploring 2 questions. Is the proposed project financially feasible? And is the site appropriate for the proposed use? So at least on the financing side, I think there's still a bit more work that needs to be done to figure that piece out. Slide 19, please. So finally, before we open for discussion, we've asked each of the Project Home Key applicants to just briefly introduce their team and provide a brief overview or additional comments, anything that I missed regarding their projects. The first, we have Alicia Klein, the Associate Director of Real Estate with RCD. And so if you don't mind pulling up the item 3 RCD presentation, please.
Thanks, Jonathan. My name is Alicia Klein, and I'm an Associate Director of Real Estate Development for Resources for Community Development. And while the slides come up, I'll introduce my colleagues also joining us tonight. Randy Gerson is our development consultant that's helping RCD. And also, I think we have representatives of the County Office of Supportive Housing here tonight. So thanks very much. And Jonathan, you actually explained quite a bit, so I think that will make our slides go a little bit faster. So this is a rendering of what the final second phase development may look like. Go ahead and go to the next slide, please. And the design is by the architecture firm of Van Meter, Williams, and Pollock. We've worked with them many times, and they're very well versed at a whole range of different affordable housing and service enriched housing designs. The other main partners in our development team are our property management partner, the John Stewart Company, and Abode Services will be providing resident services. And both the John Stewart Company and Abode will be working in both the interim and in the permanent phase. Go ahead and go to the next slide, please. So just a little bit of more background about Resources for Community Development. We are a nonprofit affordable housing developer founded in 1984 with the mission of creating and preserving affordable housing options for those with the fewest options and building community and enriching lives. Go ahead and go to the next slide, please. And we've expanded from that start to 61 communities, almost all the way around the Bay Area, except for San Francisco and San Mateo. We are in all the other counties. And we've been doing supportive housing for quite a long time, in addition to just all of our developments are low income, for low income residents, and about a third of our apartments are for folks that need supportive housing to thrive in their homes. Go ahead to the next slide. And when we say supportive housing, it is what Jonathan was talking about earlier, that in some of our developments, it's all of our residents have either are coming out of homelessness or are frail elders. And in other developments, there's an integrated approach where we have between 5% and 40% of the apartments dedicated to a subset of folks that need that additional range of services to be stable and healthy in their apartments. And all of our, including transitioning from homelessness, that is one of the main types that we work on. Go ahead to the next slide. And we have some history also revamping older motel sites. We've done it a couple times, and we have a third one underway. And it's really been an opportunity to create an oasis on a site for residents on a site that had previously been a source of not safety for the neighborhood. So we're excited to be able to bring that experience to this new site. Go ahead to the next slide, please. And that is what drew us to this site. Here we are, a little bit of a vicinity. We are just east of Lawrence Expressway on El Camino Real. The site is nestled on 2 commercial sites on either side, and across the street is commercial. And to the rear of the motel is a home ownership community. And so this is basically an underutilized site, which really drew us to it, with great amenities and great connection to transit. Go to the next slide. Okay, and most of this, the two-phase proposal is what Jonathan was describing, the interim and the permanent, the short-term and the long-term phases. And in those, the RCD is, as was mentioned, is co-applying for the home key funds with the county. The county will be buying the site and leasing it to RCD for the interim, and then also ground leasing the site to RCD for the long term, the permanent affordable housing. And the combination of home key and county funds are supporting both the acquisition and the rehabilitation of the building and the operating subsidy for that interim use. Go ahead to the next slide, please. I think the only thing I would add to what Jonathan already explained about the interim use is that we are adding additional security. So in addition to the a very minimal rehab to bring up to fix some life safety issues, we are going to be adding 24/7 staffing and security cameras, and converting 2 of the motel rooms into resident services offices, so that we will have a place for that more enriched services program to assist the interim residents. Go ahead to the next slide, please. And in the permanent development, as was mentioned, we have a nice mix of different apartment sizes, including half of the apartments at those larger 2 and 3 bedroom sizes. Most of those will be in the new building, because the motel is smaller apartments, and with additional enhanced, again, an eye out for security and creating a kind of more of an oasis interior to the site with more landscaped open spaces on a couple different levels. Go ahead to the next slide. And the residents of the permanent development, the concept is to have a quarter of the apartments. Here it says 30%. I think it's 25% at 30% of area median income for formerly homeless households. Go ahead to the next slide. And the development timeline, a lot of detail here, but I think going forward, the next steps are we are seeking the entitlements for local land use approvals for the permanent site. We're going ahead and doing that right off the bat, even though we know that's not the first phase. So that is underway, and we are getting ready to start that hit the ground running once the site is acquired around the end of the year, so that we quickly do that renovation, so that we can start the interim use by the end, by this time next year. And then meanwhile, we'll be working on assembling all of the financing and the architecture, getting in place all the rest of the pieces for that permanent development concept, so that we'll be making good use of the site with the interim. We actually think it's going to be a safer site for the community with this proposed interim use. And then again, it will be a construction site for about 1.5 years. And then we'll be renting up. Go ahead to the next slide, please. And this is a little bit maybe hard to see what it is, a lot of detail here, but what you can see, the kind of yellow or beige along in an L shape along the lower left side, and along the bottom is the existing motel. The top little wing of that L is going to be removed to make way for the new building that is along El Camino and kind of hugs the existing restaurant to the east. and the entrance off of Flora Vista, which is a little bit of a safer location than El Camino for vehicular access. And with our lobby, pedestrian lobby that will be right off of Flora Vista as well. So that, and that's where our management offices and resident services offices will be, so that that entrance is managed. And I just will say one other note, a little bit more about our property management relationship. And we really see RCD, whenever we come into a community, we are there for the long haul, where we want to be good neighbors, a good place to live for our residents, and a good neighbor for our surrounding community. And so that's the spirit in which we want to, build on the relationships we've already started to build, connecting with our new neighbors, and that folks will have somebody to go to if there ever is an issue. That's something that we welcome, that relationship of problem solving, to if there is anything that ever arises. Thanks so much. That's all of my presentation. And I think there's one more slide that has the rendering again. There we go. Same one as the first slide.
So Jonathan, back to you. Are you still there, Jonathan? Or do we go?
Yeah. So I think now we're going to pull up the Life Moves presentation, and we'll hear from Joanne Price from Life Moves.
Okay, can I ask the city clerk, please, to promote 3 people? It was Joe Stockwell, Brian Greenberg, and Officer McPherson, please, as you're pulling up the slides. That was Joe Stockwell, Brian Greenberg, and Officer McPherson.
Okay, we're working on that right now.
Thank you. Okay, thank you. Okay, so I'm Joe Price, I'm VP of Real Estate, and I'm going to introduce the where we're at and update on our project. But before I do that, I want you to hear from our board chair, Joe Stockwell. Next slide.
Thank you, Joanne, and thank you all for joining this important public dialogue. My name's Joe Stockwell, and I'm here to introduce Life Moves to those of you who don't know us, and to also to 2 of our senior staff who will be speaking to our programs and the project we are exploring in Santa Clara. First of all, my wife and I live in Redwood City, and we are long-term volunteers at Life Moves. Anne is an art therapist who provides art engagement programs to single moms at our Redwood City family site. So Life Moves provides interim housing and supportive services to people experiencing homelessness. We operate in 28 locations throughout Silicon Valley and serve roughly 1,500 people every day. I've been a board volunteer for the past 8 years, and I currently serve as board chair. In that time, I've seen the power of our programs and services in supporting thousands of our unhoused neighbors as they work to return to self-sufficiency and to stable, permanent housing. So to learn more about this project, I'm going to turn it over to Joanne Price, our head of real estate, and she will in turn introduce Brian Greenberg, Dr. Brian Greenberg, our head of programming. Joanne?
Thank you, Joe. Next slide, please. So I want to just say to the 300 people who are on the call today, the meeting today, this project is in a very preliminary stage, and we are still exploring several options that could serve homeless families only. That means we're not proposing a singles or congregate shelter, but a family center supporting up to 60 families, and that's 60 families with children. And we think this site is ideally and conveniently located, being within a 10-minute walk of El Camino Real, with its access to rapid public transit, to jobs, and other amenities. So with that, so our costs are very, very preliminary, and they're still under evaluation. And as Jonathan was saying, still working out the fees, like the cost feasibility. But what we can promise is to come together with the city and the residents to work towards developing a successful project that benefits the entire community. Like, this will be a custom high-end design project with all the necessary support spaces, including on-site parking. Like, at least 30% of this site is dedicated to support services. And with that, I'm going to hand over to Dr. Brian Greenberg. He oversees all our programs and services to describe those comprehensive and necessary services that are required. Next slide.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you, Joanne, council people, and public. I appreciate this opportunity. I'm Brian Greenberg. I've been with Life Moves for 16 years. As you're aware, this site will only serve families with minor children. And as you might imagine, crushing poverty and homelessness is a challenge for everyone, but homeless children are probably the most vulnerable to its traumatic effects. So while our primary goal will be to exit families to stable housing, we'll also focus on securing and providing critical services to the kids in these households. Breaking cycles of poverty and homelessness requires engaging everyone in the household. So our priorities are safe programs, effective programs, cost-efficient programs. We work to make them safe for our most vulnerable residents, safe for our staff, and especially safe for the community. We measure effectiveness by how successful we are in engaging unsheltered families and transitioning them to stable housing. And we also strive for cost efficiency. We do this in part by training about 35 graduate students each year, working toward becoming licensed clinical social workers or psychologists. These graduate students provide on-site child and therapy, family therapy services, and a lot of different services that we provide so that we can provide seamless one-stop services on site. Again, the facility would be staffed 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. We work really hard to garner the support of residents, merchants, and law enforcement. In regards to services, each household with their case manager develops a comprehensive and individually tailored case plan. This serves as a sort of roadmap for exiting homelessness, and it will involve some of the services you see on this slide. Again, uniquely tailored for each family. Children have their own case managers. We call them children's services coordinators. They manage our volunteer tutors, the daily homework club. They make certain our children are attending school and engaged in any activities that might benefit them. So in short, we aim to provide a clean, well-run transitional housing program that is a real asset to the community. And as a result, we hope to assist in solving the problem of family homelessness, both in the city of Santa Clara as well as the county. We're certain that this facility can get us close to what is termed functional zero for family homelessness. And that's whereby all families have a safe and secure place to call home. Looking forward to hearing your comments, but first, if we could if you could hear from Officer McPherson from Mountain View Police Department, where we recently opened a facility for single adults and families. Officer?
Good evening, everyone. My name is Officer McPherson. I'm a police officer here in Mountain View. I've been a police officer for over 18 years. I am currently the community outreach officer. and I work closely with our homeless community, those that are living out on the street, encampments, and in vehicles. My role is basically to go do some outreach, contact them, and connect them to services that we have here in the county, and that's providing, assistance for housing, substance abuse, or mental illness issues. And when Project Home Key came to Mountain View, it was such a blessing to have this transitional housing, not only for the city of Mountain View, but for the in-house community. I have been, again, like I said, I've been an officer for 18 years, and I've encountered chronic homeless clients that has been homeless for decades. This place is unique. It's not any other shelters. It's nothing like any other shelters. What's unique about this place is that one, they provide the clients have their own room. They have their own door code to get into their rooms. They have showers. They get meals 3 times a day. They have washer and dryer, and most importantly, they have a case manager on site, and they get a chance to meet with them once a week to go over their plans. This place is such a life-changing for a lot of our homeless clients. It brings back their confidence, builds their dignity, and just having that hope that someday their life will get better. And this place, I tell you, I referred so many people there, over 60 clients since the beginning of the opening of this place. And my heart melts when I do see them, because I've seen them when they were out on the street, haven't showered in weeks or months, hungry, they smell. But when they got to this place, I tell you, I hug them. I give them hugs now. They're so proud of themselves. Their confidence is back. I have clients that haven't worked in years that are now so proud of themselves, working out there, and they're back on the workforce. And this place, like what was mentioned earlier, that it provides assistance to not just single adults, but for couples and families. And seeing the spark in their eyes, just the joy that they have, and the ability to actually get back on their feet. And that's with the assistance of this interim housing that Project Home Key provides for the community. For them to say, for them to tell me that now they don't have to worry about, figuring out where to get food or where to shower, and now they're able to communicate to other people that out in the community. Because when they were on the street, they felt like they don't belong to the community, and now they have that sense of belonging, right? So I'm just here to share my experience and having this shelter. It's such a blessing to our city, and it not only does it helps the community, but it also builds a relationshrelationship between the police department and the in-house community. Again, it's such a life-changing chance. It's a life-changing place. It provides a new beginning to all this people that has been unhoused for so long. And this place gives them that hope. And I wish some of you could go and see these people. They're out there working, and the case managers are actually out there. And I can say this because I go to the shelter, I go to this to this place at least once a week to touch base with the case managers, to the clients that are out there, to see where they're at. And so this place provides case management on site, and again, it gives a new beginning to those people that are in need. And if we really want to help these people and solve, or at least, improve their lives and stop the homeless issues that we have here in our county, then this is one of the best way to start. And
Thank you.
because not only
Oh, sorry.
that's okay. But again, thank you so much for allowing me to share with all of you.
Thank you so much, Officer McPherson. And with that concludes our presentation.
Thank you. Thank you to all the speakers. Can we pull up the city presentation to slide 20, please? Perfect. There we go. So I just want to say thank you to the City Council and members of the public for allowing us time to walk through this important discussion with you all. I want to leave this slide up just to kind of help guide the discussion now in terms of council direction and next steps. So as a reminder, the city does not currently have a decision-making role related to the Bella Vista interim housing project. Longer term in phase 2, RCD is expected to apply to the county for Measure A funds and probably request funds from the city of Santa Clara. So we may come back to council at a later date with the permanent project. And then regarding Life Moves, I think the city council, we'll hear from council and the community, and the council can direct staff to continue discussions regarding the proposed White Oaks Lane site. And that can include community engagement, additional analysis of the financial feasibility, and potentially consideration if the city of the city council's desire to enter into co-applicant status at a future council meeting. And then finally, on the basic services, staff is looking for direction to issue the RFP for mobile hygiene services, including bathrooms, showers, and laundry services. So that concludes our presentation. Staff is available to answer questions. We also have, obviously, the development teams are here, and our partners from the County Office of Supportive Housing to help answer questions. Thanks.
Thank you, Jonathan. So I'm looking at what the council input, the next steps of what we're going to be asked. You have the 4 items here, but the ones specifically for tonight are what, 3 and 4?
3 and 4.
Yep.
Yes,
Yeah.
Mayor.
Yep.
So whether or not we want to be the co-applicant and potential funder of the White Oaks Lane site project, that's one. And the RFP for the hygiene resources for our in-house. Those 2 items.
That's right. It's 3 and 4. So just to clarify a little bit on 3. So we didn't bring a resolution tonight to actually approve the co-applicant status. That would come at a later date. I think, first we need to explore the financial feasibility. So I think what we're looking for from council is, do we want to continue kind of exploring this project? That could include the community engagement, but also the feasibility studies. And if we make enough progress, then we would come back potentially with a resolution to approve the co-applicant status if the council wants to keep moving forward with this proposed site.
So based on the information you gave us today, do we want to keep moving forward on the White Oaks Lane as okay?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Thank you. All right. There's questions now from the council. Councilmember Jane, go ahead.
Yes, thank you everybody for presenting. I would like to say that I did, with council members Becker and Park, visit the Life Moves facility this past Saturday in Mountain View. And I believe Nora has some slides of photographs that I took. I don't know if you could put those up, but I had a question. A number of concerns that the community have, of course, they're valid concerns, are that this is a very busy place. When you get off of Lawrence onto Ponciana, It's kind of a quick turn till you get to White Oak Lane. And they're concerned that there's a lot of accidents or traffic there. And so I wanted to hear from staff if we have any police reports of accidents in that area, and that possibly what we might be able to do to improve the safety, whether we put up hawk type, what would help the situation. So I just wanted to go through these photographs that I took. I had presented a presentation on interim support services like we're getting from Dignity, possibly at our last council or previous council meeting. So the first two slides are from that presentation, but then there's photographs of what I took. So this just talks about this. Okay, so when we went there, as Joe Price had talked about, is there's case managers. So the support services are 30% of the space. And so you can see there's offices here for case managers, and there's probably about 6 offices for case managers that meet weekly with the residents. Next slide, please. So this is the program director, and you can see that there's actually a medical room there. So of course, people coming off the streets have lots of medical issues, and the unhoused use a lot of services at Valley Med. It's very expensive. Next slide, please. This is a room, and this is actually a room for 2 people. And you can see that they have some storage here, and then they have a bed and a desk. Next slide, please. And then they have bikes because, and you can see the bikes are only available to borrow for work or doctor's appointments or other program goals. So you can't just use them for going to the store or visit friends. Next slide, please. And then they have a job board. So you can see that they have lots of job postings. And, what you find is that people that have not bathed for weeks can't be employed. I mean, no one is going to want to work with the people that have hygiene issues. So you can see that a number of people start moving into the workforce. Next slide, please. And then here's more jobs: McDonald's, Costco, Safeway. And it says no experience, they will train people. I think that's my last slide. Next slide. Yeah, I think that's okay. So I just wanted to ask staff, the community, I think it's called Safe Santa Clara County. They had some proposals for alternate uses at this site. And they claim that there's a developer who's ready to build 61 units with 103 parking spots. Does staff have any information about that? And then I believe this site has been vacant. It's zoned commercial, but it's been vacant for 6 years. Any ideas why it's been vacant that long? Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Hardy, and this site is in your district.
Yes, and I know it quite well. I can give maybe a little more insight. There was a laundromat, there was a bar and a restaurant, and it was a dear friend of mine that owned the restaurant. There is a landowner for the land, and one of their employees backed into the gas main and caused a leak and panicked and left, and that's what caused the fire. So some of the people who are saying that it was from traffic on Lawrence Expressway in an accident, that is not the case. I do know that specifically. And according to my friend who had the restaurant there, it is the owner of the land and the buildings decided once the fire burnt everything to the ground not to rebuild. So my questions are, the county did not want to pick this up and chose not to. So I would like to know if there's some insight as to why. You talked about how long is a stay in one of these places. If the office are still around, or if someone case manager, what's a shortest stay, what's a longest stay, and what's an average stay at a shelter such as this for interim housing? And I'm hearing it would be only families with children. Is that a requirement or just something you would like to have? And then, I apologize, Jonathan, you were going through the slides so fast. I saw something about 1,400 approximately for operating costs. And I was writing that down and you flipped that. So then I was hearing 5 million or 2 to 3 million. So I was wondering about what kind of operating costs, because obviously the concerns are what would be there, how would it be operated, and the financial realities. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Watanabe.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you to everybody for all of the presentations. That was a lot to digest tonight. I don't know if you're taking any questions about Bella Vista also, but I did have a question regarding the community outreach that was done in August, and what the response was by the community at that meeting. Also, I understand there's 64 units of housing at Bella Vista, and then plans for a 7-story addition as part of phase 2. Is that 120 altogether or 64 plus 120? I just wanted to confirm that. Also, screening. What kind of screening would be done actually at both of these sites, both Bella Vista and White Oaks Lane? I know there have been questions about that. Also, subsidized food delivery, because we are looking to support people that are unhoused, that may not have jobs. Will there be some kind of food delivery services or the ability to cook at these locations? Also, regarding White Oaks Lane, what exactly, what kind of units will these be constructed out of? There have been talk about shipping containers. Is it actually shipping containers because of the time frame that's involved, or is it another type of material that will be used? Let me see. Regarding Officer McPherson, thank you for your presentation, and you definitely are very connected to the families there. Obviously, I think it's wonderful, and it's wonderful to hear how these children have a safe place to live, and the playground. I actually went back and watched the Life Moves video today with Joe McPherson, or Joe, and to see the presentation, and it really is really remarkable what's been done at this location. However, one thing I didn't hear addressed was crime, and what issues there may be. We've heard, and I think some residents that have spoken in the past have brought up concerns about like the Milpitas facility, for instance, the home key facility there, and there have been some crime issues. So what is happening? I understand there's on-site property management 24/7, but still it's important to know what the crime rate is, and how that is addressed and who's responsible. I think that's enough for now, Mayor, so I'll just leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Becker.
Thank you, Mayor. So my questions come down to, well, I know that it used to be, as Councilmember Hardy touched on, it was a bar, it was a liquor store, it was a restaurant, and a laundromat. And I know a lot of people in that neighborhood miss the laundromat. My question for that is, was there a lot of police reports when there was a bar in that location, as well as a liquor store? Maybe we have record that far back. I would like to know how many reports were when there was a bar and a liquor store, and try to compare that against a shelter like Mountain View or in San Jose. I know Councilmember Watanabe brought up some good points about that too, I think. think that was her that brought that up, as well as what will go there if this is not, if it's not for this. Will it be affordable, market rate? Can it go back to being commercial? Because like I said, I know a lot of people want that laundromat because that was very major thing for a lot of people in that area, especially living in those apartments. Will this be heavily regulated? Meaning that, you know, is it going to have a very major cleanliness factor? I know that's a major issue among a lot of my residents, is cleanliness, especially if it is a shelter for the unhoused. Will there be a no tolerance drug policy? Will there be drug testing? As I know a lot of people were asking me, and I said I don't know those full details on that. I will ask that during the public session during the meeting. Let's see here. Families will, Councilmember, I believe Councilmember Watanabe asked this too, as well as these two questions, which was families. Is it going to be families with children, and as well as screening? And lastly, what about people parking on the streets and congregating near that area, or basically, you know, setting up camp in a car in that area or sleeping in that region? And I know one of the big issues that was brought up to me a lot was about the 7-Eleven being there too. And if that would be a problem or a benefit because having a store close by. But those are basically my questions for now. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Park, go ahead. You have Bella
Yes,
Vista, your district.
Yes, thank you. And I understand that the long-term plan for Bella Vista would be affordable housing. I mean, I think we heard from the presentation that like even Life Moves, we would be expected, the city would be expected to put in $2 million for 7 years. And then after 7 years, there would have to be a long-term plan. My understanding is that the long-term plan for Bella Vista would be affordable housing. But what is the long-term plan for Life Moves after the 7 years? And how will Life Moves guarantee that housing will only be for families? And how will the applicants be selected, right? And to mirror Councilmember Becker's question, like after hours, I did notice the 7-Eleven there. So also full disclosure, when I first moved to Santa Clara, you know, over 25 years ago, I lived at Halford Gardens, which is right off that, right off of Poinciana and Halford. And I used to, I think everything was pretty much there. I used to walk down to the Taco Bell that was there at the time. That's no longer there. And I would see that there was a lot of nightlife around that time. As an engineer, I came home very late, and I'm very interested in knowing how they will ensure that the people who are living in the facilities will be kept at the facilities, and what the selection criteria would be. Thank you.
Councilmember Becker, your hand's still up. Did you forget something? Oh, okay. So Councilmember Jane, your hand's up again, but you've already spoken. So is that from before?
Oh, I think you were asking if Councilmember Becker had forgotten something. I did have a question. Will there be a curfew for the residents at this facility?
Okay, thank you. Just my thoughts on this by looking, I spent some time in the neighborhood to really look at that property. It's a difficult property. It's in a regular shaped lot. It's so close to Lawrence Expressway. When they shoot off of Lawrence Expressway and they turn right there, it's actually a challenging intersection. I'm just going to use those words, challenging, because it's fast moving. There's cars and they're shooting out. And again, this is a you know, if you're talking about putting families there, I really have to look closely at that. But one of the things that has changed for this is the financing of this project, and the fact that the county now is not the lead agency in this project. And we are being asked, and we'll be discussing it tonight after our public presentations from the public testimony, but we're going to be asked whether the city of Santa Clara wants to be a lead in this and provide really a significant amount of financing. And so I want to ask Jonathan, if you're the right person. They're estimating 14 million coming from us, but the thing that concerns me the most is the annual, you know, 2 million-ish, somewhere between 2 and 5 million as annual expenses for us. And I don't know if any of you joined us in this last budget, these budget hearings, but this council cut public safety and a lot of things that we can't afford at this time. This would be a big expense for us. And I'm not quite sure that this is the right property for that. So those are my concerns, the financing, the actual physical location of this, knowing that there's going to be families there. And if you spend some time in that area, you will see the enormous amount of density there is in that area. There's a lot of people living in that area. It's very busy, and now they're developing the Corn Palace, so it's going to be even busier in Sunnyvale. So I do have concerns about a lot of things that I don't know if you can answer those, Jonathan, but if you can either, try to address at least the financing that if we were to take on being, the lead agent of this, and what would be our opportunity to get future home fund financing if they have like a phase 3 of that. So there's a million questions for you. I don't know if everybody got them down, but Jonathan, Deanna, whoever would like to start with trying to answer some of our council questions. We appreciate it.
Sure. Deanna, I don't know if you want to jump in. I can try to quarterback the questions.
And I do know some of them, like specific police reports and others, we can't answer. I'm sure, you can do the best you can, but those kind of specific things are not going to be available. We understand that. So do the best you can. Thank you.
I was going to suggest that we start there actually. And I know that Assistant Chief of Police Derek Rush had an opportunity to do some research today. And so if you're on the line, I'm looking to see if he's on the line.
Let me see. I don't
see him.
Well, maybe we can come back if somebody.
Yeah, let's well, yeah. And Jonathan, if you could just start with the other questions.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I kind of wrote down the questions and broke them into kind of who I think might be best or most appropriate to respond. And so I'm going to take Councilmember Hardy's question about kind of the lead, whether it be the county or the city. And I think there was a question about the operating subsidies, the 1,400 and the 5 million. And then to the mayor's questions about financing, I'll talk a little bit into that. Andrew, our Director of Community Development, I'll ask him to speak about some of the prior proposals that might have come to the city regarding the site. And then there were a few questions for PD. I'm not sure if we'll have data tonight, but about reports on accidents at the intersection, and I think questions about police reports related to the bar and liquor store. And then we have the director the Director of Development at the County Office of Supportive Housing, Consuelo Hernandez. I'll ask her to weigh in on kind of the screening and referral process that will go through the county to talk about safety, selection criteria, crime, cleanliness, drug testing, those types of issues. And then there were some specific questions related to the development. So I think for RCD, there was a question related to the community outreach you did and what the response was, if you can answer that question. And then for Life Moves, there's a few questions. One is, what is the long-term plan after 5 to 7 years? What are some of the financing solutions possible at the site? I think there was a question about parking and overflow of overflow parking in the area, requirements for families and children to live there, and screening. And then one question about building materials, whether it's shipping containers or what the building construction would look like. So I'll kind of just walk through those and call on different people to answer the questions. I'll start. So with Councilmember Hardy's question about who would take the lead, it made a lot of sense for the county to take the lead on the Bella Vista site because they're actually acquiring the site and they're going to be the long-term owner of the site. They will ground lease it back to RCD, but they'll own it. Typically affordable housing, the restrictions are 55 years, so they'll be owning it for a long time, and they're acquiring the site. So they were the lead or the co-applicant there. When it comes to the White Oak Lane site, I think, in most cases, the county prefers that the city take the lead because they want the city council to have some authority over whether the project gets approved or not. Most of this is done in partnership with the county, and so they're not trying to kind of push projects into cities where they're not wanted. And so this is kind of the full opportunity for the council to and the community to explore the project and decide if we want to go forward with the project on our own. And so I think that's why the county and Consuelo can speak a little more into that, but I think mainly that's the intention with the city taking the lead here. In terms of the operating subsidy, so I apologize for rushing through the slides and the numbers. What I would say from the one slide where I referenced the 1,400, that's what the state is offering as a subsidy to the developer. So it's $1,400 per unit per month. So if you, on the Life Moves projects, for example, if you take the $1,400 times 60 units times 12 months, you would get about $1 million a year in operating subsidy. So the estimated cost from Life Moves is around $5 million. You would get at least $1 million for the first couple of years, I think, from Home Key. And so you still have kind of that gap of $4 million that gets filled in. So that's kind of how those two numbers relate. In terms of the financing, to the mayor's question, I think it's not so much tied to the applicant status, right? Whether the county is the co-applicant or not, they would still be a financing partner, and so they would still offer operating subsidies to Life Moves, whether they're the lead or not. But to your point, there's still an operating gap there, and so I think we'll hear from Life Moves a bit more, maybe specifically about kind of what the options are to close that gap. On the Life Moves Mountain View project, the costs were around $25,000 a unit. So here, then these are just initial estimates, but they came in close to $80,000 a unit. And a lot of that is because of the size of the units and family units, but it's still, at the end of the day, it's still kind of an absolute number that the city has to fill to make the projects work. We're generally, our funding role in affordable housing is on the capital side. So it's kind of a one-time subsidy into projects to build projects, but we're not generally ongoing funders on the operating side. Generally, the county has played that role. So this is new for us to engage in the ongoing operations. Now, on the Bella Vista site, because it's only two years of interim housing and there's a permanent plan in place, they didn't need any operating subsidy from the city. They were able to fill that with subsidies from the county and the state. And so I think that's about as much as I can say on that side. Andrew, I'll pass it to you to talk about perhaps other proposals that we heard related to the site, and if this project doesn't go forward, what you think might happen at the site.
Thank you, Jonathan. My name is Andrew Crabtree. I'm the Director of Community Development for the City of Santa Clara. And I believe there was a reference to another housing proposal. We have not had any formal permit applications on this site. We did have one or two preliminary reviews, really where someone came to the city, approached us and said, here's a possible project. Can you give us information about what the process would look like and so forth, but not reaching the point of an actual application. And I think the last one was in 2019, was for a residential project on the site, but it's nothing that's we're currently working on or reviewing in any way. It would require a general plan amendment to change the site to a residential use through through the city's regular development process. The site is currently designated for commercial use, similar to what was there in the past. So if someone were to come forward and want to try to develop it as an apartment building or townhouses or something in a residential way, that they would have to go through a general plan amendment process and be subject to the city's discretionary land use entitlement process with public hearings and so forth. What is different, of course, about the Project Home Key projects is that they are exempted from the city's local land use control by the state law, provided they meet certain provisions, and so then we do not have that land use process and is anticipated in this case. Absent this project going forward, I could not speak to what would happen necessarily. The city's general plan does support commercial use on the site, but of course, the property owner could submit and request a general plan change to try to develop something different.
Jonathan, Derek has been moved over so he can speak to issues of traffic and safety and crime.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. This is Derek Rush, Assistant Chief of Police for the Santa Clara Police Department. We had the opportunity to research this intersection. We have many avenues in which the community can reach us to log traffic complaints. We put it into our database and then we were able to research that. We went back 6 months for this intersection, specifically Poinciana and White Oak, and we've had no traffic complaints logged here. We also went back and researched through our dispatch center any accidents, either minor injury accidents, vehicle, pedestrian, or whatever the case may be. And there were no, there was one accident reported in September, and it was a minor injury accident. I'm sorry, minor property damage only accident, no injuries. There's been some suggestions as far as putting potentially a four-way stop sign at this intersection to relieve some of the traffic concerns. It was the belief of our traffic investigators as well as our traffic supervisor that if we were to do something similar to that, that it would cause a backup onto southbound Lawrence Expressway, which would create additional traffic concerns for high-speed traffic crashes. So that's the summary from what Council Member Jane's questions were. And regarding Council Member Becker's questions, as far as the police reports are concerned at that bar that was there, we have had police calls for service. We're currently having our records look into that to compile a list of police calls for service the last year that it was there. We can get that information to you as soon as we have that.
Great, thank you. I'm going to ask Director Consuelo Hernandez from the Office of Supportive Housing to address some of the questions related to screening and referrals, also crime and safety. I think there's a question about curfews, and then perhaps if you can talk about drug testing and drug policy, be greatly appreciated. Thanks.
Thanks, Jonathan. Good evening, Mayor Gilmore and members of the City Council. Consuelo Hernandez, Director with the Office of Supportive Housing. First, I wanted to thank you for your continued partnership. I think we've had 3 successful co-funded developments in your city as a result of Measure A, and I want to thank Andrew and Jonathan for all of their support in advancing those projects. Maybe I'll start with the county's decision on the lead role. As you know, our office has been taking, the primary role has been to produce permanent housing. And most recently over the last year, our board has directed us to partner with cities to advance temporary shelter options or temporary housing options. So you'll note that in the cities of Palo Alto and San Jose, the city has played the primary lead role in that. But as Jonathan mentioned, that doesn't mean you stand alone. Our office provides technical assistance. We have a most recent challenge grant that would provide $4 million in support to projects like this. So I just want to add that. In terms of screening overall for our supportive housing system, when it is a permanent housing or permanent, affordable, and supportive, we follow standard property management requirements, which I think Randy and Alicia can discuss further. When it comes to shelter, there are generally no background checks that are performed for shelters. So the project at White Oak would not necessarily have that as a requirement. And I think that the Life Moves team can talk to you all about curfews. Generally in our permanent, affordable, and supportive housing, there's no curfew. There are office hours, noise hours, if you will, just like at any other market rate development or affordable development that people have to follow community rules. But in terms of curfew, people do have the liberty of coming in and out. And perhaps the Life Moves team can speak more to their operations and their screening. In general, neither temporary or permanent requires drug testing. And then the other question was around crime statistics. And I know that the home key site in Milpitas is often cited. We did have a very violent incident happen at the site. It was a domestic violence situation. We don't talk about it very openly because of protection reasons for the victim and the victim's families. But that happens, incidents of violence, gender-based violence and survivors is something that happens not just in affordable and supportive housing, it happens all over our county. And so I did want to make that distinction. In terms of calls for service, what we're working on with the city of Milpitas now is taking a deep dive into the calls for service. For instance, in September, the police department reported that there were 20 calls for service at the site. And of those, 6 resulted in an actual police report. So what we're doing with the police department is really understanding where those 6 reports came from. Was it somebody that was stationed in our parking lot at the property? Was it one of our residents? And if so, how do we use that data to problem solve to reduce the calls for service over time? So that's the statistics on the Hillview site specifically, or the home key site in Milpitas. Across the county, we have a vested interest in making sure that these properties are viewed as, anchors that bring in viable communities that provide housing to our most vulnerable. And happy to answer any additional questions in terms of that. But I do think from a screening that the property management lens that Randy and Alicia can provide on the permanent side, they would be best to answer that. And then on the Life Move side, what they do for drug testing, cooking in the units, and curfews.
Thank you, Consuelo. So Alicia, if you're available from RCD, if you can talk about, I think Councilmember Watanabe asked a question about the community outreach that was done and kind of what the reaction was in the community, and then maybe follow up on some of those points that Consuelo just mentioned.
Yeah, I'm happy to. So the community outreach was multifaceted. We had begun meeting with different key stakeholders in the neighborhood, and personally walking the doors and knocking on the doors of the immediate adjacent homes right on behind the motel, and then leaving information with the folks that we met, and then for folks that we didn't, that weren't home at that time. And then we did a mailing to residents and owners within a 1,000-foot radius, so in all directions. And so that totaled about 2,500 postcards inviting everybody to the virtual community meeting with providing a Zoom link. At the meeting, as was mentioned, about 30 plus folks attended, some I see present. And what we heard through those meetings, the in-person, the Zoom meetings, and then the community meeting, was a lot of enthusiasm for, we need affordable housing, we need family housing, we need accessible housing, we need more bike parking. Security is currently an issue at the site of the Bella Vista Motel. We heard concerns about that there's currently issues. We did hear specifically from the homeowners, and then we were invited back to the homeowner association of the community right behind the motel. And we were able to take a deeper dive, and what we heard from those homeowners was some design input about requesting that we address some visibility and privacy issues. That was the main kind of design feedback that we got. We did hear concerns about traffic at that location, and a lot of the questions that you are asking, we got asked as well, but which we answered. And so we have taken that feedback back to our design team and refined the drawings to address the privacy concerns. So I think that input was really valuable. In terms of, and just to clarify, I also heard a question about confirming like, what's the real unit count? Is it's 120 inclusive or not inclusive of the motel? And that is inclusive of the converted motel apartments. So the motel units, some of them will get combined, and so that they will be larger because they are quite small right now. So some of them will remain that small size. Some of them will get combined to be more like a junior 1-bedroom, let's say. And then the new building will add the rest of the apartments, so that combined with the motel and the new building, that reaches the total of 120. And in terms of, just to give a little bit more additional information about the screening process for the permanent housing, as Consuelo mentioned, it is pretty much a normal landlord leasing process with the addition of the income eligibility. So we need to make sure that all the applicants meet the low income requirements at the different affordability levels, so that we're achieving the goal of providing that affordable housing that for that below market rent. And then the rest of the screening is what you are, is the normal screening. So, and what I mean by that is we will, take in a housing application, and that has your tenant history. We would do a background check and a credit check, and do an in-person interview, and landlord reference checks. And because the demand is so high for affordable housing, we typically have a window in the application for the applications to be received, and each application will pre-application will get a lottery number, a randomized number, and so all those applications will be processed in the order of that lottery number to make a fair, even playing field for everybody. Was there any other question that I didn't think to ask? I think in terms of cooking facilities, that is something that we've thought about for the Bella Vista site as well, because currently the motel rooms have just a microwave, and or actually they don't all have a microwave now. There is one microwave in like the space with the laundry, and so we would like to provide more ability for the residents during the interim to cook for themselves. So we're looking at options of either adding microwaves to the apartments, or creating a more centralized a kitchen where people can prepare their meals. And right now the motel rooms just each have a small refrigerator. So we do want to create that ability to have that more self-sufficiency.
Great, thank you. And the last set of questions I think are for LifeMove. So if Joe can help address some of these questions, what I have is, number one, what's the long-term plan after the first 5 to 7 years at the project? And then in terms of the financing solutions, perhaps you can talk about how you're working with other cities to address. I know you have projects, in other cities, how you're proposing to kind of tackle the operating subsidies there. There's also a question about overflow parking and congregating in the area, the requirement for families with children, and then if you can talk about the screening and curfews, and also the building materials that's going to be used at the site. That would be great. Thanks.
Absolutely. Now, the long-term viability and feasibility of these projects is something that we don't take lightly. This is really critical for everyone. And what we see is the need is great, and the need will continue. But what we're also looking at is, with the family center, we've been exploring ideas for units that are flexible and allow to accommodate larger families, which we're seeing becoming homeless. But then in the future, maybe 5 years from now or 7 years from now, what it would take to change those units to become permanent housing units. So we don't, as an interim site, and there's no cooking facilities inside the units. We want to provide all those services for clients so they can focus on other tasks So we have like a common central kitchen area. And we also have partnerships with food providers such as Loaves and Fishes who come in and deliver food. But what these projects are really all about is a public-private partnership. So it's a long-term commitment. And projects, the family sites that we built in Menlo Park 20 years ago are still going strong today. But I know that when they were starting out, you know, we didn't have all the answers. And that's where we are right now. We don't have all the answers, but we know we can get there. And a great example is working with the city of Palo Alto. Yes, when we first approached Palo Alto, there was operating costs, but we worked together to close those gaps because this is a partnership between a city or a county. So we're confident that we can and will be able to close that gap to deliver a successful program to the city of Santa Clara.
There was a question about length of stay. Our families tend to stay between 120 and 150 days. About 85% are successful in securing permanent housing of our families. About more than 4 in 5 families are successful in securing permanent housing.
And I'll also go back to the Palo Alto project because what Palo Alto is committing is $1 million per year over 7 years. And Life Moves is also making a strong commitment to see the success of that project go forward.
Thanks, Joe. I think there was the other questions were related to maybe the building materials, whether they're shipping containers or not.
That's right. They're definitely not shipping containers. We're very sensitive to the adjacent neighborhood, and we want to be respectful of that. So what we're looking at is custom, high-end designed, prefabricated modular structures. So we go prefabricated because of the timelines that Jonathan mentioned earlier on. We have to build this within 8 to 12 months. So modular allows us that flexibility, but there's many modular vendors out there who build multi-million-dollar homes, and that's the vendors we're looking to partner with to deliver a high-quality project that would be fitting for this site. We would also be respectful of, I think somebody asked the question about the perimeter screen. It could be a green screen. Again, it's going to be sensitive and sympathetic to the surroundings. This could even be a green hedge.
Okay. I think we covered most of the questions. If we missed anything, please just remind us and we can try to get the answers back.
Thank you, Jonathan. I don't actually know how you did it, but I think you answered all that. You organized them well and answered those questions. Bravo. Thank you. So I appreciate everybody who was involved in this, and we have a lot of information, and I think has really answered a lot of our questions. I want to get to the public because I can anticipate that we'll have a lot of speakers on this issue. Councilmember Jane, your hand is up.
Yes, my question about curfews was not answered.
Okay, before I'd really like to go to the public. So now I don't want the council to go through a second round of a bunch of new questions. The curfew question. All right, Councilmember Park, did we miss a question?
Yes, I had asked about how we guarantee that the housing will be only for families and how the applicants would be selected and what happens after the 7 years.
I think she talked about after the 7 years, but Jonathan, do you want to either repeat some of these answers, or I didn't think there, I thought she said no curfew, but okay, either if repeat the answers that were given. Thank you.
Yeah. So regarding the 5 to 7 years, I think that's still an outstanding question. I think what Life Moves had said, what I heard was they don't have the answers yet. They're kind of working through that. That's one of the challenges on that model, is to figure out what the long-term plan is, if it's converting them to permanent housing or or that's just part of the feasibility that we're exploring on that side. So there isn't a clear answer. I think on the curfews, I think what Director Consuelo Hernandez had said was kind of referring to the specific property managers at the sites, that it's not a requirement from the city in terms of referrals, but how they handle it on a project by project basis. So maybe Joe can speak into that specifically for the Life Move site.
Quickly speak. Yes, thank you. I see we have a lot of speakers, so. Joe? You want to repeat what you said earlier?
I was looking for a VP of programs who is much more in tune with everything that we do on our sites. Brian, I think he's joining now because I want to give an accurate answer. And because I know that we run our site safe.
Or the question, please.
Do we have a curfew or not?
Curfew.
So we have a voluntary curfew. We accommodate for going to see family, for going to work, or going to doctor appointments. We don't have a mandatory curfew, but there's a lot of carrots offered to comply with a voluntary curfew. With families, we ask that they be in by 10 p.m. At our shelters. But again, people work 24/7. People are employed as drivers in restaurants. People, our families, the great majority of families have at least one working adult. And we accommodate.
Thank you very much. All right. We are going to the public now, and there's the potential that we have maybe over 100 speakers. So I know that we normally offer 2 minutes, but that would take us many, many hours. So I'm going to ask our members of the public, because we want to hear from everyone. We'll let everyone speak that wants to speak, that we reduce the time to 1 minute. And I know there will be a lot of speakers possibly saying the same thing, but maybe if you want to hear if someone's representing your position, you don't even have to take a minute. We can hear you. We did receive, I want to say that we received probably more correspondence on this issue here than we've ever gotten on probably any issue. So we all had the opportunity to look at those emails and text messages that came in. So thank you for everyone for taking the time to express your opinion on these projects. And so we do have that information as well, and it is part of our public record, I wanted to say. So I'm going to start with our public members. I will call the member that is going to speak, and also the next one in line to so that you would be able to queue up and be ready. And our city clerk is going to be working and organizing the time period on the speaking, and everyone will have a minute. So we're going to start with Bina, followed by Tina. So go ahead, Bina, you're first.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Awesome. Thank you. I live in this neighborhood for 7+ years, and we have a school-going child who walks right by that street every single day. And there are at least 1,000 kids within 500 blocks. And you said you got 2,500 families living within 1,000 feet of this. And we spend millions of dollars on the house. We are spending thousands of dollars on the property tax for living in a safe neighborhood with our small child that we are trying to raise. This is really, really disheartening to us. And I really hope that you are considerate and respecting all the young children walking right by this street, and not keep this project in this extremely dense area with a lot of children, and move it to somewhere where there is less risk to the children, to the traffic, to the neighbors, and everything.
Thank you. Tina, you're next, followed by Amy. Go ahead, Tina.
Hi.
Hi.
Hi, this is Tina. I'm a resident in White Oak neighborhood, and I'm against building a homeless shelter in White Oak, mainly because the site is not friendly for the homeless, and it's not cost effective for the city government. The White Oak site is very unfriendly. to the homeless people. It's not convenient for them to live nearby because there's no nearby public transportation, and it's not easy for them to move around to work or go to find a job. And it's very dangerous at the intersection of several high traffic roads, especially close to Lawrence. The fast moving cars shooting out can come out anytime, so which can easily cause traffic accidents for the homeless, especially dangerous for little kids. And the proposed site is very small, so it's too crowded to fit hundreds of people in such a small place. Almost not possible to guarantee their life quality. The proposal is also not cost effective for the city. It requires building from scratch.
Thank you. We have Tina next, followed by Amy. Oh, Amy, go ahead, Amy, followed by Danny. Amy, there you go.
Yeah, actually, I'm surprised that Life Moves will pick this site for homeless. I heard that Life Move representative Brian Greenberg keeps mentioning that they will keep the homeless family and children safe. This is ridiculous because this is a well-known dangerous place with busy intersections and noises. We have accidents with serious property damages on Wyckox every 3 to 4 months. One of my neighbors assisted with 2 accidents in the past 5-6 months where cars are tolerated. If we build a homeless housing there and a child gets hit, who will be responsible for it? Anyone who approves this project should be responsible for it. Thus, I strongly urge Santa Clara City Council to reject the proposal of Life Move to build a project at White Oak Lane. This is not a good residence place for homeless people, for any people. Anyone who approves this project are placing homeless people in danger. If Life Move insists on building the homeless housing here, I will doubt the real.
All right, Danny, go ahead, Danny, followed by Lily. Danny? There you go.
Lots. So let me make clear, I really like to support the homeless housing, especially to help the family with minors. But it's definitely a horrible idea to put the sites there. So so according to the information you just shared, right, it will be a complete shipping container-based housing that would be piled up to 2 to 3 floors. That's dangerous, even for, I mean, especially for the small kids, right? Actually, I did some research. So I like to ask the city to build a permanent housing, a new apartments to help them. I found the Santa Clara City has a funding called Rainy Day Funding, which is more than $57 million. That'd be enough to build a new apartment, a great one for the family with kids. Please do that. Don't build a container one. That's horrible. Thank you.
Thank you. Lily, we have Lily, followed by Evelyn. Go ahead, Lily.
Oh, hi.
Hello.
Hi, I'm a resident. I live 0.2 miles away from the 2035 White Oak Lane. I'm strongly opposed to this project simply because that place is not safe for anyone to live there. If a car runs into the house, it will be burned down and people who live there will die. And we are not talking about 1 or 2 persons. We are talking about at least 100 lives. To whoever supports this project, are you really trying to save a homeless life, or are you trying to kill them at once? Are you going to take the responsibility for that? Would you recommend a house that sits on a ramp to your friends? Would you let your family live in such a dangerous and noisy place? That land has been vacant for a reason, because it is even dangerous for commercial use. All the money spent on this housing project will be gone if any accident happens. If you decide to spend so much money to solve the homeless issue, why don't you choose somewhere safe, spacious, and durable? So please.
Thank you. Evelyn, followed by Winnie. Go ahead, Evelyn. Go ahead.
Hi, as a Santa Clara resident, I strongly opposing the White Oak Lane interim housing project. This is not an appropriate location for such a project. This location is right like off-ramp of Lawrence Expressway, surrounded by high-density residential complexes. So there are heavy traffic flow each day at this location. A lot of them are at very high speed, just right off Lawrence. Building an interim housing at this location will expose their residents, especially the children, to significant dangers. Previous 6 months traffic report was talking about something in the past before the 60 units was introduced to the area. But after this place was built up, that will be a completely different story in terms of the traffic conditions. And also, there's no detailed plan about how to guarantee only family and the children will be living there. Also, there's no detailed plan about how to fulfill the operation gap. It's only just a general promise. It's nothing actual detailed. So
Thank you. Winnie, followed by Richard. Go ahead, Winnie. You're muted. Winnie? Hello, Winnie. Are you there? Winnie?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yeah, now we can. Go ahead, Winnie. Go ahead.
Hi, I'm a homeowner in Santa Clara City, where Oak Lane is very close to my home. As someone has been suffering from depression for the past few years, the Where Oak Lane could be the worst location ever for someone who is currently suffering from mental illness. I think, first of all, this location is terrible. It's a dangerous intersection next to the expressway. The report database doesn't tell you that because I walk by it every day. All the neighbors know about it. Secondly, this tiny container is rather small to improve mental health conditions. So I just urge the city officer to really think about the residents' well-being and choose the better location rather than fighting something purely for politics. And also in terms of money, spending on one unit each year, I think that is more than my salary. I'm a single mother with 2 kids. So yeah, that's just my opinion. I think also, I heard there are more than 2K physical signatures collected from residents who vote no.
Thank you. Richard, followed by Paul. Go ahead, Richard. Richard, you're muted. Can you unmute yourself, Richard? Richard? This is Richard, Santa Clara resident. Richard? Okay, Richard? Okay, maybe we can try Paul and come back to Richard. Paul?
Hi,
There
can you
go.
hear me?
Hi, Paul. Yes, we can. Wait, yes, we can. Go ahead, Paul.
Great. So thank you guys for all your solutions on homelessness, but I think in general, we're trying to avoid concentrating homeless people on off-ramps, and that is what the proposal is. This is an off-ramp. It's not just for safety, it's also for noise. People are careening around this at high speeds and, you know, revving their engines and going on. I can't imagine from a noise standpoint that that's going to be very conducive to mental health for really anyone. That's why this is designated as a commercial space. The only transit in the area is, by my count, 17-minute walk. And the only amenities are a 7-Eleven and a small park with outdoor bathrooms. I think it's no kind of like surprise or, you know, wonder why no one is getting hit. No one's walking around there. And the only people that are going to not make it in this facility are going to go to the park.
Thank you, Paul. Richard, let's try again. No, Richard's gone now. Jonathan. Jonathan? We heard from Paul already. So, Jonathan?
There's the unmute. Okay,
Yay,
finally.
we're here. You're here. Hi,
Great.
Jonathan. Welcome.
So,
Go ahead.
good evening. Good evening, Council. I'm Jonathan. I'm a member of SAFE SCC and a 50-year native resident. Born here, still live a few blocks from White Oak. I hope you really listen to what I have to say here. I'm a commodities trader, so I'm going to present a slightly somewhat different angle of risk versus reward. When you're assessing any important decision, you've got to assume that the worst case scenario, no matter how unlikely, could happen. And if it does, how bad will it be? In this case, sure, it's easy to assume that there won't be an increase in crime, in sanitation problems, in noise or disruption, and so forth. But what if you're wrong? What's the black swan scenario here? It's the destruction of lives, of homes, of people, of entire communities. If you're wrong and the worst case happens, it will be directly your fault. The risk is just way too high. You've heard from thousands of local residents who were happy to sign their name to their opposition of the project. Now you need to represent your community and stop any further exploration of the White Oaks temporary.
Thank you, Jonathan. Davika, go ahead, Davika, followed by Sam.
Hi, my name is Devika and I'm a resident of the neighborhood right next to White Oaks. I'm just less than 100 meters from there, and I am a family with little kids. And there is proof, there is research that homeless people suffer from substance abuse, suffer from a lot of other crimes. And I definitely do not want to raise my kids in such a neighborhood. What if my kids and other kids in this area get exposed to any kind of drugs? What if they get into the habit? You are probably destroying an entire generation of kids who might be living here and may get exposure to these things. So I really urge you to do not proceed with the White Oaks Home Key project. It is genuinely going to affect our kids and our families. Thank you.
Thank you. Sam, you're next. Sam, followed by Tata.
Hi, I'm Sam. I'm a resident of Santa Clara and I'm a member of SAFE SCC. The plan of putting an interim housing center of nearly 200 people in the middle of a residential neighborhood is a dangerous experiment that we do not want in our peaceful neighborhood. According to Santa Clara's own stats, there's a much higher incidence of mental health, PTSD, drug and alcohol issues in this population. While you might be reducing the issues in the city, you're drastically increasing the risk in our immediate neighborhood. We want projects which makes the neighborhood more safe than it's right now. So we should not be comparing crime stats. We should be comparing crime stats now, not when it was a bar or whatever, as Council Member Becker suggested. We believe that Life Moves and Joanna Price has not been truthful about the project at all. They haven't actually spoken about how they're going to ensure that it is going to be families. They're being wishy-washy about it. That raises serious concerns. They haven't spoken about background checks either. Note, they cannot do anything under Home Key 2.0 laws. Also about the curfew, there's going to be a huge spillover with alcohol abuse and drug abuse. The Con Palace coming up nearby. This is of serious concern to the community. Thank you.
Thank you, Sam. Tata, followed by Sagar. Go ahead.
Audio check, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Yes, go ahead.
So I understand homelessness is a problem in California, and we need a solid solution to end the homeless. But these projects will create much more problems than it seems to solve. The selection of the sites will put both homeless people and the existing community in danger and risk. It will destroy our trust in mayor and the council. It is a reasonable doubt that project will benefit the Life Moves and other interest groups behind it. As Mr. Brian Greenberg claims, Life Moves is a do-good-thing organization. Why don't you use your own money to do it yourself through a standard procedure instead of using government money to fulfill your company's ego and agenda? From all I know, Life Moves does not sound like a non-profit organization. Instead, it is a waste and a cost center to taxpayers. As a community member and American citizen, I represent all my family and neighbors to strongly oppose the.
Thank you. Thank you, Tata. Sagar, followed by Lewis. Go ahead.
Hi, I'm a member of SAFE SCC and spent the last month digging into Home Key 2.1 Life Moves. So I have to say that Life Moves is doing wonderful things for the community, but in this case, the execution is not well thought out. They should spend more effort in finding the right location instead of putting 3-story containers at the first thing they found on Redfin. I want to talk about Redwood City Life Move facility. A person who presented stays there, so he can attest to what I'm saying. There's a park next to it. It's filled with cigarette butts, broken glass, beer can tabs, and I have photos about the same that I took yesterday. I spoke with neighbors immediately next to it, and they tell me it's because of this facility. Similar things at Mountain View. Life Moves doesn't seem competent at managing budgets either. They increased the budget at Palo Alto by 48%. I also want to ask Officer McPherson if she has seen the stats at the Milpitas Homeless Center. I understand why she wants to share an emotional story on behalf of Life Moves, but 50 young calls, assault, rape, murder, that's not Santa Clara. And these are prefab structures. Look at Councilmember Jain's photos. I'll leave you with that.
Thank you. Louis, followed by Helena. Go ahead, Louis.
Hi, I'm Louis. I'm a mother of two. So I would like to share my concerns about two areas. One is noise pollution. The other one is a traffic jam. The Lawrence Expressway has a speed limit of 50 miles per hour. For average traffic flow at 50 miles per hour, the noise level could be 70 decibels for a regular car and 85 decibels for heavy trucks. Noise above 70 dB over a prolonged period of time may start to damaging people's hearing. Loud noise above 120 dB will immediately harm someone's ears. So if the house type at White Oak is a storage unit, the insulation in general could be worse than regular buildings. If the site is planned for families with young children, the prolonged noise from Lawrence could cause health issue for kids living on site. And that's a big no, in my opinion. The Life Move project in Mountain View, 2566 Leghorn Street is on a local road.
Thank you. Helena, followed by White Oak resident. Helena, go ahead.
Hey, good evening, Mayor Gilmore and respectful council member. And thank you so much for the great work. And Jonathan and Alicia, thank you for the great presentation. Mayor Gilmore, I want to especially thank you for, I heard you say earlier, you made a trip to visit the neighborhood. You noticed that is a very irregular R-shaped lot right off the high-speed, high-traffic Lawrence Expressway, and also in a very condensed, high populated neighborhood with a lot of small children. So I would like the mayor and also the council members to seriously considering not to be a co-applicant for this project. And this is a humanity issue. We want to help and we want to offer a better solution for the unprivileged people.
Thank you, Helena. White Oak resident, followed by Rob. Go ahead. Oh, you're unmuted. Go ahead.
Thank you. Hello, I'm a resident. I live actually about 300 feet away from this proposed site on White Oak Lane. For me, this is not a question whether we should or shouldn't house and support our homeless. This is something I feel we are morally obligated to. However, this is a question now of whether White Oak Lane is a suitable site that would make for a successful project. And first off, like I say, I have long supported and advocated for our homeless, and I have supported actually some of our other home key initiatives in Santa Clara recently. And it pains me to say this, but I am opposed to White Oak Lane. The site is not suitable. I appreciate and I love what Life Moves is doing, but this doesn't make for a good site. The police chief said, assistant police chief said a few minutes ago that there was no accidents there. One thing, context I'm gonna throw out, jurisdiction is really crazy here. Within 100 feet, you have Sunnyvale, Santa Clara, and Highway Patrol. I've responded to 2 vehicle collisions with significant property damage in the last 3 months.
Thank you. Rob, followed by Edward.
Hi, I'm a member of the organization Safe SCC. Council members, we've sent each of you a copy of a 19-page document outlining our issues with the proposed White Oak location. I trust you've each had an opportunity to read it, so I won't restate its points here. Instead, I'd like to focus on the community's inability to alter plans once they are set in motion. Regardless of the amount of outreach, which there have been none at this point, we ultimately do not have a say as to what kind of center is built nor how it is run. While Life Move states that it is only for families, that is patently false. Project Home Key 2.0 specifically states that you cannot discriminate against who stays at these locations. Also, as noted by previous speakers, there is no screening for those who will stay at the White Oak site. Due to its due to its location being the first of its kind, that being squarely in a residential area, combined with the fact that it lacks screening and does not have the ability to make a family-only facility, we oppose the proposal for the evaluation of White Oak to be used for Project Homekey. Even the most staunch champion of housing the homeless audibly agrees that this location is not suitable for such a project. That is why we humbly ask that the council to vote no on proceeding with the White Oak site evaluation for use with Project Homekey. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Rob. Wow, you got that in there. Edward, followed by Rose. Go ahead, Edward.
Hey, my name is Edward. I live very close to the White Oak land. I'm strongly opposed this project. I'm very worried about the no screen requirement. Without a proper background check, the development just bring the alcohol and drug abuse to local residential area. Life Moves mentioned that they will not allow such activities on site, but it just can't prevent those activities at all, and only will push them to nearby streets or parks. It brings new problem to the local community. It is really a life-changing to existing residents who originally doesn't have to go through this. So I strongly urge all council members to vote no to this project at this location. Thanks.
Thank you. Rose, followed by Viraj. Go ahead, Rose.
Hi, I've been a homeless advocate for over 10 years and a long-term resident for over 30 years. My work helping the homeless has been recognized by the Justice and Diversity Center. In my opinion, Life Moves has made a lot of misrepresentations. The White Oak location is far from necessary support services and not within walking distance of transportation. It takes me over 25 minutes to get to the nearest stop. I live here and I've actually tried walking it with children. It should also be noted that Life Moves has refused to put in writing that the housing will be for families and minor children, and their track record has shown they far surpassed their estimated budget. I'm particularly concerned that this project is being sponsored by Life Moves, which has a reputation for failing to listen to the concerns of the homeless. I've heard things from homeless folks, but there are some quotes from BBB and Yelp. Food there expires, not healthy for kids. Staff stole my clothes 3 weeks ago. They refuse to give them back. They take your money and throw out their food. Throw you out there. Food is very, very nasty and the place is not clean. Meds have come up missing also. We need shelters and services for homeless, but White Oak and Life Moves are not the appropriate answer.
Thank you, Rose. Viraj, followed by Amy.
Hello, hi. I live like a block away from the White Oak site, and I strongly want to oppose this project, mainly because from my personal experience, I have 2 kids, and right now we bought this place considering that it was a very safe place to live and safe neighborhood. But with this project, I don't think this will remain safe. I won't be able to let my kids out on the streets and feel comfortable about that. And I have the same concerns for all the other kids which I see in the neighborhood, where they go to the park, go to the schools which are in the same area. And apart from that, I think we put our life saving in buying the property in this area, considering it is safe, and we are paying so much of a property tax to live in this area. I think with this project, I think all that money we have invested into, I'm not just like happy with how this will end eventually. So, and I also think a lot of questions asked to Homekey or Life Save, they are put.
Thank you. Amy, followed by Todd. Go ahead, Amy.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
I'm a Santa Clara resident and I live very close to the White Oak Lane. I strongly oppose this White Oak Lane site. This location is not appropriate. I just want to share my experience. I was attacked by a homeless last January right in front of a Safeway in San Mateo. After that, I got severe anxiety and PTSD. My husband and I worked really, really hard and finally moved to this neighborhood. We came here also with the hope that life would be better, but this proposal just makes things worse. I don't want what happened to me happen to any kids or neighbors here. I don't think I'm the only one who's suffering in this neighborhood, so I strongly urge the city to stop all the exploration of this site.
Thank you, Amy.
Thanks.
Thank you, Amy. Todd, go ahead, Todd, followed by Karthikeyan. Go ahead, Todd.
Yeah, my name is Todd Langton. I'm a co-founder of Agape Silicon Valley, outreach group that serves the homeless. We're all volunteer, none of us get paid. My full-time job is actually a financial advisor. I deal with high net worth individuals. The greatest joy I have on a weekly basis is working with the unhoused. And by the way, they're not homeless, they're unhoused. I urge all of you to get out there and serve the unhoused, and you'll have a paradigm shift as I have had. If not here, then where? If not you, then who? If not now, then when? I urge you to study the cities like Austin, Salt Lake City, and Bakersfield, and find the success that has happened in those cities once they found housing. Crime has gone down, accidental deaths, drug, alcohol, hearing, all those issues that you've all brought up are really not pertinent here. So I strongly support the White Oaks and the Bella Vista project.
Thank you, Todd. Karthikeyan, followed by Stephen. And I'm sorry if I mispronounced your name. Go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Okay. I live a stone's throw away from the White Oaks Lane location. That location at the corner of 3 different roads. One of them is an expressway with an off-ramp with a sharp right turn to White Oaks Lane. You heard the police officer say that there have not been any recent accidents. There is a reason behind it. It is because that space has remained vacant for the past 6+ years. Placing homeless people on container-like structures in one of the most challenging locations that's right next to hundreds of apartments, hundreds of single-family homes, a development that is currently underway at the Con Palace, a Jesuit middle school across from Lawrence, is a huge disservice to the homeless people as it is to the residents like me who live here in this neighborhood. Given the financial implications of the city that is on hook for many millions of dollars, I sincerely urge you to not approve this location for homeless shelter. Thank you.
Thank you. Stephen, followed by Jennifer. Go ahead, Stephen, when you're ready. Go ahead.
Yep. Hi, this is Stephen. I'm a long-term resident in Santa Clara. I have a couple of questions and comments regarding this project. So first one, after hearing all parties, it seems family-only rule for that facility is not enforced or guaranteed by anyone. I think without any enforcement, there will be a huge concern regarding the safety for local residents. The second question is like, do we have enough funding for this project in terms of long term? I think a lot of officials already mentioned that. So would that require moving the fundings from other department like fire department or public school funding, something like that? Next thing is about Milpitas home key project. I think there were not only one murder, but also rape and assault with knife and many other issues within just a couple months operation. So this has way more crime rate compared to a normal residential facility. So I hire.
Thank you, Stephen. Jennifer, followed by Landy. Go ahead, Jennifer. You're muted. Can you unmute? There you go. Go ahead, Jennifer.
Hello, hi, I'm Jennifer. I actually moved here to the Bay Area 2 years ago from New York City. New York City has a huge homeless issue, well, unhoused population issue. So I was thinking if I want to start a family, I should find somewhere that's safe, that's promising, that I can start my future here, my career, my family. So I moved here. So everything has been going very well until recently I noticed this news, and then I joined this group to have discussions. I educated myself. I learned all the information I can, but still no, I don't think White Oak Lane is a good location for Life Moves participation to have this home key project. I totally support home key project. I do think those unhoused population, they should have a home so they can dress themselves, go to work, drop their kids to school, and that's totally good. I hope that's for them, but I don't think this is a good location inside all these residential areas, and my kids won't feel safe growing up walking by these areas.
Thank you. Landy, followed by Huang. Go ahead, Landy.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Go ahead.
I highly oppose the White Oak Lane project. I think putting homeless in the highly dense residential area to increase the diversity is ridiculous. There are several large vacant lots along Expressway 237. Probably you can consider buying land there with cheaper price, which will save taxpayers money. If there are less supermarket over there, the government can consider using shuttle bus to transport the homeless. Putting homeless, of whom there are more than 50% of them has drug problems and mental illness. It is dangerous to the small kids and people who live in the community. Life Moves arbitrarily try to push project with any disclosures from the beginning. We don't trust them to operate friendly to neighborhood moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Landy. Huang, followed by Rick. Go ahead, Huang.
Hey, good evening. My name is Huang. As a long-term Santa Clara resident, I'm strongly against this shelter project. I have a deep concern on the potential increasing crime, abuse of alcohol, etc., which may be caused by this project. Like everyone else, I hope to live in a secure and safe community. This is especially important for the small kids. I believe a lot of residents nearby share the same concern as I do. I would urge you to consider take more public opinions to vote no for this project and stop exploring further for this one. Thank you.
Thank you, Wang. Rick? Go ahead, Rick, followed by Mel.
Hi, good evening. My name is Rick LaSalvis with SV at Home. I was actually born and raised in Santa Clara. I own a home in Santa Clara, and I'm here to express my strong support for RCD's Bella Vista project and Life Moves interim family housing project on White Oak Lane. These are opportunities that we need now. They'd bring 120 affordable homes to the city, which I think is great. They're going to underutilized sites, making them ideal for housing solutions because we need them. And we also know that Home Key Solutions transform similar underutilized sites like the one in Mountain View into safe, accessible, well-designed, well-managed communities. So they sort of already proved by themselves that they're extremely effective and prudent uses of limited public funds, and they're valuable community assets. If you haven't, go visit one, check it out for yourself. So I urge council to support these opportunities because they're good, they're right, they're needed. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Rick. Mel, go ahead, Mel, you're next, followed by Kat.
Hello, my name is Mel, and I'm a member of SAFE SCC. Neighbours contacted Life Moves repeatedly over the last few weeks, and Life Moves had zero interest in talking to residents, but yet they seem very happy to court council members. Nevertheless, community outreach has been done by SAFE SCC, and neighbours have spoken. Over 95% of residents contacted are opposed, and the council has 2,100 signatures from people in this neighbourhood who say this is the wrong project in the wrong location. We will not be gaslit. We know this project will make our neighbourhood less safe and less livable. It doesn't matter what was at this site 6 years ago, and that comparison by council members is completely disingenuous. Life Moves have told council members that they will institute no alcohol policies, 24-hour security, and build relationships with law enforcement. If this project has no negative impact, why would we need those mitigations? What is Life Moves not telling us? I know the answer, and you know it. You wouldn't want this right next to your house where your children are growing up. Vote no and shut down this radical social experiment. Thank you.
Thank you, Mel. Kat, followed by Brandon. Go ahead, Kat.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, honorable council members. My name is Kat Wortham, and I am speaking tonight on behalf of the Housing Action Coalition. Excuse me. I'm speaking tonight on behalf of the Housing Action Coalition. We are a member-supported nonprofit that's focused on building all sorts of housing at all income levels, and that includes Project Home Key projects. I will say I'm not speaking tonight on White Oak, but just want to support the Bella Vista in Clara Gardens redevelopment. I think as we've seen, developers in the city and the county can all partner together and move forward unique housing options that support everyone we need to support in our community. I would really strongly urge the council to look at what the developer has done in Bella Vista and apply that to the White Oaks as well. And I will yield the rest of my time. Thank you.
Thank you, Kat. Brandon, followed by Nick. Go ahead, Brandon.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm a local resident. Having closely followed all the discussions tonight, I'm having just more and more concerns around the White Oak Lane project proposal. Safety is actually one issue. Like according to Life Moves officials, it's a 10 minutes walk to El Camino Real, but it's actually a 10 minutes walk along Lawrence Expressway. Like sidewalk is directly exposed to the 50 miles per hour traffic. It's not safe, and it's especially an issue if the target tenants are like families with small children. Another obvious point is that it's the cost. And I believe one factor leading to the like less cost effective is the lot is small. Like if you build single family homes on top of it, you can end up with almost 3 or 4 of them. Like smaller size limits the number of units you can build in this shelter, and which means you can amortize all the fixed costs effectively, and which means you are spending like taxpayers' money less effectively. So I think this is not a good site for building a shelter. Thank you.
Thank you, Brandon. Nick, followed by Kelsey. Go ahead, Nick.
Hi, my name is Nick, and I'm a resident who lives close by to the White Oak proposed site. I second everything that has been said so far about the safety of the community and the location being suboptimal, but I wanted to bring up the point that Life Moves have made so far about wishful thinking about screening residents. They made that claim and it was refuted later in the evening. And I want to highlight that although they claim they can be on target for budget and do this under a low budget, they also brought up points that said that this would be extremely expensive if they were to implement certain features that is being asked for. So because of these inconsistencies, I really am against this project, both from a community safety standpoint and from a county and city budgeting perspective. Thank you.
Thank you, Nick. Kelsey, go ahead, Kelsey, followed by Vanessa.
Good evening. My name is Kelsey Baines. I am with YIMBY Action. We advocate for welcoming communities where everyone can thrive. And I want to urge you to demonstrate leadership tonight by moving forward with the White Oak Project. As a psychologist, I've served veterans experiencing homelessness in our community, and I served on the county's unhoused task force. And I think it's important to recognize that the status quo is what is unsafe. It's unsafe for families and children who are experiencing homelessness, and it makes us all unsafe to have people on the street, because being unhoused is very destabilizing, and interim housing helps connect people with services and makes us all safer. I wish that Safe SCC was more concerned with slowing cars to make the neighborhood safer instead of shutting the door on our most vulnerable neighbors. So I recognize that it takes a lot of courage to stand up to a fearful mob, but I hope you do your best to get this done. And so you don't have to live with a conscience that every.
Okay, Vanessa, go ahead, Vanessa, followed by Felix.
Hi, Mayor, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Vanessa Silberman, and I'm the leader of Homeless Initiative for the City of Santa Clara. Mayor Gilmore and all, thank you so much for this evening and for taking this time. And since we met in my backyard in August with the community police and officials, I have seen the hard work that you are doing. The unhoused people already live in our neighborhoods. They walk and ride down Lawrence every day. They use the sidewalks to sleep, and they die because of being in dangerous locations already. What most of the speakers today are unaware of is that the homeless community is here, and they don't understand their daily lives or their needs. My suggestion tonight has nothing to do with this project. I'd like to propose an immediate action on the homelessness task force put forth by Councilman Jane. This task force has a crucial role in taking a deep dive into these kinds of projects. And I believe that with this task force, we can find a great location and solve this in our community.
Thank you, Vanessa. Felix, go ahead, Felix, followed by Pilar.
Hi, good evening, Mayor and council members. I am speaking on behalf of Blue Shield of California. As a nonprofit health plan, we have contributed $20 million to the massive Home Key effort, which just in a few short months has helped create over 1,000 housing units in 24 different locations. Our comments tonight are not specific to any of the proposed projects. We just wanted to say for the record that we strongly support the City of Santa Clara's recent purchase of additional hotel sites through Project Home Key to support the local homeless unhoused population. Not only is it the right thing to do, but it's efficient, and the per unit cost of hotel conversions has been less than the previous conversions and other types of supportive housing. So thank you for the opportunity to support and uplift our unhoused community members and improve public health.
Thank you, Felix. Pilar, go ahead, Pilar, followed by Zeke.
Great, good evening. My name is Pilar Furlong, and I am a longtime resident of Santa Clara. My family's been a homeowner in this city for over 50 years. I was really excited to hear about the Home Key project, and particularly the Bella Vista one. I'm really familiar with that property. And when I found out that it was a potential Home Key site, I thought, great, you know, it can have some upkeep and it can be put to a wonderful use, providing homes and shelter for our unhoused neighbors. So also really excited that Home Key is coming to Santa Clara. I mean, it's not often that the state has funding opportunities like this, where there's this much money available for housing and to be able to use in some really creative ways to provide housing. So I just, again, wanted to speak in favor of the Bella Vista. I'm pretty excited that this is happening, and I look forward to seeing the result. Thank you.
Thank you, Pilar. Zeke, go ahead, Zeke, followed by Mike.
Good evening. This is Zeke Sandoval speaking on behalf of PATH, People Assisting the Homeless. We are California's largest nonprofit homeless service provider, and we are an active partner in the Silicon Valley region's effort to end homelessness. We're excited to support both projects here. People become homeless, and we know this through about 40 years of experience. People become homeless because they lose their homes, not because they're bad people or criminals or drug addicts. They're people who had bad luck in a bad system. But in permanent housing, residents receive housing and supportive services, connecting them with the resources they need to lead the healthy lives we would all want for ourselves and for our neighbors. PATH has had positive experience with Project Home Key. We have 6 sites, either in operation or in development across the state. I want to assure council and listeners that Home Key is one of the best methods for moving and keeping people off the street. And to correct some of the factual inaccuracies on this call, I think people were a little bit confused. You can indeed set eligibility requirements for Home Key. So families, you can say that only families will live in a Home Key site. I just want to thank the council members for their project and look forward to supporting.
Thank you, Zeke. Mike, go ahead, Mike, followed by Adrian.
Good evening. I want to thank everybody for the great presentations that answered really almost all the questions anybody should have. I think it's ironic this meeting started with support for United Against Hate. That seems like a long time ago now. Just to state the obvious, if you give a homeless person a home, they are no longer homeless. Really, these kind of programs are the least we can do. Projects like this do not cause homelessness. They are a solution to homelessness. And I hope the council will support moving ahead with these projects. And I'd like to see the community get behind them and try and make them as good as possible rather than trying to make them go elsewhere. Do we really want to have young children and families living unhoused on the streets? Is that really what we want? And does that make us feel safer for some reason? Again, I hope you will support these projects.
Thank you, Mike. Adrian, go ahead, Adrian, followed by Ann.
Hi, my name is Adrian Covert with the Bay Area Council. I wanted to express strong support for the White Oak Lane and Bella Vista Home Key projects. Santa Clara County has the largest homeless population in the Bay Area and is currently engaged in the radical social experiment of letting 8,000 people sleep outdoors without access to basic shelter or sanitation. The Project Home Key projects are an unprecedented opportunity for Santa Clara to be part of the solution while leveraging unprecedented millions of state dollars. So I respectfully urge the city to stand up to some of the misinformation about these projects at White Oak and Bella Vista. People are worried about crime, but there's no data to support that permanent supportive housing increases crime. People are worried about traffic. Police have indicated there is no traffic issue at this location. The most likely alternative to these projects isn't the perfect project, it's no project, and the continued shame, expense, and indignity of people living on the street. I respectfully urge you to move forward with these home key sites. Thank you.
Thank you, Adrian. Anne, go ahead, Anne, followed by Ranedra.
My name is Anne. Okay, my name is Anne Marquardt. I represent Project Sentinel, and I want to just say that the two projects that were presented tonight sound fantastic to me, and I'm very concerned about the labeling, the bias that some people have, labeling people who are homeless as criminals and unfit to live in their neighborhood. They're just like anybody else. They've had unfortunate circumstances. So I urge those who think it's a dangerous population to reach out and get involved in some way. The organizations that support this population, I'm sure, would welcome volunteer efforts, volunteer intervention. So please do not label and reject the population. Instead, embrace them and make a better community. It can be done, and these projects will do it. Thank you.
Thank you, Anne. Ratnedra, followed by Brian. Go ahead, Ratnedra.
Yes, hi. Can I be heard?
Yes, you can. Go ahead.
Yes, hi. Yes, I start with saying that I strongly oppose this project, and despite what the speaker before me have said, this is a bad thing to happen for the community. I really don't want unstable people to live in my community, because a lot of children live here, a lot of children go to school, and they play outside. And also, this does not seem like a good project for the city to waste millions of dollars on something that is not really going to solve the problem, which is primarily due to drug addiction or mental illness or some other kind of incapacity issues. So, and also means it does not make sense to destroy a neighborhood for the sake of settling few people who are not fit to blend with the kind of neighborhood this is. And this is not to mention very highly dense neighborhood and unsafe location. Thank you.
Thank you, Ratnedra. Brian, followed by Jeremy. Go ahead, Brian.
Hi, thank you. I'll have a preamble followed by 5 quick points. I wonder how many White Oak proponents would let me pick the homeless to send to their homes and table this Thanksgiving. Life Moves claim they work cooperatively with the neighborhood. Newsflash, 99% of the neighbors oppose White Oak. Check the petition. Point number 1, there's just enough home key money to convert 10 cities to shanty towns right before the election next year. Number 2, home key exemptions. Precisely what, if any, laws govern building codes, safety, crowding, usage? Home key smacks of lawless, unaccountable billions of dollars. Number 3, hand waving. I feel like I've had a tour of Cuba in the old Soviet Union, confusing Disneyland with cold, hard reality. For example, I'd like to see Mr. Greenberg's claim of fortified living happily ever after audited, and those Life Move photos of the Taj Mahal for the homeless were ridiculous, but tell a tall tale about their honesty and integrity. And about screening, nothing is said about registered sex offenders. The old county courthouse, empty for years, perfect location. If anybody really cared about it, they would be storming it like the Bastille and put the homeless there.
Thank you, Brian. Jeremy, go ahead, Jeremy, followed by Ning.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Hi, I'm a District 3 resident, and I hope everyone will be treated equally in our community. I strongly oppose the current plan on the White Oak Lane. I'm shocked when I heard this site primarily targets families with minor children, because I'm serving in a community to protect minors as well. Do we really think one step away from a busy expressway is an ideal place for kids? It's super noisy with auto air pollution and dangerous as children might run into the expressway. Not to mention there is no screening of drugs nor crime at this site and no curfews. Second, we already have the Bella Vista Inn project. Why have another one less than 1 mile away? $5 million per year for 60 units is $80K per unit. This is just ridiculous. You can rent any apartment with half the price in Santa Clara instead of putting them into the 40 square feet shipping container. Most of the supporters for this project are from this and that projects, but opposers are really living in the neighborhoods. So please stop the exploration of the White Oak Lane. Bring back the laundry for us. Thanks.
Thank you. Ning, followed by Angela.
Hey, I'm living close to White Oak Lane. Actually,
I try to understand the needs of this project. So just one person who supports this project, there is 800 unhoused population in Santa Clara County. And I did some research. It says in 2019, the entire unhoused population of Santa Clara City was 264 per the county's own statistics. I don't understand why we are spending so much money to build such a project, while the unhoused population is way beyond the needs. So I would urge the council member to think about the needs of the project, and also if this project is put up, it's likely that unhosted residents from other cities will try to leverage this facility. I don't think that's the right choice. Any people advocate to support it, it's gaining their own benefit by.
Thank you, Ning. Angela, followed by Gail. Go ahead, Angela.
Hi, my name is Angela Rausch, and I've been a resident of the county for 17 years. In my ministry work with folks who are housing insecure and unhoused, I see the need for housing. I have a dream that when folks come with needs for housing, I can say without pause, I know of a place that would work and it has availability. I know that if I mentioned that the site was on a busy street, an odd-shaped lot, a 20-minute walk to transit, maybe not safe, etc., they would all take a roof over their head, even if the site isn't perfect. Think about a roof over your head. Think about a roof over your head when you have children. I humbly ask that you approve this project and pursue these housing opportunities. Thank you for your support.
Thank you, Angela. Gail, followed by Mega. Go ahead, Gail.
Hi, my name is Gail. I support the development of this transitional housing project for children and their parents on White Oak Lane. The success of the Mountain View Life Moves is undeniable and heartwarming. Housing ends homelessness and builds strong communities. We live in one of the most powerful and richest areas in the world. And it's astounding to me that we don't reach out with our empathy to homeless and unhoused people. Unhoused people are not the boogeymen. We have found the enemy, and it is us. The council needs to be brave and strong in the face of this far-reaching opposition and move forward with this project. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Gail. Mega, followed by Chetan. Go ahead, Mega.
Hi, good evening, Mayor and council members. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you so much, first of all, for the opportunity, Mayor. So the first thing that I observe is we have quite a few pro supporters for the unhoused. It's interesting to see that pretty much most of them are calling in remote. So I seriously wonder how many of them are even aware of what goes on in our neighborhood. As a 10-year Sunnyvale resident, it's really, really concerning to me that this project has been approved. The one thing that Life Moves made super clear was the fact that there is no way to check for drug abuse. There's no way to check on the family background. There is no way to ensure that there is no spillover. Now, I want to ask the pro supporters one simple question. You want to save 60 kids through this, housing. How about the 600 kids in the neighborhood you are putting at risk? That is one thing for you to think about. And then let's talk about supporting the unhoused. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, Mega. Chetan, followed by Linda.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Go ahead.
Yes, I live close to the White Oak Lane neighborhood, and I'm opposed to these temporary housing projects. It's going to make the neighborhood that is already denser. It's going to make the neighborhood unsafe. And we don't need this kind of socialist solution for housing. And if you notice, all the people opposing this, they said they live in the neighborhood, but hardly anyone who is for this said they live in the neighborhood. The neighbors know the neighborhood, not the people who live away from the neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you. Linda, followed by Faye. Go ahead, Linda.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
I live in Santa Clara, and I walk by that area fairly often, and I support housing for homeless instead of unhousing in the creeks and wherever they can find space, especially housing for kids. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Linda. Faye, go ahead, Faye, followed by Jessica.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Good evening. I'm Faye, living at the Bravo Drive. I strongly oppose the Home Key project sites proposed in White Oak Lane and Bella Vista Inn. I'm only 8 minutes walk away from the White Oak Lane site and 10 minutes walk away from the Bella Vista Inn site. There are way fewer homeless people in this area than the planned units. Why do we plan 2 sites in the same high density residential area? I don't think it's fair for homeless people in other places. Only a tiny fraction of the local homeless people can benefit from this project. This Home Key project doesn't help solving the local homeless problems, but adds more issues to the local community. In a similar Home Key site in Milpitas, there are a total of 58 911 calls in only 4 months, which is much higher than the nearby places. How can you ensure the safety of us local residents, taxpayers, and voters? I strongly urge the city not to move this project forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Faye. Jessica, go ahead, Jessica, followed by Yan.
Hi, yeah, I'm Jessica. I'm not against the Home Key project, but I strongly disagree with the White Oak location. Please find another place which is cheaper and more spacious for people to live in. It's not we don't have any other choices. We are still in the investigation stage, right? Also, the White Oak Lane location is very close to another Home Key project, Bella Vista Inn. Only 2 minutes driving distance according to the Google map. Putting these 2 locations so close, especially in the same district, is definitely a waste of resources. The third, I heard there are more than 2,000 physical signatures from the neighborhood. If large majority of the surrounding community oppose the project, it cannot be a healthy neighborhood. It cannot be a good project. Thanks.
Thank you, Jessica. Yan, go ahead, Yan, followed by Max.
Yes, hi, my name is Yan Song. I wanted to ask people who support this project to disclose where they are living, if they are close. Right, we definitely want to help the helpless, and I strongly oppose this project because the nice move did things arbitrarily without disclosure of its purpose, the name of helping the disadvantaged people, but will eventually benefit those people who's operating this project. So I would suggest that if we really want to help the homeless people, we should allocate this money to each homeless people registered and
thank you, Yan. Max, followed by Jay. Go ahead, Max.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, I'm an actual resident here, which is 100 feet away, representing myself and my family. Helping the homeless and unhoused is an excellent problem to solve, but White Oak Lane is not the solution. I do not need to reiterate the concerns of my fellow residents about increased crime, higher density, and general safety. But what strikes me is that there is already internal doubt about the financial feasibility of this project at this site. This is not promising and doesn't instill confidence in us, the tax-paying residents. What will happen when this project inevitably runs over budget and siphons money from the community for years to come? The overwhelming majority of residents here agree that this project cannot go through. To support White Oak Lane is to support a financial gamble at best and a disaster at worst. If we are going to spend money to solve homelessness, let's do it right. Do not support White Oak Lane. Thank you.
Thank you, Max. Jay, go ahead, Jay, followed by Peter. Jay?
Yes, hi, good evening.
Hi.
Yes, yeah, I'm representing Safe SCC as well as being a local resident. And, definitely understand the concerns around homelessness, not unsympathetic. Though it was a stormy night yesterday. One only has empathy for the homeless, the unhoused. However, this project is not it. It does not solve for it, and I strongly oppose it, primarily from the standpoint of suitability. This is not the nestled between industrial sites like Alicia Klein talked about. It's not the creating healthy neighborhoods for all that Jonathan Reach talked about. So from that standpoint, it's zoned for commercial and goes against years of planning commission wisdom and years of data. Bring back the small businesses, revitalize small businesses for that, who was hurting from the pandemic. So primarily it's not suitable. Bring it back for commercial and zoning, for the commercial zoning and small businesses. Thank you.
Thank you, Jay. Peter, followed by Avner. Go ahead, Peter.
Hey, I'm Peter. Thanks for confirming that actually will be shipping container housing. Yeah, I was not aware of that. Thanks for the lady from Line Moves confirming that. So I did some research. So according to the report online, usually construction only counts about 20% of the cost, but electricity, the furnitures, takes more money. So I really thought, if you're building some cheap container housing, it will really save the money for us, taxpayers. Second, this container is not comfortable. Actually, it will hurt the residents. Long time resident inside, both physical and mentally, it's really bad for their health. Please consider that it's not good for them. And the last one, I want to quote the message from Supervisor Otto Lee in last meeting. He said that he thinks that's a great idea. It's only for temporary deployment for US soldiers overseas, not good for residents. Thanks.
Thank you. Avner, go ahead, Avner, followed by Julia.
I'm a volunteer for the Greenpeace. I'm very disappointed to hear about the White Oak Lane project. Lawrence is a busy, jammed expressway and generates many tons of carbons. We should plant trees on every empty space to reduce carbon. White Oak Lane is a perfect place for trees, but never for new housing facilities. COP26 has just taken place in Glasgow. President Biden has made a promise on carbon peak year and a carbon net zero year. Every community and every resident should work together to fight global climate change for our children. Mayor and council members, please help and support President Biden by reducing carbons in Lawrence Expressway. Please do not build homeless shelters in the White Oak Lane. Instead, plant trees. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Avner. Julia, go ahead, Julia, followed by Zoe.
Hi, this is Julia Liu. The homeless problem is a humanitarian crisis and it poses threats to our safety. It needs to be fixed. I fully support the Home Key projects in creating affordable, supportive housing for the unhoused. Getting people off the streets and into supportive housing leads to better outcomes and improved quality of life for all of us. And it saves taxpayer money in the long run. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Julia. Zoe, followed by Jordan. Go ahead, Zoe.
Hi, I strongly oppose the Home Key projects in Bella Vista as well as in White Oak Lane. So no matter what you say about how safe it is, our city and life moves, you are contradicting yourself when you say the unsheltered don't need background checks while you set up 24/7, 365 security guards and cameras to monitor them, like in a camp. You know that they're not going to be that safe, are you? Or do you? It's also appalling that we taxpayers, hard workers, go through several rounds of background checks to get hired in a job or to rent an apartment while the unsheltered don't have to. So Santa Clara City, if I heard correctly, Mr. Park mentioned that the city would still provide some funding for Bella Vista. If so, please do not work with county and state, and please repurpose it to some pure affordable housing. And so is for what?
Thank you. Jordan, followed by Oak.
Yes, good evening, Council, Honorable Mayor. My name is Jordan Grimes. I'm a member of a local grassroots housing advocacy group. I'm here in strong support of this project. It has been deeply disturbing tonight to hear the incredible amounts of fear-mongering, of just inaccurate information, and really of dehumanizing comments about our unhoused neighbors. Most of the people in the Bay Area who are unhoused, as has been shown time and time again by various reports from various organizations, have become so while living here, have become so because of high rent increases. What we're talking about are our neighbors, are our friends, and becoming unhoused could just as easily happen to any of the people on this call tonight, more likely than not. I strongly urge you to support this project, to support our unhoused neighbors, and move forward tonight. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Jordan. Oak, I guess Stephen, followed by Haley. Stephen?
Hello.
Hello, hi. Go
Hi,
ahead.
can you hear me? Oh,
Yes,
okay.
we can. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm the resident on White Oak Lane, and I strongly oppose this project. And I also doubted the police report saying within half a year, there's no accident. Of course, the site is empty. How would you make a judgment when there is a 200 or 100 people living in that small corner? What will be the accident? What will be the crowded traffic that caused this corner? It'd be more dangerous for the people who go around. So I'm living this area for more than 10 years. I know how heavy traffic it is, how dangerous traffic from the Lawrence to Point Sienna and also to White Oak. So I strongly oppose this project.
Thank you, Stephen. Haley, followed by Nimish. Go ahead, Haley.
Hello, I am a resident of Santa Clara, and I would just like to say my full support for this project. And I think that it is a great idea, and that having a home is better than having no home. And a lot of these people are already living on the freeway. And so taking the time to come up with the perfect house is, or perfect spot is a waste of time when you can just house them here. And I think these are two great spots. So, and I also want to say that supporting the struggling members of the community is the best way to bring up the entire community. So I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you. Nimish, followed by Yoshika. Go ahead, Nimish.
Hello, hi. I have a question for the decision makers. Will you raise your kids a block away from a homeless shelter? Will you buy a house a block away from the homeless shelter? If your answer is no, you know your decision should be no. There is research that says that homeless neighborhoods deteriorate quickly. Research says that homeless neighborhoods have a lot of crime. If you go in other neighborhoods that have homeless shelters, not the recently built homeless shelters, go to neighborhoods that have had homeless shelters for a while, for several years. Are they still the neighborhoods that they used to be several years back? Are the property prices still the same? Are the residents happy living there who have paid millions of dollars in buying houses in that neighborhood? These are really hard questions that you need to ask. Life Moves might be saying other properties are good, but that is a new homeless shelter. Please look at the other homeless shelters that have been around for a long, long time. What is the guarantee that my neighborhood will be safe? My kids will be safe. My house may not be broken into, or my cars will not be vandalized. Thank you.
Thank you. Yoshika, followed by Roy. Yoshika, there you go.
Yes. Hi, good evening. My name
Hey.
is Yoshika, and I actually live on White Oak Lane on the Sunnyvale side, 300 feet from the proposed site. I am a small business owner with 3 kids in elementary, middle, and high school. And there are probably only a few single family homes on this street, and we might be the only young family with small kids with the White Oak address. With that said, I'm not concerned about our personal safety from this new home key community. I fully support helping the unhoused and homeless in every way possible, but I am very concerned about the dangerous traffic. In the past 6 months, there has been at least 2 severe accidents on White Oak where cars were totaled. I will also note that these cases have been handled by the Sunnyvale police because it is actually the city of Sunnyvale just 100 feet from the proposed site. We don't let our kids in elementary, middle, and high school cross anywhere on White Oak by themselves. Please, if you're in support, please come see this street. We just really don't want to witness a bad accident.
Thank you, Yoshika. Roy, followed by Sarah.
Oh, hi. I first want to show my deep empathy for the homeless and my support for homeless in general, and also my support for building homeless shelter in general. But I strongly oppose the White Oak Lane site for the project. I'm going to skip my concerns on safety since many people mentioned it already. I will focus on my point on the project cost and the future plans. And to all Life Moves representative, please forgive me if I sound very emotional because this is my city and our home. First of all, if I heard correctly, we plan to spend $8,000 per unit as cost to build and support the site. This, in my opinion, is beyond unreasonable. It's ridiculous. With $4,000, we can rent a decent 4-bedroom single-family home in Santa Clara. Secondly, it's outrageous that they don't even attempt to have a plan after the first 7 years. The representative basically hand-waved the question by saying that they will figure everything out later. It feels to me that this is a careless plan without any long-term vision today. To be honest, as a Santa Clara resident, I am not confident at all in the competence of Life Moves as an organization to help the homeless in my city in the long run. Please help oppose the project.
Thank you, Roy. Sarah, go ahead, Sarah, followed by Alan.
Hello. Hi. Could you hear me? Hi. I'm Sarah. I live in the Santa Clara city. I strongly oppose the home key project sites in the White Oak Lane and also the Bella Vista Inn. And these locations are too close to parks, schools, playgrounds. And we know that home key 2.0 sites are not allowed to screen residents. So there are no plans to ensure the community safety, especially for our children. And we learned from similar home key projects in Milpitas, a total of 58 911 calls generated from the home key site in the city in a span of 4 months. And the home key sites are too expensive for the city of Santa Clara. 14 million, why not just rent decent houses? And why not in less expensive areas? And why only Life Moves? Why there are no any other competitions? So please say no to these sites. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah. Alan, followed by Jeff. Go ahead, Alan.
Hello. I am a resident of Santa Clara. I live just across Lawrence on Cabrillo, and I am a taxpayer of Santa Clara. I am a voter. I live in this district, and I strongly support this project. I think it is a real shame that we're dehumanizing these folks who really need the housing, and you guys are really characterizing them as monsters when these are just people who are in need of help. And I think we should definitely be doing our part as the city of Santa Clara to help those in need, and that's the only way that we can all thrive together. Thank you.
Thank you, Alan. Jeff, followed by Selena. Go ahead, Jeff.
Hello, I'm Alice. I'm actually Jeff's wife. I'm a teacher in this district and I live in Santa Clara. I support moving forward with home key housing proposals at the Bella Vista Inn and on White Oak Lane in Santa Clara. Both of these sites are fantastic for transitional and permanent housing. They'll be developed by experienced nonprofit partners with successful track records operating new housing. I want to say that I'm really dismayed by some of the comments I'm hearing. Unhoused people need housing. period. Somebody spoke about how housing 60 children in these projects would harm the 600 or so children in the area. I think the 60 children living without housing are in much greater peril than the 600 who are housed. I'm a teacher, as I said, in this area. I've had students who have been unhoused. Stop the misinformation about people who are experiencing extremely hard situations. Do you prefer looking at encampments, or would you like to see people get housing? Thank you.
Thank you. Selena, followed by Kelvin. Go ahead, Selena.
Hi, as a resident living very close to the White Oak Lane, I strongly oppose this project. 2,100 white signatures of residents living near this site has been collected to oppose this project. This is the voice of the community. And also, this project is not financially feasible. Like previously discussed in the meeting, like $14 million will be like the city's contribution on the operation, which is like away from financially feasible and efficient. And also when the questions was asked about how to fulfill the gap on the operational cost, the answer is there's no detailed plan right now. So it's like something in the future, something in the air, something that is absolutely uncertain, and which shows that it is not financially feasible for this location. So that is not an appropriate location at all.
Thank you. Kelvin, followed by Sia. Go ahead, Kelvin.
Hi, I live on Lily Avenue, just around the corner of White Oak Lane, and I strongly support that housing project. In terms of community safety, I have a question to ask everyone. Why are we entitled to safety but not the homeless? For all these safety concerns, these are the exact same arguments against minorities just like me that was used in the past. So please reevaluate those arguments. There was a petition that was sent around, but that was based on leaflets that was handed out multiple times to all our addresses in the neighborhood, and it was full of false facts. Or not facts, because they're all false, but there's plenty of confirmation bias in that data. However, I'd like to suggest that the traffic situation be considered in more detail. There is a lot of cars parked on that road, and it's very poor visibility. So I'm sure those issues can be worked out as all the apartments down the street as well. But I feel like that's a detail that needs to be further considered. But I support it. Thank you.
Thank you, Kelvin. Sia, followed by Clara. Sia?
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Great. Thank you so much. I live very close to White Oak Lane. I want to emphasize that this is not the site. I'm a mother of a preschool age son. And I look around my neighborhood, and what is it made up of? It's made up of elderly people and young kids. We moved from Mountain View a while ago, and I could almost swear that my neighborhood in Mountain View, the average age was 25. Here, that is not the case. Here, we are surrounded by people who are many vulnerable populations. Also, I want to make a personal note as well. I have friends and family who have had this happen to their neighborhoods. Shelters with no background checks opened up, and they're dealing with people screaming outside of their doors, drugged out people screaming outside of their homes at all hours of the day and night. They wake up to needles in their driveway on a regular basis. They wake up to feces in their driveway on a regular basis. This is not the site for it. There are plenty of other wonderful sites that can be used for this, but not this neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you, Sia. Clara, followed by Deepa. Go ahead, Clara.
Hi, I'm Clara. I'm a resident in the White Oak neighborhood, and I'm strongly against building a homeless shelter in White Oak, mainly because this site is dangerous for the homeless, and it's not cost-effective for the city government. The proposal it requires building from scratch and needs tens of millions of dollars and follow-up funding. The cost is much more expensive than other homeless projects. It will be a big waste of money and with a lot of Uncertainty regarding long-term development funding and plans is really not easy to be sustainable. And also, please listen to the voice of neighborhoods and the community. There are over 2,000 signatures of local residents opposing the proposal. Large majority of surrounding community oppose the project. It cannot be like a good project. It cannot be a successful project. Thus, I strongly urge the Santa Clara City Council to reject the proposal to build a.
Thank you. Deepa, followed by Ginseng. Go ahead, Deepa.
Hi, my name is Deepa and I have been Santa Clara resident for many years. I understand that this project is for homeless people and people who are supporting this project and throwing strong words like dehumanizing and characterizing homeless as monsters. Why don't they have homeless people live in their backyards? They are most welcome to do that. They need to understand one simple thing, that they need to definitely find better sites reasonably away from existing neighborhoods so that no one is impacted. Also, in the name of affordable housing or housing crisis, the builders and their lobbyists will keep building these projects, but it is just a business and profit for them. They don't really care about neighborhoods. So I strongly urge not to support Vico's Lane project. Thank you.
Thank you, Deepa. Ginseng, followed by Jenny.
Hello.
Hello, hi.
Hi, I'm Jinsen. I live right next to the White Oak Lane. I strongly against this project. There are over 2,000 signatures collected to oppose this. I personally visited 61 households with half mile of White Oak Lane. None of them were notified by the city or county. Out of those 61 households, 3 don't have an opinion, 4 want to do more researches, and the other 54, nearly 90%, are against this project and signed the petition. For those who support this proposal, have you ever come to the White Oak Lane? The traffic is super heavy in the intersection and the street is always packed with cars. And have you ever looked at the rising criminal rate around the Milpita site? Is the car accident that burned the plaza down to the ground also fake? It's a real shame that these supporters are full of yourselves. They ignore the real numbers and facts, but accuse other people randomly.
Thank you. Jenny, go ahead, Jenny, followed by you.
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead, Jenny.
Okay. Everyone has times where, you know, we're down our luck and we just need a helping hand, right? But what I'm concerned about is the cost of this project. So far, we know that Live Moves has bid about $4 million for a lot, whose next best offer is $3.5 million. So that's like an extra $500,000 that's going to like the pockets of some multi-millionaire family trust. This is 100,000 meals that we could have provided for our unhoused neighbors. And if we were to judge Live Moves by the previous project, $14 million is just the start. This project will soon bust that and require additional funding. So I'm wondering whether we are really trying to help the unhoused or just like put more money into the pockets of multi-millionaires here. Next, the top luxury builder in Bay Area is Thomas James Homes, and I've called them and they built 5-bed, 4-bath, 3,000 square foot homes with marble sinks and quartz countertops for $1 million each. So if we put like 4 per bedroom, this whole project can house 280. So, but instead we're
Thank you. You, go ahead, you, followed by Emily.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Good evening. Yes, good evening, council members. I am a member of Safe SCC and a long-term resident who lives 2 blocks from White Oak Lane. Together with the more than 2,100 area residents who have signed a petition against the Live Moves proposal for White Oak Lane, I am not opposed to providing shelter to vulnerable persons in our community, but strongly oppose the choice of location of this Live Moves project. The site at White Oak Lane is totally unsuitable for interim housing units as the neighborhood is family-oriented with many young children. Santa Clara's homeless statistics from its August 24th, 2021 study session shows that homeless survey respondents reported having these health conditions: 42% psychiatric or emotional, 35% drug or alcohol abuse, 33% PTSD. Placing unhoused people in transitory housing units with no background screening right in the middle of a neighborhood with many young children is really asking for trouble. please stop exploration of this project and decline it. Thank you.
Thank you. Emily, go ahead, Emily, followed by Vijay.
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Hi, my name is Emily. I'm with South Bay YIMBY, and we're a regional pro-housing advocacy group. We are a group of people who live or work in Santa Clara County, and our mission is to create plentiful, inclusive, and affordable housing in the South Bay. So, of course, we support both home key projects being proposed in this city. We heard some commenters asking if those who support these projects would also support these in their backyard. Our answer is in our name. We aim to provide evidence-based solutions to the housing crisis and a political voice to residents struggling to afford homes. The data shows that the best way to end homelessness is to give them housing. I understand that there's a lot of fear out there, but it is my hope that we can find a way to get to yes. Together across the county, I implore everyone to let's say yes in my backyard. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Emily. Vijay, followed by Nikki.
Hi, I am a member of the grassroots organization that volunteers donations for unhoused people in San Francisco. I came here to hear both sides, and I'm deeply appalled to hear paid advocates who did not identify themselves as lobbyists, who don't live locally, virtue signaling and putting my kids at risk. It's deeply unsettling to be called heartless. I'm trying to keep my family safe when I want my daughter to walk the sidewalks without fear. For the consultants and the grassroots organizations who are incentivized to push an agenda, your short-term thinking destroyed San Francisco. Your paid advocacy destroyed areas where people grew up and have memories. And now you have the cheek to call us a fearful mob. Before you bring out the NIMBY pitchforks, I would not wish this in anyone's backyard. We need better areas to house the unhoused with public services, not just within the walls of the facility. I urge life moves to not be greedy and run after new some spot of money on a first come, first serve basis. Thanks.
Thank you, Vijay. Nikki, and then followed by the phone number. The last numbers are 3074. So Nikki, go ahead. Nikki? You're muted.
Hello?
Oh, there you go. Hi. Go ahead, Nikki.
Hi. So I heard someone mention like the unit costs about 8,000 per unit. It's just crazy hearing that number. Like even here in the Bay Area, it's like so expensive to live here, but still renting a house with a backyard, a nice kitchen, and like 3 bedrooms doesn't cost nearly that much. So where is the money going? And then where do they come from? They come from our taxpayers' money. But then how is Life Moves spending them? And how is the government managing that amount of money? I really want to know that. I also did a little research myself. I was confused like why the White Oak Lane site. It seems like Palo Alto City has a better site. They chose one site that's like far away from residential areas, still accessible to all the public transportation, but they're nowhere near schools. So why it has to be near schools for White Oak Lane here? It doesn't make sense. Thank you.
Thank you, Nikki. Now the phone number ending in 3074. Go ahead. 3074. You can unmute yourself. There you go.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we
Hey, thank
can.
you.
Go ahead. Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Hey, Lisa and council members, thank you. You know, I think it just comes down to compromising our way of life here in Santa Clara, and you know that is of vast, great importance to me. I don't want my way of life compromised in any way. However, I do want to find shelter and housing for the homeless. However, I'm not sure that this is the right location. And it seems like most of the people that support this are calling in remotely and don't have any real vested interest in the community other than finding homeless, shelter for the homeless, which I agree. There's a lot of opportunity to do a lot of great things here, but I'm not sure that these sites are the right sites or the locations to do that. We've got so many other choices, a big patch of land on the corner of San Tomas and Monroe, and so many other industrial zones that we can build on that's going to impact the community and the way of life in a much less manner. I mean, there's
Thank you. Thank you, 3074. Neil, go ahead, Neil, followed by Antonio. Neil, you're muted.
Oh, sorry. Yes. Hi, I'm Neil Park McClintock. I live about 7 minutes away from the site. So I just want to make that clear to all those who are saying that only people who are calling in distantly and remotely are speaking in support. I'm in full support of this project. I think that a lot of folks don't realize the full scale of just how bad things are right now and how many families are struggling and living on the street. And it simply doesn't add up. The fact that we are worrying about noise pollution and that we are worrying about, someone said that the building was going to catch on fire. Like, we need to focus on facts and what is presently here. We have a lot of people who need housing and we have an opportunity to house them. And that makes us decent people, so we should do it. And that's what we should focus on. So I hope that the city council focuses on that and moves forward.
Thank you, Neil. And I just want to tell the public now at 9:30 in 10 minutes, we're going to take probably a 7 or 8 minute break. I need to give people a break around here. By then it will be 3.5 hours going straight. So and then we'll come right back. So I just want to say in 10 minutes, we're going to take a break. All right. Next, Antonio. Go ahead, Antonio, followed by Amy. Antonio?
Hello.
Yes, there you go. Go ahead.
Have you ever seen the lot on White Oak Lanes? It's vacant. Why not build affordable homes there and not have a plan for 5 or 7 years ahead? That's all I can say.
Okay. Is that it, Antonio? Thank you. Okay, Amy, go ahead, Amy, followed by Lindsay. Go ahead, Amy. You're muted, Amy.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Oh, hi, my name is Amy and I volunteer regularly at homeless shelters in Santa Clara, and I see a lot of drug abuse and anger issues. These are not unfounded fears, and giving someone a bed doesn't fix those kinds of issues. I called in out of curiosity and do not live in the area. I'm a strong supporter of housing for the homeless, especially for homeless children, but the White Oaks location is not the proper location for this. This is a no-brainer to reject this project, and you guys know it. 75% of the people calling in support of this are undisclosed lobbyists. The site is a dramatic contrast to other initiatives which were converting existing housing on El Camino with easily accessible public transportation. Cars are all but required at this location site, and a 7-Eleven is not an amenity. The optics and fundamentals of this project will reflect very poorly on Newsom and all those working to prepare sensible solutions for the homeless crisis. It's very obvious that those involved are rushing this in order to cash in before the deadline. Council members, if this goes through, this will significantly affect your reelection potential. And what's worse, the Republicans will use this as proof that we're out of touch.
Thank you, Amy. Lindsay, go ahead, Lindsay, followed by Caprice. Lindsay, you're muted. You're muted, Lindsay. Can unmute yourself. Lindsay, there you go. You did it.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
I strongly oppose this project. I live a few minutes away from Lawrence, and I go to Lucky's by the White Oak location every week to buy groceries. White Oak is a narrow curved road with limited vision. The cars on Lawrence Expressway are driving at 50 miles per hour. And last week, a car coming into White Oak from Lawrence almost crashed into me. I'm very concerned about the safety on this road, given the basic traffic putting people at risk because they must walk or ride their bikes in this location is irresponsible and inhumane. These people deserve places much better than White Oak. Thank you.
Thank you, Lindsay. Caprice, go ahead, Caprice, followed by Alex.
Hi, I represent Homeless Initiative for the city of Santa Clara, and I applaud the city in making such huge strides in such a short amount of time since our town hall meeting with Mayor Gilmore last summer. My question to the city is, are there any plans for extreme weather shelter? I know we have it for the summertime, but do we have it for the wintertime? The creek inhabitants literally are flushed into my immediate neighborhood, like in the last storm. That's all I had. Thank you.
Thank you, Caprice. And I think we'll be talking about that a little bit later too. Alex, go ahead, Alex, followed by Kate.
Hi, this is Alex. I live in Santa Clara, just across Lawrence Expressway. It's ironic that the pro supporters said local residents are labeling homeless people, but at the same time, the pro supporter identified herself as psychologist called residents mob of fear. What a kind of double standard is this? It is so shameful to attack law-abiding Santa Clara's residents. The traffic safety issue of White Oak is not about project detail. It is about the project's suitability. If White Oak is suitable, why don't we build such site at every off-ramp of Highway 101? Pro supporters also said success in Mountain View is heartwarming. Then what about facility in Milpitas? With all the rape, murder, and assault within just a couple months happened for the homeless residents. Isn't that heartbreaking? I strongly doubt the safety of such facility for both local residents and homeless.
Thank you, Alex. Kate, go ahead, Kate, followed by Alex.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Okay. I strongly oppose this project in White Oak Lane site. I'm a local resident that lives very close to this site. The person who supported this project said we are labeling homeless people and we are biased. And I think those people are labeling us. Label us that we are not doing research. Label us that we are blinded. In fact, we did a lot of research and we do want to help homeless people, but this is not the right location. I highly doubt that if those supporters are live close to this site. This kind of project need to have surrounding community support. However, all the neighbors I have talked to are opposed to this location. So please reconsider the location. Please reconsider the location. Please reconsider the location. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Kate, was that Kate? Oh yeah, it was Kate. Okay, Alex, followed by John. Go ahead, Alex.
Hi, I live in the Berlin neighborhood and it's 20 minutes walk from the White Oak location. I strongly urge you to oppose the interim housing at White Oak Lake and Bella Vista Inn. So far, the supporters only said not to label the rejected, not to label and reject homeless people, but they didn't do any study of the location of the two sites as well as the detailed plans. Not to mention hardly any of them are not living in Santa Clara City. So firstly, there's no background check and drug test. How can you guarantee the safety among homeless people themselves, especially those vulnerable homeless people? As there's studies showing that 42% of homeless population has mental disorder, 35% of them has alcohol and drug addict. And also building a four-way stop sign in the cross section will not bring safety to this corner lot. Traffic from Lawrence will be jammed and cause more severe accident. There are more than 2,000 wet signatures within 1 week from local residents. If you don't have support from the local neighbor at the beginning, how can you get support in the future in maintaining the facilities? Thank you.
Thank you. We have John, followed by Silberman, and then we're going to take a break after that.
Hi, my name is Father John Pettigo. I'm the Director for Advocacy and Community Engagement for Catholic Charities in Santa Clara County. I really urge you to continue this steadfast support these projects. The question of suitability keeps on coming up, and I think it's a great question to ask, but is it more suitable to keep people in creeks and in cars and in the streets and in doorways, or is it more suitable to give them housing? We need everyone to do their part. All of us have to do our part because if it's not us, and who's going to do it? An option to go somewhere else is just really not an option at all. The data gives, and the data that's available shows how Home Key and other housing first projects work together and how they're very efficient. So again, urge you to continue your support and don't be swayed by the angry, by the anger and the misinformation. Thank you.
Thank you. And then our last speaker until we have a break, and then we'll come right back, is Silberman. Silberman, go ahead, Silberman.
Hello, my name is Derek Silverman, and I'm a local business owner. I am of a mixed heritage, and I have family members who have severe mental illness, severe drug addiction issues, and those are the ones who live in houses. The homeless ones are actually the nicest ones. So this NIMBYism of saying that the only people with these issues are on the street is inaccurate. The people who have the money to buy the most drugs live next door to you. The people who have the largest mental health problems live across the street from you. The Discord group that has been sending scripts out to all of the people through Santa Clara and telling them to report all of these bits of misinformation, I find that quite appalling. So I hope we can make the best choice for those people who suffer the most. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. All right, audience, council, we are going to be taking, I need to give everyone down here a break, a 10-minute break. It's 9:30. Come back at 9:40 promptly. And Kevin, you'll be on next, followed by William. So we'll see you all back here at 9:40. Thank you. Thank you for allowing us to take a short break. We're going to start back with Kevin. Go ahead, Kevin, followed by William.
Evening, Santa Clara City Council. My name is Kevin Ma, a homeowner in Mountain View. I'm so terribly sorry for this long night, but this is a very important topic that needs to be addressed in that as a Mountain View homeowner, I do pay taxes to the county, to the state, who have provided the funding for projects like these via our sales taxes paying for supportive housing, grants from the Office of Supportive Housing, Home Keys, a state program is from partially now our income taxes. I am supportive of those funds being used for projects like the ones before you today. Homelessness is an issue we see in every jurisdiction and must be addressed regionally. My city, Mountain View, has a project. Palo Alto has a project despite it being in Bayside, which I personally don't like either because that's not the greatest location to put people in a non-residential location. And you should be putting people in residences. Otherwise, they are in the streets, in the bridges, that crime would occur regardless of, crime can be addressed by them actually having a place to be. Thank you.
Thank you, William. Go ahead, William, followed by Salim. Go ahead, William.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hey, yeah, so I'm a Santa Clara resident and I'm also opposing the White Oak Lane home key project proposal. So I actually came into this meeting with an open mind, but like halfway through it, it's just very disturbing to me that neighbors raising legitimate concerns are being labeled as like misinformation, fear mongering. I think if the goal is to have a healthy community discussion around the issues, like these accusatory languages are not helpful to win any trust from the community, and trust is very needed for any projects like this to be successful. So I think the safety concerns raised by the neighbors are completely valid and are consistent with my personal experience as well. So they're not misinformation. I understand we should not overgeneralize or anecdotal evidence, but this doesn't mean the voices of our neighbors should be completely ignored, no matter how noble the cause is. That's just not how democracy works. Thanks.
Thank you, William. Salim, followed by Paco.
Hi, yeah. I'm Salim. I am really disappointed to hear as many cruel comments as we've heard today from people who want to say not in my backyard to housing for the homeless. If you look at polls of Californians, homelessness is one of the top issues for voters. And the reason is obvious. What we've done is abhorrent. There are people who are dying on the streets. It just started raining. People are living, in wet conditions. It'll get cold when winter comes. And the casual cruelty of everyone you've heard tonight is shameful. I think what should hearten you is that there are people who are speaking in support of housing the homeless, and the vast majority of voters feel the same way. The people who elected you care about people, and
thank you. Paco, followed by Malkiel. Go ahead, Paco. Paco? Unmute, please. Paco? Okay, one more time, Paco. Are you there? Can you unmute yourself? There you go. Hello?
Hello? Yeah, hi. Sorry. I'm Pat. I'm a member of SCC that represents over 2,100 residents in the neighborhood. I fail to understand why Santa Clara would even consider a site that even the county stated it was completely unsuitable as a temp shelter. In fact, even Otto Lee, who lived in a shelter, clearly stated this site is completely unsuitable. It's not fair to future residents. Milpitas failed to provide a secure neighborhood with Home Key 1.0, where they can even vet residents before letting them in. White Oak Lane falls under Home Key 2.0,
and we don't have an ability to even vet residents before letting them in. It's not fair to local residents. Given current space constraints, this is an experimental design that's never been tried before. It's being led by Life Moves, the same firm whose other projects have spiraled out of control from a cost standpoint. It's not fair to taxpayers. Safe SCC has submitted a 19-page report that outlines our concerns. Please work with us.
Thank you, Paco. Malkiel, go ahead, Malkiel, followed by Jeff.
I live in this area for many, many years. Now I'm getting older and older. If you come to our neighborhood to take a look, you will find this area is overpopulated with busy traffic. Every time when I walk out or go to 7-Eleven to buy lottery tickets, I'm always nervous with traffic and worried about my personal safety. I still remember the fire and the collapse of the buildings, which happened a few years ago on the same site. After the fire, we lost the laundromat and the restaurants. I'm frustrated with the inconvenience and risk. We don't need more people to move in, but we need more convenience shops. Council members, you must know that earthquake could occur at any time in California. With such a high dense population, without enough empty space nearby, how would you ensure we are safe in?
Thank you, Malkiel. Jeff, go ahead, Jeff, followed by Alex.
Hello. So I live on the Santa Clara side of the White Oakland. I'm married with 2 young daughters. So the other day, a senior couple knocked at our door and asking if we heard about the project. So after actually short, present, but pretty informative conversation, so both my wife and I offer our physical signature and the real address. So now I think we have collected more than 2,000 web signatures from real people, registered voters, and from the neighborhood. So here I want to make sure you know it's real people, and I want to ask the supporters. So could you offer your signature with real address and send to the city council? Can you make 100, 1,000, or more than 2,000? Let us know. We are real people. We are against it. Thank you.
Thank you. Alex, go ahead, Alex, followed by Edward.
Alex Shore with nonprofit Catalyze SV. One of Catalyze SV's core values is inclusive, diverse communities, which means we support communities where people from different backgrounds, needs, and incomes live together. That's why our members evaluated this affordable housing project 2 months ago. We scored phase 2 of the Clara Gardens project at Bella Vista Inn. Our members gave it a 4 out of 5. They liked that this site is near public transit. They like that it provides long-term housing for the neediest. They like that it keeps the existing building to provide more housing more quickly. Speaking more personally, I'll close with this. I understand people fear others they don't know and don't understand. Yet when I'm on my deathbed about to meet my maker, I want to know I did everything I could to make sure my fellow human beings had a place to sleep, eat, and survive.
Thank you, Alex. Edward, go ahead, Edward, followed by Jolene.
Yeah, I just want to say that between Great American Parkway, actually Freedom Circle, and Mission College Boulevard, we got a lot of empty space there. New buildings have been sitting empty for years that the homeless could be maybe housed in. We've got a lot of people living in RVs, especially in our area, north side of Santa Clara. And also people are wondering why we've got high crime and why there's so many homeless. It's really obvious. I mean, when the governor releases all the prisoners into the state and you got open borders, you're going to have more homeless. You're going to have more crime. We've got voter fraud issues. I mean, the evidence is there. A lot of people don't want to look at the evidence, but the thing is that people really have to start waking up and getting to the root of the problem. You know, just do your research and you'll find out what's really going on. We do need to help the homeless. It's not fun being homeless, I'm pretty sure. I mean, people are hungry, children are hungry. We got to help.
Thank you, Edward. Jolene, followed by you, EW, you.
Hi, so in the beginning of the meeting, the city council mentioned several goals of building the homeless housing. One of the goals of the home key project is to have a healthy neighborhood. However, we collected over 2,000 web signatures of local residents close to the White Oak Lane site that oppose this project. From the public comments here, you can also know that. So if the large majority of the surrounding community oppose the project, it cannot be a healthy neighborhood. It cannot be a good project. Another important goal of home key is to improve the life of homeless. But if we build homeless housing on home or clean site, how to improve the life quality? Using the shipping box on site with busy intersections and noises, which is dangerous and noisy, that is ridiculous. I think life moves through the site neither make the local community happy nor make the homeless people have a better life. But who will be happy about pushing the project forward?
Thank you, Jolene. EW, followed by Sarah.
Hello. Yeah. I know that the county already approved the one site, and right now we are discussing about another site added to Santa Clara. Have you ever considered the consequence? What is the impact to the local residents? Two sites are quite close to each other and all centralized in one area in the Santa Clara city. So this is really will bring some impact to the local residents. Another thing is I really want to address this to the supporter. You are not living in this neighborhood, but you just saying something nicely, and you are fooling our council member. So you are putting our council member in a very risky situation. So they may lose the election next year with so many people oppose this. And so they if they don't represent the majority voice in the county, so in the city, so they may really lose the election next year. Thank you.
Thank you. Sarah, followed by Haming. Sarah.
Hi, so I live in the community near the White Oak Lane, and I strongly oppose this homeless development area. This is a really crowded area with a lot of communities around there. So putting a transient housing seems completely out of touch with the local community there. So yeah, this is not something which should move forward. Thanks.
Thank you. Hao Ming, followed by SF Lillian.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I apologize for the wording, but it sounds really ridiculous to me, like how we can make housing more affordable by building shelters costing over $8,000 per unit per month. Like if we have any basic economics knowledge, we'll understand how this will only make housing affordability much worse in the longer term. Like everyone deserves a roof, yes, but at $8,000 per month, no. With the money, we can do so much better than building modular temporary housing right off Lawrence Expressway. Also, for those who claim that drug abuse, crime, and mental health issue are just illusionary fear from local neighbors, my question would be like, then why does Life Moves refuse to impose drug testing and criminal record checking for the applicants? If the house are just really so nice, like what's the problem of having it verified as a protocol? Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Haming. SF Lillian, you're on, followed by WOL resident. Okay, Lillian?
Hi, yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can, go ahead.
Hi, yes, hi. I have a small office in city of Santa Clara near Lawrence Expressway. I strongly oppose the project. And I would like to share with you a story which I watched the TV based on a true story. The name is From Homeless to Harvard. And it talks about a girl that her parents was drug addicted. So whenever the parents receive the money from the government, they will buy drugs without buying food for the children. So the children end up to be homeless. And fortunately, the daughter went to a school, a charter school, and then she was able to get educated and get to the Harvard. So the drug is the big problem with the homeless.
Thank you, Lillian. WOL resident, followed by Pat.
Hello, I'm a White Oakland resident. I oppose this project. First, I want to thank for giving me the opportunity to speak. So for this project, I talked to my neighbors, and they are also like opposing this project. Actually, a lot of them was like opposing it 10 times stronger than me. I heard they are supporters. I listened to them carefully. They are supporting the good cause to help the unhoused people. This is a good cause I also support, but none of them are living in this community. They are living in San Francisco or Mountain View, or they are working for some NGO, but living way far away from White Oakland. So their inputs are not representative of the White Oakland community, and they are just repeating it's a good cause, but their inputs are not constructive at all and not related to the suitability of the White Oakland site. And on the other side, all the people opposing to it, they are local residents. They brought up some critical issues about this site.
Thank you. Pat, go ahead, Pat, followed by Natasha.
Yeah, hi. I'm representing Safe SCC, a group of over 2,100 of your registered voters. I'm not really sure who's calling in today showing support, but I can tell you that the over 2,000 signatures that you have sitting in front of you today were collected by your residents for some of us walking door to door collecting signatures. Life Moves claims to have worked with the community. I can tell you that to date, they've never even attempted to respond to any one of our outreaches. Nobody in the area even knew this was happening until someone found out through a meeting. Life Moves have done everything they can to make sure that nobody knew this was going on. My question for you, council members, is why would the city even consider a project if Otto Lee, who claimed that the site was not even suitable for them as a county, would be appropriate for the city? I want to be clear. Nobody in FCC, in Safe SCC, even is against a project for homeless. We submitted a project, a paper that outlines our issues. Please work with us.
Thank you, Pat. Natasha, go ahead, Natasha, followed by Evie.
I strongly oppose this project as I have previously lived in areas with affordable housing projects, and I moved to Sunnyvale for the very reason of escaping them. Where I used to live, I have had trash hurled at my head. I have seen a man pull his pants down on a public sidewalk. I have seen their feces. I have had to clean up their needles, and they have slept on my doorstep. I am an honest, hardworking American who worked 100 hours a week at my job to be able to afford housing in this area. And I thought it was worth it because this area has been safe. Now I see this project as, frankly, a misuse of hardworking taxpayers' money. Everyone deserves some place to sleep, yes, but this project is even more expensive than what I'm willing to shell out for myself. Please discontinue it. Thank you.
Thank you. Evie, followed by Tran.
Hi, I'm Evie. I'm a resident in the White Oak neighborhood, and I'm strongly against building a homeless shelter in the White Oak neighborhood. Due to its location, the White Oak area has no public transportation, nearby services, or amenities to help those in need get back on their feet. So the places like those in need at an even greater disadvantage. In addition, the lot is so small for the proposed amount of units that even if like the individuals residing in the location had vehicles, there would be little to no room for parking. And in terms of funding, Project Home Here like it's a one-time cash injection for site. After the initial investment runs out, there's no set plans for future funding. So there's no like long-term plans. And in other words, the buildings will be left to rot to decay, while those who dwell in them no longer receive the support services they once had. So I urge like the city to oppose.
Thank you, Evie. Tran, followed by Vivian.
Hello. Thank you so much. I'm honored to be able to speak at the city council meeting of the city where I was born and raised. I live immediately adjacent to the potential site at White Oak Lane, and I don't see any problem with helping these people. I have in fact invited my old high school friend Maxwell to sleep in my yard before in a tent I set up for him, as opposed to him sleeping in the creek where he was lighting his feces on fire. I have my grandparents and my parents living with me, and I also have 3 young children in my home, and I don't see the problem with any of this. If there are children who are starving, who are cold, why are we leaving them on the street? And for all those who are so upset by the potential mental illness of these people, I wonder if this is a bit like looking in the mirror. So rather than having small children living on the freeways, I would much rather that they at least can live in a place where they're afforded a bed and some reasonable housing. And if it's next to me, I'm all the more honored. Please come to dinner.
I would come. I'm hungry. Okay, thank you. Vivian, go ahead, Vivian, followed by David. Go ahead, Vivian.
Yeah, hi, I am Vivian. I'm a local resident in Santa Clara. I think as normal human being, I believe all of us do have empathy towards the homeless. I also agree that housing is essential to everyone, but is housing really the thing that matters the most to the homeless people? People become homeless for a reason. If the local government and the pro supporters really care about these people, you should find some place for them where they can get free education and training in order to find a job. If needed, they can get easy support to recover from mental illness. And for some of them, they can get help to stay away from drugs. So with the same amount of budget, it makes more sense to find a cheaper housing area, but with all of these facilities provided. I don't see these homeless key locations are benefiting the homeless. Apparently, they're not benefiting the local residents either. I can only see that the owner of this.
Thank you, Vivian. David, go ahead, David, followed by Alexis.
Hi, people are homeless for a reason. Lack of homes. United States, US states with fewer homes have more homeless people. I'm David Watson. I'm a homeowner in Mountain View. I supported the Home Key project in Mountain View, and I'm calling in to support this project as well. Homelessness is a huge problem in California. Studies find that more than 80% of homeless folks in California are from within the state. The way to help our homeless population is by finding places for them to live. It's that simple.
Thank you, Alexis, followed by Caleb.
Hi, first I would like to say I'm disappointed to hear some people here calling the neighbors who don't support the Life Move project a mob. Those so-called mobs pay for the projects by working hard, paying taxes, donating to charities, and donating personal time to help people and to help the community. I want to emphasize the points that we've heard tonight, and that's also what I support. Most opposers are not against the project, and they are not against helping homeless people. What we're opposing here is a location, and we have strong reasons that why this location, White Oak Lane, is not suitable. I did check the Mountain View location on Leghorn Street in person. It's on the quieter local street. It's one floor. Most importantly, it's not back-to-back with residential houses. Versus White Oak Lane has heavy noise pollution and it's stackable shipping containers, 2 or 3 floors tall. And you can't adjust all these, so far you can't not just.
Thank you. Caleb, followed by Bassam.
I'm a senior resident living in the neighborhood of Lawrence Expressway. I'm sorry, but I strongly oppose the White Oak Land project. I have to say, you have selected a bad site for a bad problem. From the perspective of cost efficiency and effectiveness, you should select a cheaper and a bigger place. With the same amount of money, you can build more shelters to house more people. For example, the other side of 237 has a huge empty space and is perfect for homeless center. Please stop the project immediately. Thank you.
Thank you. Bassam, followed by Tina. Bassam? Unmute yourself, please. There you go.
Thank you for that. Thank you, Mayor. I'm a neighbor of White Oaks. I live less than half a mile away from the site. I am against this project because of the lack of clarity, transparency, and a detailed neighborhood impact study. Everything seems rushed because of the home key funding, because of the timelines of the home key funding. And I believe in the city of Santa Clara, we have to consider and plan for many years to come, not think short term just to get the state funding. Thank you. I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you. Tina, you're next, and followed by Roy Yu. Go ahead, Tina.
Hi, I'm Tina. I live 500 feet away from the White Oak Lane site, and I strongly oppose putting a homeless housing there. Everyone knows that Sunnyvale is apparently expensive place, but the real estate market is still very hot. The White Oak Lane site is surrounded by residents, but why this place is empty for more than 5 years? Why no developer want to build something on it? Come to take a look and you know why. Supporters said we are labeling people, they just need a roof. No, we are not. If they're my family, I don't want them to live there. California is warm. It's much safer to camping in any community park than sleeping in a transportation intersection. Homeless people know that too, because they are the same kind of human like you and me. I don't know what's the motivation of choosing this location. It's unfair to homeless people. We are not helping them, but put them in danger. I feel so disappointed as a California resident. I urge you to not go.
Okay, Royu, followed by Noah. Go ahead, Royu.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. So I'm a resident in Santa Clara, and I oppose this project. So in the proposal, there are a lot of promises made about how they're gonna make sure like the project does no harm to the community. But I think those are just promises. They are not written rules, and the company takes no responsibility if the project fails. So everyone remember there was a man who promised that he will make America great again, and now we know, like we all know the result. The promise is like worth nothing. We've seen many similar projects fail in different cities, and those areas have become full of crime and people start to move away. And if this current project fails, it will be Santa Clara City's responsibility, also the residents' responsibility to fix it, while the company has already got the money and gone away. So I think the proposal can only be reviewed if there's any written paperwork about the companies taking responsibility to fix the project if it fails. Thanks.
Thank you. Noah, go ahead, followed by Celine.
Hello.
Hello, Noah, go ahead.
I've lived in Santa Clara my whole life. I'm in San Francisco right now, so I have sort of, I guess, a similar experience of living near one like a thing like this to help homeless people. I think it's definitely a good idea to help homeless people, and we need to do that. But I live near one of the hotels that they've converted, and it's definitely has a much larger impact on the neighborhood than I think people would want to admit. There is a lot of yelling and people going in and out, and there's a lot of activity that you definitely wouldn't want in a neighborhood like that. So you have to really consider those things when you're doing something like this. So it's probably not a good idea.
Thank you, Noah. Celine, followed by Raquel.
Hi, I'm Celine. I'm a resident in the White Oak neighborhood and strongly against building a homeless shelter in this neighborhood. So there's no like public transportation and there's no screening. So it's hard to guarantee the safety of the neighborhood and also like the safety of the homeless people themselves. So especially like the vulnerable kids. So what if like the crime happened to the vulnerable homeless kids? We cannot guarantee like the safety of them. And like the location is severe overcrowding. The proposed site is very small location, barely big enough for 2 single family homes. The sort of placing so many people, like hundreds of people into this small place is just inhuman. And yeah, I strongly urge like the city to oppose this project. Thank you.
Thank you, Celine. Raquel, followed by Nitin. Go ahead, Raquel.
Yeah, so tonight it seems like there's been a lot of opposition to this project, a lot of it coming from people living in this area. And regardless of the merits and the cons of this project, I think that even if it goes through, the neighborhood will become very hostile. There will be groups of people who strongly oppose it, groups of people who support it, and I don't want to see this neighborhood and this county being torn apart. Personally, I oppose this project. I'd like to encourage council to be a bit smarter about this. It doesn't seem to make much financial sense to spend so much money on quote unquote affordable housing when it's more expensive than the actual homes in this area with, you know, marble countertops, 2-story homes. So I just like everybody to reconsider. Thank you.
Thank you, Raquel. Nitin, followed by Alex.
Hi, this is Nitin. I'm a resident of White Oak Lane neighborhood, and I strongly oppose this project. This is a young neighborhood with elementary schools and park in the close vicinity. And with this new homeless site coming in, that will definitely change the demographics of this young neighborhood with new houses, new park coming into the play. It will definitely create more problems for the neighbors in the area, which is not just about the homeless, but overall the crime rate. The project is not close to any public transit. It is not close to any commercial project which can help the homeless to come back on their feet working in these commercial areas. So strategically also, this probably is not the right site for building a homeless transit home. Thank you.
Thank you. Alex, followed by Louis. Alex, okay. Alex looks like he's gone. So Louis, followed by Narotam.
Yes, hello?
Yes, go ahead, Louis. Go ahead.
Hi, I'm Louis and I live in Mountain View. So my neighborhood was the recipient of a homeless project with the hope of creating a solution that would really solve a problem that all of us experience every day. And I can tell you that, you know, as a resident, this has created a lot of angst among all of us as a neighborhood. And I would urge that the council members please just go visit the site and speak to local residents. I understand the problems that all of us are experiencing every day. I understand that this is solving a problem. It's creating a different problem. And I think it's important that all of us understand that. Thank you.
Thank you. Narotam, followed by, we'll try Alex again. Narotam, you're muted.
Oh, hello, can you hear me now?
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, I oppose this proposal at the earnest, as it is not good either for the homeless or for the other residents in the neighborhood. I'm just half mile away from the site, and I find that the purpose of the entire project is not clearly defined. one stage we are talking about the homeless, and the other is the homeless who are addicted, druggists, and all those shorts. So how you are going to differentiate between these two? I am very much worried, as my kids, my parents, all are living in the area, and I am very much scared if the druggist and these homeless people which just roam on the streets or go in the park is allowed to stay there. I totally oppose this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you. Alex, followed by Caitlin.
Can everybody hear me now?
We can hear you. Go ahead.
Excellent. Thank you. My name is Alex Melendrez. I am a member of the housing advocacy group, Peninsula for Everyone. I'm also a member of the Peninsula Young Democrats. So I used to work in affordable housing advocacy, and I just kind of want to implore the body tonight to just have a little bit of compassion for the unhoused. I have had enough experiences talking to people and in my immediate family who have suffered with housing insecurity. And I'll tell you this, it is not easy to have this opportunity before you. Being unhoused is a stigma, and it is just piles on misconceptions of that dehumanize people. We need to be able to provide shelter to our most vulnerable populations. We need to provide roofs over heads so that we can end a cycle of poverty. So I would please ask that you would be supportive of the following project. Thank you.
Thank you. Jasmine, followed by Ankush. Go ahead, Jasmine. Go ahead, Jasmine. You're muted. Jasmine, you're muted. Okay, Ankush, go ahead, Ankush, followed by James.
Hello, everyone. I am Ankush. I live in this neighborhood since 6 years now, and I have 2 young kids. And 5 years ago, council members and the city sold us a dream that allow us to build this corn palace, change the agricultural land to a dense project, and allow building 58 houses. We will build a nice park for you, and you will be such a happy family. And this neighborhood would be awesome. And now the park is not yet ready, and this just next to the park, this new shelter place is coming. How safe would be that park? And now again, those in that small lot, we are building so many shelter houses. This street is already crowded. It's very difficult to even merge on the Lawrence and get off on the Wide Oak Lane. It is seriously,
Thank you. I just wanted to tell the audience now that we're going to go until 10:30, and then I'm going to cut it down to 30 seconds, just because we like to finish our meetings before midnight, and we're on our first item, and we have 3 more items that at least we have to get done, more than 3 items this evening. So after 10:30, I'm going to go to 30 seconds. All right. So Caitlin, go ahead. Caitlin, you're next, followed by Ethan.
Hi, I'm Caitlin. I live nearby the White Oak neighborhood, and I'm strongly against building homeless shelter in the White Oak neighborhood. And I suggest exploring other locations where there's more access to public transportation, and also close to social services, and can be more cost effective. So these experienced homeless really rely heavily on public transportation. So we by choosing locations without such transit options, we are greatly reducing the chance of success for these individuals to obtain permanent housing and also jobs in the future. So yeah. So, and also placing homeless centers in densely populated neighborhoods, they are put and disadvantage in that social services are nowhere near these locations. So by moving these experienced homelessness away from critical social services.
Okay, last four numbers of the phone numbers, 4379, 4379. Please unmute yourself. There you go.
Thank you. I'm a nearby resident, and I just wanted to speak up in support of this project. I think it's important to have empathy. I think our state has, really lagged in building housing, and it's kind of created a statewide problem. And I think it's important for every jurisdiction to step up and find solutions, both short-term and long-term. So I just wanted to speak in support for this project. Thank you.
Thank you. Kate, followed by James. Kate, go ahead, Kate.
Mute. Hi, is it me?
Yeah, go ahead.
Hi, good evening, council member and mayor. My name is Kate. I'm a St. Clara resident, and I'm a taxpayer, and I'm a voter. I'm here to voice my concern for the White Oak project. So I strongly oppose for the project. So I think that tonight, the discussion here is not about supporting or not supporting the unhoused people. We all wanted to help the unhoused people. But to think from the finance perspective, 14 million is just a starting funding money. So we need to spend a lot of money for the next step. So spending this much money, why not teach the people to get the skills and get a job to.
Thank you, Kate. James, followed by Emma.
Yes, hello.
Hello.
I think they should take the homelessness up with the state instead of pushing it down to the county level. I think they need to go back to the state and go back to, like Agnew State Hospital, to where a lot of homeless people, have mental health issues. So, they can make it like a dual purpose building back at Agnew, have, a mental health side and people that don't need the mental health, and you can help them all there. Thank you.
Thank you, James. Emma, go ahead, Emma, followed by Scott.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Hi, I want to emphasize that opposing the location at White Oak Lane is not opposing help to homeless people. I have listened for the whole night, and I feel outraged that some supporters tried to change the topic and accuse people who have valid concerns about this project. This project at White Oak Lane lacks transparency, and some supporters even mentioned supporting the homeless neighbors. However, I wonder what is the quota reserved for the local homeless people, especially those who grew up in this area. The truth might be that it may end up with none of the local homeless people can live there. And since there is no screening, and how could you make sure this location will host the children rather than mentally ill people? And for the people who said yes in my backyard, I would encourage you to invite the homeless people to your own backyard, but you don't have the right to decide who can come in my backyard. So
thank you, Emma. Scott, go ahead, Scott, followed by Peggy.
Scott. Hi, thank you. Opposing this site is indeed attacking the homeless. The only real way to help homeless people, as has been shown over and over again, is to first get them housed. You can't help them unless they have a door, because you can't find them to help them. So it's absolutely essential that projects like this exist. No matter where you try to put them, people will come out and attack that site, which is by extension attacking the homeless. And it's really awful. But you need to do it. That's the best way to get them off the street. It's cheaper than not doing it, and it isn't very disruptive for people living near these sites. And in fact, I recently spoke in favor of one near where I live. I'm a nearby resident. I'm not in Santa Clara. But yes, these projects need to happen. I strongly support this project and hope the council moves forward with it. Thank you.
Thank you, Scott. Peggy, go ahead, Peggy, followed by Larry.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, you can. Go ahead.
Sure. I'm a resident in Ponderosa Park for many years. So this White Oak Lane site project has no background check, nor drug test. So I think all the supporters basically assume that these homeless people are nice people. And of course, we want to help nice homeless people. But however, without background check, nor drug test, how can we make sure that the resource is used on people that are worth our help? Besides, this site is only 4 minutes away from the Ponderosa Park Elementary School by bike. So how can we put our kids in such a vulnerable situation to people without a background check or drug test? So please stop exploring this site. Thank you.
Thank you, Peggy. And our last speaker is Larry. Go ahead, Larry.
Hi, my name is Larry. I've been a Santa Clara City resident for more than 17 years. I do have a concern about the city budget. If a city decide to co-work with county to support the operating costs of the Phase 2 project in Bella Vista or the Life Move project in White Oaks for long term, how can we guarantee we have a stable budget to support the operating costs? As a city citizen, I'm not willing to pay any tax if we are supposed to get our tax bill raised. I'm not willing to pay any tax to support any project approved by Santa Clara County. It's not fair to city people in Santa Clara City. Thank you.
Thank you. Shweta, followed by George. Go ahead.
Hi, I'm Shweta. I'm a resident of Ponderosa since last 2 years. I bought this property thinking that I'm going in a safe environment where I can let my kid safely play and all. But with this location coming up, it made me scared. I can't leave my child in such a vulnerable situation. And this will actually lead me think about, do I really want to stay here or move? Do city want to support me to be here and be a loyal resident over here, or do city want to push me out of it? So yeah, please do consider our situation also. I strongly oppose this project.
Thank you. George is our next speaker. After George, we're going to reduce the time to 30 seconds. Go ahead, George.
Yes, hi. I'm George and I'm calling in from Sacramento. And I was asked to dial in by some friends today, to support the project. But after hearing all of these arguments from the people living in the area, I'm having a little bit of mixed feelings. And I really feel like the city should be looking at a solution that helps both the homeless and the neighborhood, not just consider the impact to one community. There's two communities that need to be considered here. Thank you.
Thank you, George. So we're going to reduce now to 30 seconds. And if anyone has spoken already, we only allow one time to make a public comment on this item. So, all right, Faiza, go ahead, followed by Goal.
Hi, I'm a resident nearby, and I strongly oppose this project in White Oak location. So the location in particular is like designed as emergency temporary shelter. This means there will be a constant rotation of individuals staying in the location every few months. So it's sad to say, but the chance of someone with bad intentions staying there isn't a matter of if, but when. So it will happen. Like many young families, we just like start.
Thank you, Faiza. Goal, go ahead, Goal. Go ahead. There you go.
Hello.
Yes.
Hello.
Hello. Hi.
Hi. I live 5 minutes on foot to White Oak Lane, and and basically 2 and 4 minutes by car to Bella Vista and White Oaks. And I only heard about these projects 2 weeks ago from a concerned neighbor. It was very clear from the presentations from Life Moves that there is no screening or any commitment on who lives there. Saying all that, there is no.
All right, Goal, thank you. Jessica, go ahead, Jessica, followed by Ethan. Go ahead, Jessica. There you go.
Oh, hi. Hi, my name is Jessica. I'm here to strongly oppose the White Oak project. So over 2,000 local neighbors of the White Oak development have signed a physical petition against the Life Moves project. There is overwhelming opposed to the project in the local neighborhood. So I strongly urge the council members and mayors to listen to the local residents.
Thank you, Jessica. Ethan, go ahead, Ethan.
Hey, I'm against the proposal in the White Oak Lane. So first of all, I want to correct people who support the project by saying we need empathy and compassion for the household. We all do. However, they're not the reasons why we should support the location of White Oak, as most of us called out already. This is an unsafe location for the household as well. And also I have a serious concern of the competency of the Life Moves as an organization. They have no answers to many important questions, such as curfew and the long-term.
Thank you, Ethan. So now I'm going to go to the city clerk and ask the city clerk if she has any e-comments to read for us on people that did not speak, that submitted an e-comment. Assistant City Clerk.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Let me see here. Public comment email from Barbara Gasdick. This is a bad idea to squeeze that many people in that small, busy space. Traffic comes quickly off of Lawrence, and with the addition of so many more people, accidents are sure to happen. The site is also not far from schools, parks, and childcare businesses. This site also lacks public transportation and restaurant and small businesses, except for 7-Eleven, that a homeless population frequents. There are far better choices along El Camino Real and vacant buildings or even hotels that could be used for this purpose. I live about a half a block away from this site and know such a building would negatively affect home values in this area and endanger homeowners, pedestrians, and children that currently walk in this area. I think the city of Santa Clara chose the site because it is on the very outskirts of the city and on the Sunnyvale border, and thus would not get much negative response from Santa Clara residents. And the lack of transparency and lack of notification of this project shows the city is trying to pull a fast one. But this Sunnyvale resident rejects this plan for all of the above stated reasons and feels that it should not be approved. End of comment. Next public comment email is from Katie Fantin. I write in support of moving forward with home key housing proposals at the Bella Vista Inn and on White Oak Lane in Santa Clara. Project Home Key provides a unique opportunity to leverage state funding to bring our unhoused neighbors indoors. Collaborations across the county are pursuing funding for 9 home key proposals in 4 cities that would bring 800 transitional and permanent homes online in a matter of months. Both sites in Santa Clara are fantastic sites for transitional and permanent housing. Both sites will be developed by experienced nonprofit partners with successful track records, operating new housing and serving as an asset to new neighbors and the surrounding community. I hope you will support both home key proposals and that you will provide direction to city staff to move forward with the White Oak Lane proposal in partnership with Life Moves. The time is now. We must not delay. End of comment. Next public comment email is from Leland Tsai. To whom it may concern, if Santa Clara has to select a site for homeless housing, I think Bella Vista Inn site is as much better option over White Oak Lane for the following reasons. One, Bella Vista Inn is located at the corner of Lawrence Expressway and El Camino Real, and it is a better location. Easy transportation access, easy access to shops and restaurants, and more space nearby. Two, it will be more economical and faster to develop since the building exists already. After the project is complete, it will be cheaper to maintain as well. Three, the site in White Oak Lane is quite small and is surrounded by a lot of apartments. Today, the traffic in the area is quite heavy. If the homeless housing is built there, the whole area will be very crowded and even harder for the residents to get in and out. I just want to share my opinions. End of comment. Next one is from Alexa Kaskowitz. To whom it may concern, I write in support of moving forward with home key housing proposals at the Bella Vista Inn and on White Oak Lane in Santa Clara. Project Home Key provides unique opportunity to leverage state funding to bring our unhoused neighbors indoors. Collaborations across the county are pursuing funding for 9 home key proposals in 4 cities that would bring 800 transitional and permanent homes online in a matter of months. I hope you will support both home key proposals and that you will provide the direction to city staff to move forward with the White Oak Lane proposal in partnership with Life Moves. End of comment. Next public comment email is from Catherine H. You liberal woke demon rats are destroying our communities by quietly deciding to create homeless housing in the heart of Silicon Valley. Why couldn't you build homeless housing in San Jose or East Palo Alto, borderline of Santa Clara County? This is a dangerous project exposing hardworking tax-paying citizens to these rotten, lazy, and possibly drug-addicted homeless people. Damn you all to hell for destroying California. A concerned Sunnyvale resident. End of comment. And our last one is from Sujanya. This is Sujanya. I'm a resident of Myrtle Drive, which is less than 300 feet from the newly proposed homeless site at 2035 White Oak Lane. The newly proposed location is right in the middle of a highly residential neighborhood and very close to kids' parks, less than 500 feet, and schools. While I do understand the housing concerns in the Bay Area, I am also concerned about the safety of the residents, children, and our elderly neighbors. To give some context, during Halloween, more than 50 kids came to trick or treat in just 1.5 hours. We were home, and this could be just a fraction of kids in the area. We also have elderly neighbors on the street. I am concerned about the safety of all residents, kids and elderly neighbors in the area. I request the council to consider a non-residential location for the project. End of comment. And that's all I have for you, Mayor.
Okay, thank you so much, Nora. And I do want to thank you and your team for helping to manage all of those speakers. We had well over 150 speakers tonight. So I want to thank you very much for doing that. I also want to thank all the speakers and everybody that took their time to, wait all these hours, wait in line to be able to even just speak for a minute, or in the last case, it's just 30 seconds. We appreciate the passion that everybody is bringing to this issue. And I think it really says the type of important issue this is for our community. So thank you all for being involved. All right, council. So now I don't know if the staff, city manager, if you have anything you want to say, or Jonathan Beach, if there's any comments you want to make before we look at what the 2 issues you want us to opine on, which is give some direction on the White Oak site and the RFP for the hygiene issues for the unhoused. So city manager, is there anything?
I was only going to restate what the 2 matters were before the council and to provide input to city staff.
Okay. All right. So let's start with our council members. Councilmember Jane. Go ahead.
Yeah, I think one of the main concerns that I heard was that Life Moves has not met with Safe Santa Clara County. And I'm, before we make a motion just to have staff work with Life Moves, why can't we have Life Moves work with Safe Santa Clara County, since they do have quite a few very active members that went around and collected petitions, that it just makes sense for there to be a dialogue between the community and the developers. And then I wanted to understand, a number of people said, oh, it's $8,000 a month versus, you know, you could get in a marble palace for that, you know, rent. And I want to understand more, probably for the community, where that money goes. I know our family has spent quite a bit of money on psychiatrists, and they're not cheap. So, you know, clearly there are mental health issues, but I can't imagine anyone on this call that has not been touched by mental health issues. I have a friend who's barely been able to leave his house for 3 years because his son is on suicide watch. I have another friend that adopted a kid 30 years ago who turns out later they found out had fetal alcohol syndrome and is paranoid schizophrenic. And they were fortunate enough to buy him an apartment and they check on him regularly. Not very many people are in that situation. And I have a number of people that have been touched by mental health issues. So, and it's a crisis. It truly is a crisis that has been exposed by COVID, where we see domestic violence has increased due to, you know, stresses on families. So I would like to understand where the costs are coming from. I know that these people, at least when we visited Life Moves in Mountain View, were getting 3 meals a day. And from Loaves and Fishes. So they didn't have to cook, they didn't have to leave the facility to go get food. So I'd like to understand the costs better. Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Becker.
Thank you, Mayor. So I know this neighborhood pretty well. I know some really good people over on Klamath Avenue. I know they've had a lot of issues recently with a lot of also abandoned cars in that area. So I know that there's probably been some reports of that recently too. But, you know, looking at this area, you know, like I said, I know this area. I know where the Corn Palace used to be. I know the bar that used to be there. I mean, I celebrated New Year's Eve there in 2008. So it's, you know, it's an area that I know, and I know what the concerns that a lot of the residents have. This is very, very tough decision. And the reason why, and tough decision and tough choices that we're making. And the reason why I'm saying that is because as a millennial, it is truly challenging because we have a future of very limited housing. A lot of millennials are moving out of the area. A lot of millennials end up being homeless because, you know, half the people I know are working full time that end up being homeless. This is something that I don't think, you know, if you think about it, it's something that should be a slam dunk. It's something that we should, you know, really kind of be of a sure thing. But I understand the concerns about what the residents are concerned about. But it also comes down to location, location, location. And I think that's a really major term in real estate and everything else. But, you know, one of the things I noticed is that the housing on Klamath is, I think it was back in the long time ago, I remember it was Section 8. And I think it might be HUD currently. Don't quote me on that. But I think that might be what that kind of housing is there. And my concern is, you know, why don't we have that similar kind of housing in this similar area? And, you know, if we didn't have a problem with the Section 8 housing or the HUD housing there before, why are we having concerns about this housing here? But I understand those concerns. Going forward, you know, I look at a lot of basically kind of, well, referencing one of my colleagues. My colleague, you know, was quoted by saying, "We are committed to ensuring Santa Clara is a livable city for everyone. Through the collaborative leadership of our many partners, we will continue to help our unsheltered neighbors in our regional efforts to get our unhoused residents out of temporary shelters, off the streets and into permanent homes." Our mayor said that, and I 100% agree with her. These are baby steps. But like I said before, it all comes down to location, location, location. I 100% support the Bella Vista project. And that's because it's on the El Camino Real. It has the transportation. It has the ways of people to get onto buses, which I know is a major issue. What I'm going to share with you, though, is, you know, I went through a lot of these similar issues. You know, I'm a renter. I struggled. There was a lot of times where I was couch surfing, where I was almost in situations of being unhoused. And if it wasn't for, the help of friends or family, I would have needed something like this a long time ago. And long time ago, that a lot of this didn't exist. So this is an olive branch and a helping hand for a lot of people. And when I hear people say, would you live next door to it? Would you have it in your neighborhood? I live in a neighborhood full of apartments. And I would frankly say that's fine with me, because half these people I know that are looking for this type of housing are full-time workers. Some of these people are our brothers, our sisters, our mothers, our fathers, our friends, colleagues. Some of these people have lives. Some of these people, I think, deserve a chance. I know mothers that are tucking their children inside of motorhomes. I know women who are commuting from Gilroy to work at the McDonald's here in Santa Clara because it's $4 more an hour. This is a very frustrating situation, because moving forward, we have to make the right choices for the future as a millennial and as a person representing the city, because, it comes down to, well, like I said, location, 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 and the buck stops with me. If I hear concerns about a lot of people talking about, the homeless might be bringing crime or other issues. If you go look at, based on Megan's Law, and you go look at the sex offenders in that region, there are a lot of sex offenders in that region. And so that's a concern to me too, because we can't just single out that, because half these people that are trying to get on their feet are actually trying to make a difference. These are the people that actually want help and want to get on there, get somewhere rather than going backwards. I understand the concerns about crime, and I really do not want people sitting on the streets or camping out on the streets. That's a problem. And I've seen that happen in other shelters. I didn't see that over in the Mountain View shelter. So that was kind of a surprise to me. Looking at, I guess, it comes down to home is where the heart is. A lot of people just really want a roof over our head. And I agree that, this is going to be something that's challenging, that we're going to have to work together as a community. As I said, people are living in creeks. Just this last summer, Councilmember Park and I went through the creek to see how many people are living in the creeks. It's pretty devastating. It's pretty surprising at how many are staying in there. And seeing all the rains that we've been having, it brings a lot of concern to me about those people and what they're going to do, and how they're going to have the right types of shelter, especially with the colder temperatures coming. Like I said, going back to, Bella Vista, last year when I was elected, I made a point of making homelessness a very major issue. I want to help solve the homelessness issue. When I was elected, that was what a lot of people elected me for, is, hey, go out there and start solving these homelessness problems, because I really don't like seeing it. So that's part of my duty. And here we are, we have options. And I'm very in a split mind right now, because Bella Vista is perfect. I like the ideas of the White Oak location, but there's a lot of concerns with the residents are saying, and also what Mayor Gilmore and a few others have said about the shape of the site. Because trust me, I said when I was there, when I was younger at the bar, it was a terrible location. And I know that there are probably a lot of crimes there, because I used to see a lot of police at that location. So the questions come down to is, how was it when you guys were living there, to residents, was when the bar was there and the liquor store was there a lot of crime? Was it able to handle that? Would it cause the same kind of issues that you had back then? And then going, one of my final things I'd like to kind of leading out of, go watch a show on HBO called Show Me a Hero. And it's all about what housing is, and takes place in Yonkers, New York. It talks about how the government went in there and forced housing in certain areas because we needed to find ways of providing that affordable housing in areas that were too rich, like the Bay Area right now. We are too expensive. My rent is $2,800 a month. A lot of people can't afford rent around here. So that show, Show Me a Hero, really kind of shows how they implemented this affordable housing with a lot of pushback. It really kind of touches your heart, and it touched my heart, because trust me, sleeping on couches and sleeping in the backseat of your car, it's no fun. And especially eating top ramen on an often basis too. But last thing I have to say is Vanessa really brought up a really good point, that if this is not a great location, that if this isn't the prime location, maybe that the task force that Councilmember Jane has been pushing for a very long time, that this is maybe the way we need to go, that is the way where we can start finding other locations. I know there's a location on the corner of El Camino, the old Vagabond. I thought that was up for sale for a while. I don't know where that's heading, but many have told me that's a prime location to do something like this because it's right near transit. And it's right next door to the Bella Vista. But that is, I think, a way that we can start going down that road and providing that kind of housing. And the task force, I think, is in that direction. Seeing other cities like Milpitas and, you know, Mountain View success on this, I kind of want to see that. And my position for one of my proposals of a film commission this last last month, one of the things that Councilmember Jane shared with me recently was that Robin Williams, the actor, one of the major things he had in his contract was he wanted homeless to be hired on his any of his films that he was working on. And so that is something that I think, you know, if we really get a homeless task force going and maybe a film commission going and we start having production or any other things that go on in the city, we can have ties to helping homeless have roles and jobs. That is something that's very mind-blowing to me, and I thank Robin Williams for doing those kind of things. But it just comes down to, like I said, the location is concerning to me, but Bella Vista is 100%, I think, the perfect location because it all comes down to transportation and getting people on buses, especially if they need to get to a job. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, Bella Vista is not part of our decision-making tonight. Appreciate the comments. Do you have a motion? Because we're looking for a motion to give direction to the city staff on White Oaks Lane and the RFP. So I'll go to Councilmember Hardy, since that's your district that we're talking about, and hopefully I can get a motion on the floor so we can start discussing that item at hand. Go ahead, Councilmember Hardy.
First off, I will say I met with Russ Melton, who is for District 4 in Sunnyvale, which is just over the border here. I think it's very unfortunate. There was a lot of misinformation spread, and I don't know why it started that way, but Home Key did not get their message out, but there was a lot of unfortunate information that was spread. Some of it was correct and some of it is not. And it has raised all the concerns, but there are concerns because it is a noisy traffic area. I too have friends that live on Klamath, and you get a lot of noise from the expressway. It is a exciting interchange there for traffic. And I think it's not surprising to me that the county turned it down, because I think what really comes down to it is it a good spending of public money? Is this the best way to do this? And when I saw the cost, and this is why I heard very clearly Councilmember James being concerned about the cost as well, this looks like an expensive way to do it. So I would make a motion that we suggest that Home Key look for other sites that may be better suited in Santa Clara, that maybe are not so expensive and would be a better fit. That's my motion.
Could you add in the direction to issue an RFP for basic hygiene resources, including bathroom, showers, and laundry services? So
didn't know you wanted them put together, but yes, I would, because that's a note that I'd like to put the RFP for the, because I know that there are hygiene issues, and that is a major problem. And having water, having plumbing is major. So yes, I apologize. I did not have that pulled up for the recommendation.
Okay,
having an RFP for the
basic hygiene resources, including bathroom, showers, and laundry service, that we're directing staff to issue an RFP for that.
Yes, that would make, I would make that part of my motion.
Okay.
And I'll second it.
Okay, motion to direct staff to discontinue discontinue moving ahead any White Oaks Lane with the White Oaks Lane site and work with Life Moves to find an alternate location, probably maybe with alternate funding to go along with it in Santa Clara, and to issue the RFP. So that's a motion and a second on that. Councilmember Park.
Yes, no, it's good here. I think this is a very difficult decision. I mean, I understand where people are coming from because, you know, I'm a homeowner with a wife and a young daughter, and I understand the concerns of neighbors that I've heard. And I love that we've had a council meeting where we've had hundreds of people show up. You know, I welcome that. I do not like that we reduced time to 30 seconds because democracy is about people's voice and not for efficiency. And it takes time to hear the people speak. But the reality of homelessness is that homelessness is not simple. It's not that simple, which is if we created enough housing to support the unhoused, we would still have unhoused people. I think people don't seem to understand that. Likewise, if we added mental health and social services to support the unhoused, those services would probably be packed and not just with unhoused people, right? Housing with social services certainly costs more than housing alone because it's better. And I think that's the kind of housing that we need. But I also have people that I consider friends in the unhoused community. I mean, as Councilmember Becker said, we did walk the creek earlier this year, and I kept in touch with a number of the people that we met. And I've met people since that time, since our first trip, some of whom I have not been able to contact in the last few weeks, I think after the rain. So that concerns me as well. But the stereotyping of the unhoused as being unstable drug users with mental problems is very much like the claim that homeowner families are engineers and real estate agents, meaning there is a lot of truth to either claim, but there is just as much incorrectness in each statement as well. And while the unhoused may end up in Santa Clara or Sunnyvale or surrounding areas, the unhoused come from everywhere, even from engineering and real estate jobs. And we talk about homeless individuals, but the reality is homelessness affects everyone, including families, right? It's not just homeless individuals, but homeless fathers and mothers and sons and daughters, you know, children and parents. I cannot tell you how it feels to talk to parents of toddlers who are unhoused, and I can't imagine how the parents of those toddlers felt talking to me. It was very emotional on both sides. And I've talked to people who are knocked down by personal situations, who just needed breathing room to get back on their feet. And I've had people tell me that even if they had housing, if they had help, they'd probably be out on the street again, right? And I feel that everyone that thinks we need to find better places for you know, homeless shelters really needs to take a deep look into where unhoused people are already staying. I mean, I think that's like, that reality just doesn't hit a lot of people, right? Housing the unhoused near residential seems to be inviting the problem into our neighborhoods. And to be honest, it kind of is, but with a different intent. I mean, just as vaccines help develop immunity by imitating an infection, normalizing support for the unhoused in existing communities without prejudice, without fear-mongering, is essential to dealing with the problems of homelessness long-term. By understanding the issues, by seeing people face-to-face, by humanizing a community that we do not currently know and probably don't want to know, we make our ability to handle differences better, right? The communities are left with an imprint of the situation, and we learn how to deal with this in the future. And that's how it's supposed to work, which is projects like this are supposed to help vaccinate our communities against the problems of homelessness, right? The problem is only partly housing, but the attitudes that we hold towards our fellow people need the most healing. And those are the kinds of things that we actually need to work on. As a speaker said, status quo is what makes us unsafe. And the status quo in our thinking is one of the biggest problems, right? And the problem with the White Oaks project is actually at a higher level than the homelessness issue, which means the challenge would be for each side to actually listen to the other side, not just homeowners and developers, but also the unhoused, because there are more sides. There are a lot more sides to this issue, right? And I would like more housing, but not at any cost. I mean, not at the cost of community trust. And if that means that we need to work harder to ensure that the residents know about the benefits of a project or spend more time to convince them, then that's what it means. If we need more regulations and rules, let's see what we can do. Likewise, I would really like residents, neighbors to, to actually connect with homeless people, with the unhoused, to realize that stopping all projects is not beneficial to either side, not to the neighborhoods, not to the city, and educating themselves on the types of projects that should be acceptable is of utmost importance. Right? Many have suggested that there be no changes or no project, but improvement requires change. And no project does not move the city forward. And it's kind of unfortunate that we're at a point where we've got an unhoused problem, we've got no project, and we've got unhappy residents. Because I think that even after this motion, whether it passed or not, we will have contention. Right? And I would really like to find a way to accept a community of unhoused individuals with full neighborhood support, whether it's at White Oak or not, just someplace in the city. And I would like people to stretch their imaginations and understand the realities and possibilities that we have in actually helping people, right? For homeowners and renters, imagine what it's like to be unhoused with a family. I mean, where would you go? For life moves, consider what would it be like to be a resident next to your facility? How would you feel? And finally, for the unhoused, imagine what it would be like to have a place to stay with social support, even if it's for just a short time. And if we can all imagine these things, I think we'll get to a better place. But I think that with the neighborhood feeling, with the outreach that's necessary, yeah, I think it's unfortunate for all sides, but I will be supporting this motion. Thank you.
Councilmember Watanabe.
Thank you, Mayor. So I would like to also thank the residents that called in and spoke tonight. I was keeping track of the people who spoke for and against, and definitely, I would say that we definitely had a good community outreach tonight based on the numbers of people that I took note of, either for or against, and I think it was a wonderful opportunity for everybody to just weigh in and share their thoughts. Just for the record, I did also visit both sites yesterday. I visited Bella Vista. I drove around, and then I did also go out to the White Oak Lane and actually walked the property, and I've spoken to residents who reached out to me as well, and because I think it is really important that we speak to everybody and get and hear the input, whether it be in a council meeting or in person. And listening, there was one comment made by a resident tonight, and I really took it to heart. And, I mean, aside from the fact that there were so many people that spoke out against this location, and I understand why. I mean, from walking, its proximity to Lawrence, and even the proximity to El Camino Real. It would be hard for people to get around that don't have transportation. However, there was one resident who made a comment saying that they worried that, if the project went forward, how it would be received by the residents, and especially if Life Moves is looking at this being a project for families, I would be concerned about those families, and especially the children, and because we're trying to make life better for families, and if there's resentment towards the project or resentment towards families, that's not going to help anybody. I know in the staff report, there was a statement about that there is no city land. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe I read that there is no city land available where we could build a project like this or turn it into a project to help the unhoused. And I'm sure our staff will continue looking for something that could possibly help, because we do want to help the unhoused. We want to get people out of RVs. We have had success with the Western Motel here in Santa Clara being converted to housing for young adults through Covenant House and using Measure A funding. I think I would hope that we could maybe explore some of the other hotels that are on El Camino Real, considering their proximity to transit and retail, and hoping that we can also take advantage of Measure A funding along with any state funding that might be available. I think we do have opportunities. We just have to keep looking for them. But I do really appreciate all that was done tonight, and in terms of just wanting to make the right decision, because this is a very important decision that affects many lives, but we want to do it right. And so that was why I was happy to second the motion. So thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Jane?
Yeah, I'm not happy that 3 and 4 got connected together. I would prefer to have voted on them separately. I'm also not happy that I guess the mayor took the White Oaks off the table. I had wanted to leave it on the table while looking for other locations and to work with the 2 groups that have mobilized around the issue of solving the problem of the unhoused. That would be Safe Santa Clara County and the Homeless Initiatives groups. So I really think we should continue to talk to everybody. And if I could offer that as a friendly amendment, that we not take White Oaks off the table, but we do actively look for better locations, and we get the help and assistant staff works with the 2 groups.
So you're asking the maker of the motion to reverse her motion and put White Oaks back on the table to continue discussions? Is that what you're asking?
Well, the motion currently, or the staff recommendation, was the city council may direct staff to continue discussions with Life Moves regarding the proposed White Oaks Lane site. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying to look for other sites while keeping the White Oaks on the table. So staff in this proposal had said only consider White Oaks Lane. So I'm not saying that. And I would
have no idea what you're saying, for all due respect. So
what I'm saying is
speak to the maker of the motion and ask what amendment you would like her to make. So why don't you speak to the maker of the motion and clearly articulate an amendment?
Okay.
Okay?
The city council
lost me. Thank you.
Directs staff to continue discussions with Life Moves regarding other suitable sites for interim affordable housing, including White Oaks Lane, with community outreach to Safe Santa Clara County and Homeless Initiatives, and additional staff analysis of the financial feasibility of the project and consideration of the city's applicant status. That's what I'm asking.
I have no problem with all of it, except for I feel very strongly that the White Oaks is not a good situation financially. I don't think it works logistically. And as Councilmember Watanabe said, I agreed with what that one neighbor said, that they were worried that for the safety of everyone and how the feelings that were there. So that's why I feel like we should take White Oaks off the table.
Okay.
I have no trouble with working with the groups that you mentioned. In fact, that was the point of the motion, without being super specific, that staff would continue to work with Home Key. And I'd like to see more outreach.
Well, what about separating out 3 and 4?
Considering the hour, I think I'd like to leave those together.
Okay.
Okay.
Madam Mayor?
Yes.
May I repeat to the maker of the motion
Yes, please.
the
go ahead.
motion I captured?
Yes, please.
So the motion was suggest that Home Key look for better sites in Santa Clara that are not as expensive and better suited for Santa Clara that would be a better fit, and direct staff to issue an RFP for basic hygiene resources, including bathrooms, showers, and laundry services.
That is fine. Yes, thank you, Nora.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I'm just going to I'm going to keep my comments short because it is late. This was the first item on our agenda and we have a few more that we have to do before midnight. So again, I want to thank everyone for coming out, everyone for speaking, giving different sides of the issue. This isn't an easy issue. I'm sorry that, people portray others as not caring about the homeless, and the YIMBYs and the NIMBYs and everything else everyone was called. I think what's important, I do believe people care about people. I honestly do believe that. And I believe that there's a lot of really caring people in our community, including all those who live near White Oaks Lane and all those who want to help the unhoused in our community find a place to live, especially families. I think we all are very hypersensitive to that and want to help the best we can. I think the Bella Vista motel makes sense now. The transitional housing, I mean, they can get that on pretty quickly. Knowing the other part of that, we'll have to go through the regular development process and get more public outreach on that 7-story project. I know there'll be a lot more discussion about that and public outreach. On this site here, the White Oak site, when I went out there and I physically looked at it and I saw it and I thought, okay, well, first of all, from a land use standpoint, there's a reason why it should be commercial. There is a reason, and people just speed off that Lawrence Expressway. They make that sharp right turn. There's a lot of traffic in there, and I think it's riskier area. I know that. And I know this from personal facts, from spending time with our police officers and our neighborhood chats and looking at statistics and other things. Not everything is reported. So when we come back and say how many accidents have been there, how many traffic stops, it's not all reported. Some people do it online. Some people get in fender benders, the little accidents, they don't report them. So I don't believe that our statistics are really that up to date, and really anywhere in the city. But, I looked at that and it's a super dense area, super, super dense. And there's a lot going on in that area. I think the site, it's the entryway, it's the gateway. It's the gateway to that community there. It's the gateway. And I think for what's planned, whether it's shipping containers or these prefab buildings that look like shipping containers, I just think that it's not the right place for it. And I do want to respect our residents. We have to respect our residents. We have to listen to our residents and what they want in the community. And then we have to make a decision based on all the information we have at hand. I think what's changed on this White Oak side as well is, first of all, we're getting a lot more information than we had before. And secondly, the fact that the county passed on it and they're trying to pass it on to us here in Santa Clara and to fund it. The fact that they're passing it on to us to fund it is not anything we expected. And you're talking about a minimum, first, the site doesn't lend itself physically to be, the ideal site for this type of family use. And then they've passed on the cost to us. And again, we have had budget issues, a lot of budget issues. And to pass on that cost, and then to pass on that ongoing cost, minimums of 2 million, 3 million, where are we going to find the money? And certainly if we don't find the money and it's not supported properly, it's not going to be a successful project. So I think the fact that they wanted us to then be, one of the lead agents in this and a business partner in this, I don't think we were prepared to spend all of those millions, to do that for a project that we're not 100% keen on, and that the neighborhood doesn't want, and maybe we feel is in the wrong spot. So for all of those reasons put together, I will be supporting the motion on the table. And, we are going to look as diligently as we can to find the right project, to get the county money, to get all the monies available, to build it. So we're not putting, our own general fund at risk to do this. So we can be, fiscally responsible about this as well. So again, I appreciate everybody who took their time away from their families to go and talk to us and send us emails and get petitions and do that. It really shows we have a very engaged community that I'm really proud of. So thank you, everyone. I will be supporting the motion. Assistant City Manager, roll call vote, please.
You just promoted me. Okay. Councilmember Watanabe.
Yes.
Councilmember Hardy.
Yes.
Councilmember Park.
Yes.
Councilmember Jane.
Yes.
Councilmember Becker.
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore.
Yes. And that passes unanimously with all of those present. Thank you, everyone on this. All right, I'm not even going to take a break. We're going to go right to the next item, which is item number 7. And that, yes.
We need to report out on closed session.
Oh, sorry about that. Sue, we had items for closed session. Do we have any reportable items on closed session?
Thank you, Mayor. The council took no reportable action in closed session.
Yeah, thank you. I'm sorry I didn't do that earlier. So we're going to move on now to item number 7, which is action on adoption and certification of an environmental impact report, adoption of a mitigation monitoring and reporting program, and architectural approval of a data center project located at 1200 to 1310 Memorex Drive.
So Rita is going to make the presentation, and I'm looking for her name. If we could pull up the presentation and we can get, there we go.
Okay.
We're moving her over.
Do we have her?
Looks like she fell off.
Mayor, if we can move on to the next item and we could get Rena on the line.
Who was that? Was that?
Oh, sorry, this is Andrew Crabtree. Would you?
Sure.
Yes,
thank you, Andrew. I didn't see your name either. Okay.
Sorry. Yeah. And hopefully Rena will be able to join us.
Okay.
But the item in front of you, Mayor, members of City Council, I'm Andrew Crabtree, Director of Community Development, and the item in front of you is actions related to the approval of a data center project at 1200 Memorex Drive, which includes adoption, certification of environmental impact report, mitigation monitoring and reporting program, and then the architectural approval of the data center project. Next slide, please. So this is an overview of the location of the project. You can see located here on the southwest end of Memorex Drive in the northern Santa Clara area. It's a slightly over 9-acre site. And there are 3 buildings on the site that would be demolished for the project. The proposal is to construct a new 4-story data center building that would be almost 500,000 square feet. It includes a 6-story office space portion on the project, which is a little bit unusual, a little bit more office space than you see in a lot of our data centers. It does include a new electric power substation and a 60 kilovolt transmission extension. Next slide. So staff, as part of our review, reviewed the project for consistency, conformance to the city's general plan and zoning. The general plan and zoning for the site are light industrial, and data center uses are an allowed use in that zoning district and then that general plan designation, so it conforms. There is a floor area ratio or FAR limitation of 0.6 in that designation. However, with data centers, we have a policy that reflects that they have a low intensity of employment that allows for a greater FAR. In this case, the proposed FAR is 1.40. So that we have consistently found the data centers fit within this low intensity designation based on the fact that they generate low levels of employment, traffic related to that. So they really are a low intensity type use.
Hey, Andrew. I just wanted to say hi.
Thank you, Rena.
I'm sorry,
Rena,
everyone.
would you like to take over at this point?
Yes, I can. And I'm sorry. I got kicked out of Zoom right as you were concluding the last item, which I sat for several hours. So I apologize for the very inconvenient technology glitch. So I moved to a better room in the house, but I might turn my camera off if there are any issues. So thank you, Andrew, for explaining the general plan and zoning conformance. The one thing that I want to remind our council of is really also conformance to an important part of the general plan. It's our strategy, our general plan goal 4.6, which is maintaining the city's fiscal health and quality services. So data centers, and we talked about this earlier this year with another data center item where we kind of drill down into sort of how data centers align with the city's economic development strategy as well. But an important consideration about data centers is that they provide a net positive benefit to the city's fiscal health. Their need for services is far less than their contribution. And just a couple of things on that, from a property tax standpoint, data centers are valuable in their assessment because the tax assessor doesn't just look at the building itself, but also the equipment inside the building. Another important attribute to why data centers contribute quite a bit to the city is that they actually contribute 5% of the utility fees that are paid through SVP go to the city's general fund. So in the fiscal year 2020, all of our operating data centers contributed $22.7 million. So certainly this activity aligns incredibly well with the city's general plan strategy. And when we talk about zoning conformance, this particular project meets the zoning district standards of the light industrial ML zoning district. There are two areas of slight deviation where they're asking for minor modifications, and that's with height as well as parking ratio standards. They are within the allowable amount for an administrative minor modification. And really around parking and height, these are areas where data centers have typically asked for changes. And the reason for this, when we talk about parking, is because our zoning code still has a very high ratio, which hopefully will correct in the new code, where it asks for more parking spaces than really this incredibly lower intensity, employment intensity use demands. Oh, can we move on to the next slide? Thank you. So staff worked with the applicant from the beginning of the project to the proposal today from an architectural enhancement standpoint. So back with the first submittal, very few changes in plane. Staff wasn't satisfied with the quality materials or really visual interest, has worked with the applicant. And as you can see with the final renderings, more glass, more contrast, pop outs to provide that sort of differentiation of plane. And what this project benefits from is that it has an ancillary office component, which is on the east side of the building. And that really allows people, when you're entering this project, you feel like you're going to an office center, an office use, which is very difficult to achieve with most data center projects because you really can't have as much glass because it takes away from the inefficiency of the data center. So in this particular proposal, it feels like an office building for the portion of the building that most people are experiencing and entering the building. I should also mention, and the applicant is going to talk about this a little bit more with some elevations to explain this. The most sensitive interface is also really along the south boundary, because that's the part of the site that has an interface facing residences just to the south of the Caltrain train tracks. And so really the applicants made a lot of attempts to soften that elevation because those could be potentially viewable from the backyards of residences on Main Street. Some things that they intentionally did is they set that building back quite considerably. Currently, the existing buildings that are on the site are set back approximately 42 feet from the rear property line. The new building is going to be at different points, maybe as low as 48 feet, but a large stretch of the building is going to be as far back as 193 feet from the rear property line. Also, the applicant has proposed to put a fast-growing tree type. It's an Italian cypress. It's really known for providing quick cover, if you will. So they are proposing to install, or I should say plant 152 mature Italian cypresses on the south border. Once again, the applicant has some images of this, but that's sort of what they're, I think they're really proactive attempts to kind of soften any visibility off-site from the south. Can we advance to the next slide? Great. So staff was really cognizant. We've had in the past year concerns about noise coming from our industrial areas. We think one of those could be a data center. We're still exploring that issue. So we worked really, closely with these particular applicants to make sure that noise was a paramount topic that was proactively addressed. So, noise can be pretty complicated, but the short story is that this particular project is meeting the city's noise standards for nighttime, daytime noise, and especially meeting those standards at the residential boundaries. Those are different standards, different for residential uses. And also an important thing to note is that the project the noise that it's generating is substantially lower than the existing ambient noise. We do know that noise is additive, meaning even if something's quiet, if you add it to an environment, the noise will be louder. So modeling was done, and it was determined that the amount of addition that the project is going to create under the most conservative, when I say conservative, I mean operational assumptions that actually aren't going to exist in any typical scenario, that noise addition would not actually add any sort of perceivable noise that would be audible to the human ear. So I think that's kind of a good story about this project and what it's done. And it achieved these noise really, I'd say attenuation goals by looking at how they installed equipment at the top of their roof. And they have air chillers and mechanical equipment. They were very strategic about how they placed that equipment. And they also installed a parapet roof around the southern edge of the elevation of the building in order to prevent any potential spillover of the noise to the south, which is at the most sensitive potential receptors, which are the residents across the Caltrain tracks along Main Street. Can we advance to the next slide? Thank you. So CEQA, that's really our reason for being with council tonight on this project. So a draft environmental impact report was prepared and was circulated, and the project was determined that it, on all the CEQA topics, could reduce to a less than significant level all the areas that were analyzed except for the topics related to cultural resources. And really, and I'm not sure if Andrew touched on this because I wasn't able to join you guys, but But this project is the home of the former Memorex headquarters, and it has a special significance and is eligible for listing as a California Register of Historical Resources. And why it's being listed is not actually the buildings. The buildings do represent a time period in which they were constructed, but they weren't built by a notable architect, and they don't necessarily represent the best of a particular time period either. The reason why this is significant is because of the activities that happened on this site, on the Memorex campus, and really the development and its contribution to really modern electronics industry and the broader context of Silicon Valley in the 1960s and 70s. So with that said, the demolition of the structures on the site do create a significant impact under CEQA. You can still try and mitigate. You can't get to a less than significant impact, because that's why we've prepared this environmental impact report. We know that there are not mitigations available for that. However, mitigations have been included in the project. So mitigations that you will find include a HABS level survey. And what that is a standard of survey that meets the national parks standards, where there's actual video documentation prior to the building's demolition that shows the exterior and interior of the building. Also, what's included is a documentation of, or I should say, yeah, I'm sorry, the applicant will actually tell us about a display that they are placing. So I'll allow them to talk about that a little bit more in depth. But also another mitigation measure is a collection of oral history. So that stories from employees who actually worked in the Memorex facility will be collected, and those will be documented appropriately. So those mitigation measures are included in the project, but once again, they aren't reducing the impact to less than significant, which is the need for the EIR. Can we advance the slide? As this project affected cultural resources, the project was referred to the Historic Landmarks Commission. The first night, the HLC did not take an action or a recommendation, I should say, because the EIR had not finished circulating on July 1st. But on September 2nd, the HLC made a recommendation that the City Council certify the EIR and recommend the selection of the project alternative, which is known as the Preservation Alternative Retain Historic Resource. And that alternative assumed that a portion of the building would be retained, but the rest of the project could be a new project with a portion, the facade of the building, being retained. That particular option actually doesn't reduce the impact to less than significant. And also, I think the applicant has expressed how this has a significant impact on really them not being able to achieve any of their project goals. The HLC in its recommendation did also say that should the City Council want to support demolition or support the project as proposed, which includes demolition, that they also requested, they suggested that a city historian review the HAB survey documentation, that the HLC reviewed the historical monuments, and that character defining elements of the original building be incorporated into the new design. Can we advance to the next slide? And so this takes us to the staff recommendation, which is to adopt the resolution approving, for the City Council to adopt the resolution approving and certifying the final EIR prepared for the demolition of the existing buildings located at 1200 to 1310 Memorex Drive, and the construction of a new data center project, including CEQA findings, a statement of overriding considerations, and a mitigation and monitoring reporting program, as well as for the City Council to adopt a resolution to approve the architectural review for the Memorex project. Staff's here for any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Andrew, and thank you, Rena, for that presentation. We'll start with questions from the City Council. Councilmember Chang.
Yeah, thank you, Rena. I had two questions. One is that they were going to put some sort of like plaques in front of the building. Do you have any pictures of that you can show?
The
And
applicants
then-
actually have that in their presentation,
they
so
have
they
that
are
in
going
their
to share those.
Okay, and then maybe this is also for the applicant. A concern of many people when we have construction projects is where the construction workers are going to be parking. Do you have any idea of how we're going to mitigate parking impacts to the neighbors?
I'm going to
Yes,
suggest we have the applicants give their presentation, and then let's come back after and get all the questions out at one time and put that question. Maybe they'll talk about that construction parking. So let's move to the applicants and have them make their presentation. Do we know who's representing the applicants?
Yes, I see that he is moving up to a panelist. Oh, actually, he's still in the attendee, Rob Morris. He has his hand raised. If we could advance him to be a panelist.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead. Welcome.
Great. Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Thank you for giving us an opportunity to present our project and to seek certification of our EIR and architectural approval for the 1200 Memorex data center and office development. My name is Rob Morris. I'm the co-founder and CEO of Skybox. Skybox has 6 campuses throughout North America. This is our first location in Santa Clara, and we are very excited about our investment in this community. Skybox is a premium data center provider with a focus on a handful of projects, primarily for cloud companies. We build at the upper end of the market so we can focus on using the best available technologies for sustainability to serve our customers and also the communities that we live in. Skybox was the winner of the Global 2019 Enterprise Data Center of the Year Award from DCD for our innovation and energy efficiency in building one of the largest and most efficient supercomputers in the world with Intel and Doug. Additionally, our customers love to showcase Skybox for its 100% renewable power, EV charging stations, and LEED programs. But most importantly, Skybox is a great neighbor in every community that we live in. We have a long history of giving, community service, and local investment. Our company culture is embedded everywhere we serve. During Hurricane Harvey, for example, at our Houston campus, we were contacted by the U.S. Marshals who were seeking a base of operations at a time when every other location was either flooded or without power and internet. Just like the data centers here in Santa Clara, powered by transmission from SVP, our utility power was never interrupted during the storms and provided shelter for their operations when the community needed it most. As you can see on the left, most of our campuses reside in close proximity to residential. In 8 years, there has not been a single complaint about our facilities for noise or otherwise. As we provide extra security, lower traffic, excellent local jobs, and generate significant tax revenues. We are great neighbors anywhere that we go. The 1200 Memorex campus was originally built in 1961 and was used from the 1960s to the 90s by Memorex Corporation primarily for the manufacturing of magnetic tapes. Since Memorex ceased operations in 1994 following bankruptcy, the site has been used as a general industrial park. The previous manufacturing use resulted in multiple releases of VOCs or hazardous materials such as benzene, xylene, PCE, vinyl chloride, from the numerous underground storage tanks, piping, and process areas, which contaminated both soil and groundwater. Additionally, pesticide contaminations from historic agricultural activities, predominantly DDT, will need to be remediated as well. We are committed to cleaning up this site and have already begun investing with our early work permits to remediate the soils around the buildings and prior to demolition. As of today, we have completed 15% of the total remediation as required by our site and soil management plan. Once demolished, our team will be able to access the remainder of the impacted soils, bringing the site to a safe condition. And as you can see, the campus has been dramatically underutilized, and its economic benefits to the community have been limited due to its age and the types of tenants and uses it could realistically attract. We have been working in collaboration with the City of Santa Clara, Silicon Valley Power, and the California Water Board for just over 3 years now to develop this amazing project. We want to thank the City of Santa Clara staff, including planning, public works, fire, police, and SVP, for all of their hard work getting us to this evening's meeting for project approval. We simply could not have done it without all of your incredible efforts. 1,200 Memorex is a state-of-the-art 472,000 square foot data center and 87,000 square foot Class A office building. The project is situated on a 9-acre campus and will produce approximately 50 times the tax revenues of the existing uses. This does not even include the potential revenues of business-to-business taxes to the city, which would further increase our projections. And Councilmember Jane, I'll come back to the parking for construction. It's a great story as well. The project team has worked tirelessly, as you saw, with city staff over the last 2 years. Even though it's a data center, we've gone above and beyond, as you saw, with premium aesthetics and finishes. This is not typical, but something we felt passionate about bringing to Santa Clara and a cornerstone for the next generation of data center design in this area. Additionally, for as much time, effort, and energy as we have invested in the front of this building, we have also taken the same care and consideration for the back of the campus. We are planting over 225 trees in total, replacing 36 of the existing 38 and the 152 on the south property line. You can see the before and after here, and the overall improvement of aesthetic and the removed power poles and beautiful Italian cypress as compared to the existing property on the left. There will be no lights or glazing on the rear of the building in contrast to the front. This is a considerable and intentional investment in design and landscaping for the project, and one that we are glad to make to improve the existing conditions and aesthetics for our neighborhood. Skybox is committed to sustainability across the board, and this starts with water. By using the latest in air-cooled chillers, we are able to reduce water consumption of the campus by over 98% from its current industrial uses. Additionally, our latest generation of mechanical and electrical systems result in a power utilization effectiveness of 1.29, far lower than existing data centers. Our Tier 4 backup generators also are leading edge. These systems result in a 90% reduction in NOx and 50% reduction in particulate matter as compared to typical Tier 2 systems. These are the best available controls technologies out there. Last, our air-cooled chillers utilize a suite of premium features such as EC fans for 30 to 40% less energy usage and 50% less fan noise. A level 1 acoustic system further decreases noise with fully blanketed compressors. And most importantly, the air side economization mode of our chillers take advantage of the outside air and turn off the compressors entirely for as much as 82% of the year here in Northern California. And finally, our state-of-the-art rooftop sound attenuation system. The system may look simple, but required over 9 months of design, engineering, and modeling to account for prevailing winds, heat rejection tolerances, and redirection of sound emissions. We understand noise has been of concern for residents with the adjacent air traffic and Caltrain rail, which completes 78 trips per day at this location. Skybox has had 0 complaints in the communities we reside in today, and the results of this EIR are clear. Even at 100% of fan and compressor utilization, a true black swan event, there are 0 exceedances. This is why we work so hard to develop this state-of-the-art solution for compliance, and we are prepared to stand behind it 100%. We are and will continue to be great neighbors in our communities and here in Santa Clara. Data centers have tremendous benefits in propelling the community forward as it relates to the reduction of CO2 and transportation. This data center campus will result in a 77% reduction in CO2 emissions as it compares to the existing industrial uses. Additionally, we'll be installing 8 EV chargers and 12 bike racks at the main office entry. Skybox will be an amazing benefit to this community through our intentional design, both front and back, and our involvement with things such as local education. We've had great success in our local EDCs and fostering programs like you see here, the Cinco Ranch High School robotics team, engaging with the leaders of the next generation to promote technology and educate on the role that data centers play here in the community. Now, as you're aware, every single aspect of this project studied in the EIR has a less than significant impact, except for one, the historic resource. As identified in the historic analysis, these buildings are not architecturally significant, but the events that occurred here were. Memorex developed a clone of the IBM 2311 hard drive called the Memorex 660. This hard drive would become one of the most dominant hard drives and bring innovation to Silicon Valley and into the very first data centers that existed in the 1960s. We could not think of a more appropriate project to carry the work of Memorex forward than the 1200 Memorex data center. We are very excited to celebrate this event with what we are calling the Memorex Impact of Innovation. Sorry, one second. Thank you. Sorry, the Memorex Impact of Innovation. This public display will tell the incredible story of the development of this hard drive and how it has impacted modern day data centers, such as 1200 Memorex. Looking at this property today, you would simply never know. The Impact of Innovation is a beautiful and inviting public feature that will be available to all and something we are very proud to share and celebrate. After 3 years of work with the City of Santa Clara, Silicon Valley Power, and many others, we are proud to present this thoughtful and innovative project to you this evening. We agree with the city staff's recommendations for alternatives number 1 and number 4, and respectfully ask the mayor and city council to certify the EIR and adopt the architectural approval of 1200 Memorex. We look forward to investing in Santa Clara and being respectful and productive members of this community. My team is here this evening to answer any of your questions, and thank you again.
Okay, thank you very much, Rob. Excellent presentation. Let's see what questions the council may have for either our staff or for the applicant. Councilmember Jane.
Yeah, I was curious about the construction parking.
Absolutely. So this project is a very large site. Give me one second here. Councilmember Jane, we have a 9-acre campus. And as part of that, we have predetermined parking for the construction that includes 194 spaces. Working with our general contractor, we have determined the peak construction needs for this project are 100 vehicles. So we are very confident in this approach and know that we will not require off-site parking for anything as it relates to this project.
Councilmember Jane, I also want to add that there is a condition in the conditions of approval that speak to the applicant providing a plan to make sure that no parking is happening off-site, but a construction parking plan to the city prior to the issuance of a building permit.
Very good, thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Hardy.
Thank you. I was going to say, I think you checked a lot of boxes. I even love the Italian cypress. I think that's a great idea for the neighbors. The impact of innovation is a great way to show what happened here. And I love the last architectural renderings. I think they're excellent. I'm willing to make a motion, but do we need to go to the general public first?
Yes, let's go to the public and then I'll come back to you, Councilmember Hardy. All right, so thank you very much for the presentation. And if there's any member of the public that would like to speak on this, on the information they just heard, I do have some hands up. Okay, we'll start with Sylvester and we're back to our 2 minutes. Go ahead, Sylvester, followed by Doug.
Good evening. My name is Sylvester Ramirez. And yes, I'm lived in Santa Clara my entire life. Let's see. And I long, lived, like I said, lived in Santa Clara my whole life. Grew up here, went to school here, and I've noticed or watched the industry of the data centers and how they've impacted this area of Santa Clara and how they've improved the look, the look of the area and how and the gateway to Santa Clara. And so what I'm totally supportive of this type of facility in this area, and the impact, the lower traffic, parking, and I think it's a benefit for the area. So I'm in support of this project, and I hope the city council also agrees with me and is in favor of the project. Thank you.
Thank you, Sylvester. Moving on to Doug. Go ahead, Doug, followed by Philip.
Good evening, Mayor Gilmore, fellow council members and staff. My name is Doug Cheshire. I'm a field representative with Carpenters Local 405 here in Santa Clara County. As both a second generation carpenter and a 23-year member of the union myself, I'm here tonight to express carpenter support for the 1200 Memorex Drive project and remind people what a difference projects like this makes in the lives of working men and women. By partnering with a responsible union contractor, Skybox Development is providing an opportunity that many developers leave out of the equation. Projects like this create jobs with livable wages, healthcare, and retirement benefits that leave lasting impact on the working families right here in Santa Clara. Additionally, providing apprenticeship opportunities that help a variety of individuals, including minorities, women, and at-risk youth, obtain the skills necessary to develop a successful lifelong career in the construction industry. Projects like this are also a very important part of a regional economy, especially in light of the COVID-19 pandemic, and therefore I encourage all of you to approve this project. And thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you, Doug. Let's go to Philip, followed by Kira.
Good evening, and thank you, members of the Santa Clara City Council and Mayor, for taking the time to discuss the 1200 Memorex project. My name is Philip Albanese. I'm the owner, president, and CEO of Joseph J. Albanese. Joseph J. Albanese is a third-generation family-owned business specializing in a number of construction activities that was founded by my grandfather, Joe Albanese. We are also a very proud third-generation Santa Clara company. Since 1955, JJA has operated from our headquarters that's located about a half a mile away from the proposed project. Like many companies in our area, we have grown from a small company building city sidewalks and driveways to a team of over 850 professionals working to construct some of the most inspiring projects in the world. We are proud to be a part, albeit small, of Santa Clara and its history of growing organizations. I speak tonight in support of the proposed data center project. It's simple to me. Data centers are great neighbors. The construction period is fast. The disruption from construction activities, therefore, is much less, considerably less than a typical residential commercial project. Data centers are also new buildings that generate low traffic and produce considerable tax revenue, which are both wins for the city and this particular area of it. Finally, they create great jobs for many local families. As a long-time invested Santa Clara business owner, I encourage you to approve this project tonight as it is appropriately located and designed. I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you, Philip. Next, we have Kiera. Go ahead, Kiera, followed by Shauna.
Hi, good evening. My name is Kira Mazzetti. I also work at Joseph J. Albanese, but I'm also a resident of the city of Santa Clara, as is much of my extended family. Data centers and the projects have provided our community with much needed work throughout the COVID pandemic. They're great for our community as they result in good jobs with good healthcare benefits. They replace old buildings, as we discussed earlier, but that are past their useful life with newly redesigned constructed buildings. They end up looking very clean and blend in nicely with the community from what I've seen. Also, instead of having a busy office complex, data centers don't contribute to generating traffic once they're built. Furthermore, they use the city's power, which generates money for the city, and tax revenue from projects like this help keep our parks clean and safe, which is something I value very much with my young children. So as a City of Santa Clara resident, I encourage you to approve the project for the reasons I've listed. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Kira. Let's move on to Shauna, followed by last four digits of the phone number 3074. So Shauna, when you're ready.
Hi, thank you so much for your time tonight. My name is Shauna Alvarado, and I'm a lifelong resident of Santa Clara. Additionally, my family owns and runs a business in Santa Clara, O'Donnell Plastering, a business that I have proudly worked at for over 26 years. O'Donnell Plastering is located at 2318 Lafayette Street, just 2 blocks from the proposed project on 1200 Memorex. I'm here tonight to voice my enthusiastic support for the proposed project. The project will provide tax revenues to our city that can be used in a variety of ways, as Kara said, to help our community, especially having kids in our area and seeing what investments can do. More importantly, the project design and the tree planting brought back, some good landscape to the building that show that they care about the community. And just driving, driving down Memorex every single day for the last, like I said, over 26 years, visually, I think it's going to make a huge impact. I've seen it go down, and just to, listen to the presentation was very informative, and to know they're bringing back some history, I think is excellent. Again, as a lifelong member of Santa Clara, for over almost 46 years, I did not realize the history. So I'm excited to actually see that. Thank you. And again, as a resident and business owner near the project site, I strongly encourage the Santa Clara City Council to approve the Skybox project. Thank you.
Thank you, Shauna. Okay, last four digits of the phone number 3074. Go ahead, unmute yourself. "3074. I can see you, but you're muted. There you go. Welcome. Go ahead. 3074.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Okay, great. I think that's a great revitalization project. It remediates a lot of the toxics that have been left behind from past companies, Memorex, et cetera. But one of the concerns that I had is could this be more than just a data center? Maybe it could be more of an IBX, Internet Business Exchange, where it's more of an open type environment, maybe, that serves more businesses, not just corporations looking to stick equipment in data centers. And then B, some of the other data centers that have been built around here recently have other similar features by taking the air and cooling the building without using the chillers. And we've noticed some of these newer design buildings that utilize the natural air features actually create a lot of external noises that they never actually expressed in the initial design or build. And I think it was an after effect that actually created a lot of noise, I think specifically at the Advantage Data Center, where a lot of external noise is created from sucking the air, the natural air out of the environment and using it to chill the environment inside. So I want to just bring that up and as a consideration for remediation of the environmental impact and the noise that it could generate. But I think it's a great adoption of reutilizing the land and revitalizing the land and making good use of resources that are sort of been sitting idle for a long time. And I fully support the project. Thank you.
Thank you. Chris, go ahead, Chris.
Hello, my name is Chris Albanese. I am the owner and operator of 63 Trucking, located about 2 blocks away from the proposed project. I hope you are all doing well tonight. 63 Trucking is a local trucking company that's been in existence for about 4.5 years, hauling miscellaneous truck building materials in the Bay Area. I am speaking tonight to voice my support for this project. As some of you may know, this part of town could use the reinvestment and revitalization to this area would be a great improvement. Over the years, my business has grown since 4.5 years ago from 3 trucks to currently operating 25 trucks, which and a big part of my growth is construction, trucking and buildings much like this. And obviously with the increase in the trucks, which means an increase of jobs, which means more people get to take care of their families and themselves. In my opinion, data centers have been extremely positive for the economic growth of our community and Santa Clara as a whole. And as a city of Santa Clara business owner near this proposed project, I strongly encourage the city council to approve this tonight. And I appreciate your time.
Thank you. Assistant City Clerk, do we have any e-comments on this issue? Nora? Anyone? Okay.
Sorry, couldn't unmute myself. We do not.
Okay,
Sorry.
thank you. See there's one more call-in person. Linda, go ahead, Linda. You're muted. Go ahead. Linda, go ahead. Linda, are you there? Linda? Okay. We can't get Linda. I'm sorry, Linda. I see you're on and off. Okay, you're off now. All right, I'm going to go back to the council now. Down the council line, either motions, questions, motions. Councilmember Hardy.
Yes, I am thrilled that with the idea of cleaning up the site environmentally, and I would like to make a motion to adopt the recommendation for alternatives 1 and 4, 1 being a resolution for certifying the final EIR prepared for the demolition of existing buildings at 1200 to 1310 Memorex Drive and the construction of a new data center, including the CEQA findings, and then the adoption of a resolution to approve the architectural review.
I'm willing to second, but I would like to disclose.
Wait, there was
pardon me.
Go ahead.
Just as a point of clarification for Councilmember Hardy, the recommendation includes a specific statement relating to an approval of the statement of overriding considerations and an MMRP mitigating monitoring reporting program.
I should have said that. I apologize. The finding, including the CEQA findings, I forgot I had to say that part. A statement of overriding considerations and a mitigation monitoring or reporting program.
Thank you.
Thank
Is
you.
that right with the second, Councilmember Watanabe?
Yes, Mayor, I had raised my hand to second as well, and just to add some comments, if it's appropriate.
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you very much, Mr. Morris, for the presentation, and also Rena as well for giving the preliminary presentation. I just want to just express, my support, and I think this project encompasses so many important things. And when I met with Mr. Morris, we talked about the history of the project, and I just think it's so wonderful that history is being preserved, in this new campus. And I drove around there after we met just to get an idea of, what the property looked like. And I think this is going to be an excellent addition. I really am happy to hear all the local businesses that have called in tonight in support. And so many issues that have been addressed and looked at. I mean, it's like due diligence was thoroughly done here. And I just have to close by just thanking the carpenter that called in for support as well. My father was a local union member in New York City for many years. So it's always good to hear from the carpenters giving their support too. So thank you again for bringing this project forward.
Thank you, Councilmember Watanabe. Councilmember Jane?
Yeah, I just want to disclose that I met with Odessa Badal as well as Rob Morris on this project. So.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Park? Councilmember Park? Oh, you might be muted. Yeah, go ahead.
Yes, I also met with the applicant and visited the site, and the project is an amazing contrast to what's there currently. I really appreciated that they considered how the project would affect their residential neighbors, and they went beyond mere requirements to create a friendly interface across the length of the property, from sight lines to light pollution to noise. And I think these are the considerations that the residents need. I mean, when we think about objections to some projects, it is usually about noise and light. But I think that from improving the landscaping to running the wiring underground, and then the trees, the additional trees that they added, I think this is a very good project. If anything, I heard one of the public input talk about other potential uses. I know that the data center has a lot of security requirements, which would preclude, I guess, an open environment that we'd like, because I mentioned this at the time. I would love to see not just the monuments out front. I would love to see a museum or something that people can go into to actually read about, enjoy, watch a movie, listen to stories about the history of the site. But again, I think that what they have is great. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else any other council member? Okay. Thank you, Mr. Morris, for your presentation. I want to thank everyone that stayed this late with us, that you'd never know it's past midnight, the way it was so professionally presented, and to all the public members that stayed this late to give us their opinions on this project. So I am going to support the motion. I think it's a beautiful project. And funny about the history of Santa Clara, one of our former mayors, Eddie Souza, used to work at Memorex. So he used to talk about it all the time when I sat on the city council with him. So it'll be nice to see the new building with the historical representation there for what was there before, because history did happen there. So it's a lucky site, Mr. Morris. All right, so we have a motion and a second with the recommendation that was laid out by Councilmember Hardy and seconded by Councilmember Watanabe. Assistant City Clerk, roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Watanabe.
Yes.
Councilmember Hardy.
Yes.
Councilmember Park.
Yes.
Councilmember Jane.
Yes.
Councilmember Becker.
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore.
Yes. And that passes unanimously with all of those that are present. Thank you so much. And thank you for submitting that application to our city. All right, the next item we have on our agenda, we have two more things to do. One is, I think it's two, is to approve the consent calendar. All items are approved with one motion unless someone pulls an item from the consent calendar. Is there anybody that wants to pull an item from the consent calendar? Councilmember Becker. You're muted.
There we go. Okay, and I was also trying to unlock my iPad here to look at the number, and it locked. Sorry. There we go. Okay. The item I wanted to pull, I mean, I'm willing to make a motion for the entire consent calendar. The one item I wanted to pull was an item that I did not want to support. So how would we do that?
You could just register your no vote, because I have one item I'm going to register a no vote on.
Okay.
So you can make a motion, but register your no vote on whatever item.
Sure. Okay, so I'll make a motion to approve the consent calendar with the note of my no vote for the, I'm sorry, it disappeared on my iPad here. The item 4F, a no vote for 4F, Santana Terrace.
Okay. Is there a second on that?
Yeah,
Second. Oh, no worries.
Okay. Second by Councilmember Jane. Councilmember Watanabe?
Thank you, Mayor. I wanted to register a no vote for agenda item number 4D, like dog.
Okay, I'm also registering a no vote for item 4D, and that's action on a budget amendment for revisions to the El Camino Real specific plan for the reasons that I mentioned last time we talked about this, money and time. So that's two no votes
Mayor?
on 4D. Yes.
Mayor, given that that requires 5 votes and we're missing Vice Mayor Chahal, can we do this vote or do we have to defer this till when he is present?
No, we don't have to defer it, and we can vote on it now. It just won't pass.
Okay.
Is there any other comments from anybody? Okay, Assistant City Clerk, did you get those no votes that were registered? And then a roll call vote, please.
Yes, I do. That is duly noted. I didn't get those. And here we go. Councilmember Board Member Watanabe.
Yes.
Councilmember Board Member Hardy.
Yes.
Councilmember Board Member Park.
Yes.
Councilmember Board Member Jane.
Yes.
Councilmember Board Member Becker.
Yes.
Mayor Chair Gilmore.
Yes, noting my no vote. And that passes with all present. I'm going to ask the council that we just take, because we have to get this done tonight, item number 8, and then we defer all the other items to a future meeting. Maybe we can take that referral now. I mean, deferral. Do we need to make a motion on that? If we're going to defer the other items, we're going to take item number 8.
Think we have been in the past, Mayor.
Okay.
In past meetings, I think we did do motions to defer.
Okay. May I have a motion to defer all remaining items except item number 8 to a future meeting?
So move.
Second.
Councilmember Jane move, Councilmember Watanabe second. Assistant City Clerk, roll call vote, please.
Sorry, just a moment. I was registering this. Councilmember Watanabe.
Yes.
Councilmember Hardy.
Yes.
Councilmember Park.
Yes.
Councilmember Jane.
Yes.
Councilmember Becker.
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore.
Yes, and that passes with all those present. We're going to move to our last item, which is item number 8, adopt a resolution approving the California Municipal Finance Authority, the CMFA, issuance of tax exempt bonds relating to the financing of a 59-unit multifamily rental housing project for low-income households to be located in the city of Santa Clara, California at 3941 Stevens Creek Boulevard. Is that Andrew Crabtree? Is that you?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Oh,
Yes,
thank you.
Yes, so this is Andrew Crabtree, the Director of Community Development. And just very briefly, to elaborate a little bit on the description you've just read, the developer, an affordable housing developer, CRP, has approached the state CMFA requesting that they issue tax exempt bonds in the amount not to exceed $50 million to help finance the acquisition and construction of a 59-unit rental housing project for low-income residents located at 3941 Stevens Creek Boulevard. This is part of the process affordable housing project to put together financing. They would have later on review process with the city, but they've begun the process in terms of the financing. The Tax Equity and Fiscal Responsibility Act, or TEFRA, requires that a public hearing be held by the governing body of the jurisdiction where the project to be financed with the tax exempt financing is located, and that the governing body approve the proposed financing. That's us in this case, the city of Santa Clara. The debt that would be issued by the CMFA is the sole responsibility of the borrower, and the city of Santa Clara has no financial or legal obligations or responsibilities with regard to the repayment of the debt. So with that, we're here to conduct the hearing to satisfy the requirements per the state so that this affordable housing project can proceed with putting their financing in order and pursuing development within the city. And I'm available to answer any questions you might have.
So this is an official public hearing, Director Crabtree?
This is an official public hearing.
Okay,
It's
so we
required to be so.
open the public hearing.
Yes.
All right, does
Yes,
council
that's
have
right.
any questions before we go to the public on this? Okay, I don't see any questions from the city council. It's a public hearing, so any member of the public, if you'd like to speak on this issue, please come forward now. Okay, I don't see any. Do I have a motion to close the public hearing?
So
Councilor
moved.
Becker?
Second.
Okay, motion by Councilmember Watanabe, second by Councilmember Becker. I think that's what that was. To close the public hearing. Assistant City Clerk, roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Watanabe,
Yes.
Councilmember Hardy,
Yes.
Councilmember Park,
Yes.
Councilmember Jane,
Yes.
Councilmember Becker,
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore.
Yes, and that passes unanimously with those present. Do I have a motion to adopt the resolution approving the CMFA? Councilmember Becker?
Yes, you do. You will have a motion. First, I'd like to provide transparency that I did meet with the developer at this location. And they did discuss this project with me, and I'm happy to see this happening. So I will support the motion to move forward.
Will you make the motion?
Yes, sorry. I will
Okay.
make the motion. Sorry, after midnight, I will.
And I'll second it.
Okay, motion by Councilmember Becker, second by Councilmember Hardy. Is there any discussion on this? All right, Assistant City Clerk, roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Watanabe,
Yes.
Councilmember Hardy,
Yes.
Councilmember Park,
Yes.
Councilmember Jane,
Yes.
Councilmember Becker,
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore.
Yes. And that passes unanimously. Okay, thank you, council. Thank you, Director Crabtree, for that. So that leads us to our adjournment, since we continued everything else on the agenda. And I have two names this evening that I'd like the city council to adjourn in memory of. The first is Bruce Myers, former City of Santa Clara employee. Bruce Myers was born on November 14th, 1949. Bruce started working for the City of Santa Clara in 1977 during summer vacations in high school as a lifeguard. He even managed to save a few lives. This continued to be his summer job all through college. He was promoted many times and was a pool manager and senior swim instructor when he completed college. He received his BA and teaching credentials during the Prop 13 era, when many teachers were being laid off. During the next several years, he worked for the Santa Clara Parks and Recreation Department as he pursued teaching and other professions. In 1986, he accepted a full-time position in the Water and Sewer Department. Bruce dedicated himself to the jobs of utility worker, water and sewer maintenance worker, and utility crew supervisor until he was promoted to assistant sanitary sewer superintendent in 1999. In December of 2007, he retired from the city after completing almost 32 years of service. Bruce loved the community of Santa Clara and his job. Many times he would return to citizens' homes after work to volunteer to help them with their problems not covered by city services. Wow. Retirement did not change that commitment to citizens, neighbors, family, and friends. He was the go-to guy to get advice, free expertise, and labor. People really appreciated his help, but in fact, he was happy that he was able to be there and do what he could. Bruce passed on October 25th, 2021, and is survived by his loving wife, Sandy, also a career City of Santa Clara employee, his sons Heath with Monica and Cliff with Kelly, 5 loving grandchildren, Jacob, Hayden, Alexandria, Anthony, and Justin, and many friends and family members. Our condolences to the Myers family for Bruce. I would also like to have the council adjourn this meeting in memory of Alameda County Supervisor Wilma Chan. Alameda County Supervisor Wilma Chan was tragically struck and killed Wednesday, November 3rd in Alameda while walking her dog. Supervisor Chan represented District 3 on the Alameda County Board of Supervisors, which includes the city of Alameda, San Leandro, a portion of Oakland, and the unincorporated communities of San Lorenzo, Hayward Acres, and a portion of Ashland. She was the only woman on the 5-member board. She was first elected to the Board of Supervisors in 1994, and then served in the California State Assembly from 2000 to 2006, becoming the first female Asian American legislator to hold the position of Assembly Majority Leader when she took the role from 2002 to 2004. In 2010, she ran for her old seat on the Alameda County Board of Supervisors and has been easily reelected since then. Throughout her 30-year career in public service, Supervisor Chan was a strong advocate for children, families, the elderly, affordable housing, and health care for the uninsured. Supervisor Chan was 72 years old and is survived by her 2 children and 2 grandchildren. So may I please have a motion to adjourn in both their memories?
So moved.
Moved by Councilmember Watanabe,
Second.
second by Councilmember Hardy. Assistant City Clerk, roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Watanabe,
Yes.
Councilmember Hardy,
Yes.
Councilmember Park,
Yes.
Councilmember Jane,
Yes.
Councilmember Becker,
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore.
Yes. And that passes unanimously by those present, and this meeting is adjourned. Good night, everyone. Thank you. Have a good evening. Good night.